shop. A couple of notes for the commission and the public. Just a reminder that we're having a retreat on Friday, November 4th, and more information and agenda is to follow. It'll be in the morning, and I believe it's here. Linda, is it in this room? I think it's in this room, 267. We'll confirm. I wanted to ask too, did everyone get an email from Mayor Lyles about a survey? Okay, okay. So just please take it. I'll forward it again to everyone with a little reminder, but we're just asking that all the commissioners take the survey and, help to make the boards and commissions process, improve it for everyone in the city.
She sent like a follow-up email that was like, please disregard this message. Is there?
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, I didn't get that. Microphone, please.
I received it twice and it got recalled twice with a notice
Really?
of disregard.
Well, I'll check on it then because I did not get any of the recalls. So, okay. Hold on that and I'll follow up via email with next steps. And then she is at an orientation right now, but we do have a new staff person, Jenny Schugert, and we'll introduce her. She should be down here around 1, so we'll give her a minute to introduce herself and welcome her, but we're thrilled to have her. With that, I'd like to,
Hey, Kristen,
over to
what will
the
Jenny
chair?
be?
Yeah.
Yeah. So what will Jenny be doing?
Well, I thought we'd talk about that when she gets here.
Okay,
Instead of
perfect.
talking about her, like, let's introduce her and.
Let's not talk about her when she's not here.
Right,
That's what
right.
you're
We'll just go through the whole thing once.
saying. Okay, perfect.
Okay. And Madam Chair, is there anything else you'd like to add for announcements?
No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then we'll transition right into 1818 Euclid. And let's see here. I'm going to start with photos of the property. This property is in Dilworth, and it's notable that Preservation North Carolina also has covenants on this property. So not only do design changes have to go through the Historic District Commission, they also have to abide by the covenants in place on this property. It's zoned commercial. It's currently used as a commercial property. But again, we don't really consider use. We're more looking at, does the project fit within the context and with the character of the house? So with that, Robert, are you with us? Robert Steen?
Hi, Christy. Hi, everyone.
Hi, good. Are you able to be on camera?
I can be, yes. I'm actually here with myself and Joseph Whipple as well. Let's see.
Okay, perfect.
Both of the Bella Associates.
And did I see Myrick? Hi, Myrick. Welcome. Myrick Howard, Executive Director of Preservation North Carolina, has joined us as well, and he can provide some critical insight about their process if needed. All right, Robert, whenever you're
For some
ready.
reason, no. Oh, there we go.
Oh, there you are. Hi,
Everyone.
welcome.
Thank you.
I have the pictures of the house up.
Yep.
And you just tell me where you'd like to go from here.
All right, good deal. Do you want us to give you kind of an overview first, and then we can fly around the sheets?
It's up to you how you want to proceed. We have about 15 minutes with the commission and to get their feedback as well.
All right, perfect. Well, it's nice to meet all of you, obviously a little digitally and informally, but looking forward to working together. So yeah, as Chrissy had mentioned, we're looking to do our client, NFM Lending, is currently looking to do a renovation on the existing property so that they add a little more usable square footage. Currently, there are, I think, 4 offices in the existing structure with a conference room. The attic space is rendered unusable at this point. It's just kind of storage. From some of the renovations they had done under the PNC covenants, they had stored some of the material in that attic space. So although a couple windows are up there, it's unusable at this point. So they're looking to add some square footage, as I mentioned, so that encompasses an addition on the back, and then possibly utilizing the attic space that is currently unused, aside from storage, to create more potential office spaces. So That's kind of a general overview. Christy, if you could, so essentially these sheet structures, as you all know, are really kind of structured towards the examples that you guys had for a document upload format. So if you want, maybe, yeah, A3 is a good spot. So on the left there is the existing site. You can see a large gravel parking lot in the back. It is unpaved. Part of that is a shared easement access alley to the left, and there's one at the very north as well. Really nothing frames in that back parking lot aside from that garage that you can see on an adjacent property. So what we are looking to do is, as I mentioned, add an addition on the back that would be connected via a breezeway, open air breezeway. There's some accessibility concerns because currently a commercial property, you can see the porch that is over there obviously needs to be demolished to accompany this this porch and the new ADA accessibility. That wasn't the most beautiful thing in the world to begin with, so trying to look to replace that and make it more in character to kind of tie into the front. So if you could maybe shoot to A4, the next sheet. So these will take you elevation by elevation. The first one's front, and then it goes to the left, which would be the west / the alley easement access way. The next sheet we'll see will be the rear, and after that will be the right. So this front one, you can just see that there's a lot of foliage. I know that in the pictures that we had shown on the front page, this property has some beautiful foliage and trees in the area. So there's not a ton of immediate streetscape kind of visibility unless you're on that sidewalk or if you're at a lower eye level. So really all that you can see on the front elevations, we're leaving everything in the front alone to kind of adhere to some of the PNC covenants, as well as just being sensitive to the local historic governance. Really, you can see a ridge line over that over that existing structure beyond. We're currently showing it as flat. It would obviously have some paper. We likely push that to a drain inward, so it wouldn't be any higher than you'd see that. And that's really just trying to open up again that headroom and usable space in the attic space. So if you go to the next sheet, A5, this will kind of give you a taste for a little bit of what we're trying to achieve. You can see the existing structure. Actually, Kirsty, I apologize. Can you go to the next sheet just really quick, because it'll help piece together a little bit. So that if you see on the right-hand side, the top right, that's the existing structure, and there's two A-frames, 12 on 12 pitch, gable ends, and so we'd be essentially removing the downward, inward sloped portions of the roof and creating that, we'll call it flat for now, but schematically flat. So if you go back to that other sheet above A5, that kind of lets you know a little bit of how we're achieving that dormer. That dormer again is mirrored on the other side to create offices. We end up getting 6 offices on, I think actually it's 5, I lied, 5 offices on the second floor, and then 1 conference room. And again, not doing anything to the front half of the existing structure, if you will. So then again, the breezeway, open air breezeway connects to the addition. Currently, it's roughly an 800 square foot footprint with about 200 square feet of the second floor on the other elevation would be a balcony. So this would consist of a single-use toilet room, a small conference room, 3 offices, and circulation space. And there's a garage attached to the north. The ownership's parking availability. So it's recessed and tucked off the elevation a little bit. So Christy, just tell me to quiet if I'm going a little too fast or a little too detailed, but
yeah, we don't really need interior uses, so I would focus more on the exterior.
yeah, yep. Just trying to give it a little bit of flavor of where some of that elevator, where some of the exterior massing is kind of coming from. But yeah, so this sheet, as you can see, the top right is the existing one. The bottom right would be complete, if you will, with the addition and the garage. And then the views on the left, the view on the bottom left would be the existing structure would look like, obviously, after renovation. So again, we're infilling that, adding a window that would be the same size as the existing ones on the first floor. And then there's that section cut through the open air breezeway. And then the view in the top left would be that connection walking from the existing structure to the addition. And then, as you can see, we're introducing dormers, as we had mentioned, on both sides. Additionally, introducing those same dormer pitches on the addition. There's still some work that needs to be done on this addition elevation here. Really, what we're trying to create is a kind of an open balcony that provides views of the city. There's, as I mentioned, offices up there, so it'd be an accessible thing and be well utilized. And then there is some existing fencing that separates property lines. So some of that would be masked, if you will. But that is the general premise at this point. I'm sure I left quite a bit out and gave you more than you needed in other aspects, but yeah.
Okay, thanks for stopping by, Robert, and giving us a chance to talk about this before presenting.
Yeah.
So we'll give you some of our feedback now,
Sure.
and I'll kick it off. With the front elevation,
Yep.
you know, you say nothing's going to change, but you're removing that secondary chimney, and we do allow for that. But can you tell us why you feel the need to remove it?
Yeah, so trying to respect your guys' input on the floor plan layout, which is why I try to, as an architect, try to go back to functionality as well as aesthetic. The inside space is extremely tight to try to fit a vertical circulation. So currently they have a ship's ladder accessing the attic space. And what we would need to do is provide an accessible stair. And being that the two corridor walls that run from front to back of the property are load bearing, we were trying to avoid as much remediation of those as possible. So if you go to that view on the left, sorry, that plan was perfect there, or unless you were trying to get to the elevation, but yeah, that the floor plan all the way to the left there is where that fireplace you can kind of see is dashed in that would be removed. Yeah, exactly right there. And we had confirmed with Ted at PNC that there wasn't any covenant over that specifically. And again, being that the foliage is so grand and expansive, there wasn't really any visibility to that fireplace. So it's currently sheeted over with gypsum. So there's no exposure of it at this point. And if you go back to the very first sheet, A1, you can kind of see, as what I had mentioned, there's really minimal visibility to that fireplace. I mean, in elevation, you can see it in a two-dimensional plane, but
Sure.
perspective, obviously everyone knows that perspective, it's
Yeah.
very difficult to see.
Well, okay, so I'll just, as a note, I know that we have the ability to get rid of the second chimney. I'd love to see moving forward some options where you don't. I just in general would also urge you to take a look at the roof forms. We typically like to look at roof forms and pitches that complement the existing historical structure. Context means so much, as you know, in our districts. So not just with the house, but with the community at large, with the street. And so introducing new types of roofs would, for me, not be welcome.
Now, is that the roofs? What exactly? Is it the dormers or is it?
It's the pitch of your roof. It's the style of your roof.
The pitch of the roof matches the existing, if I may say so.
The style of the roof, the complexity or lack thereof of the roof. So it should be something that speaks the same language that complements what's there already.
So
Not
is it
only with that
only,
part-
is it of the addition specifically, or is it of the infill of the existing roof line?
Where Christy's pointing, we can start there. And I
Okay.
believe that if you look at and start working on any of that, then it's going to affect all of that. Okay. So
Okay.
in the interest of time, and because I want to get to some other commissioners, I'll also say the light patterns on your house. We like to at least see that they're consistent, right? So you have, I think, 1/1s on one part, and then you go to something else. We like to keep not only the house, we want to make sure that it fits within the context of its surroundings, but we also want to maintain the rhythm of the fenestration. So that's something that,
Juicing, so that we have a 1/1, as you can see on that elevation there. So essentially, it sounds like introducing any other windows shape or size is out of the question.
no, that's been done before, but in general, the rhythm, if we're looking at it together from your original house to your new structure, is very different. The rhythm is off. And so I'll let maybe one of the architects speak to it so that if they feel the same way, they can articulate it to you differently.
Okay.
The best that I can do right now is that the rhythm
Yeah.
is off. And so those are just some of the, not only on the side elevations, but on the rear elevations with the lack of fenestration. So these are just some things that I thought of.
Yep.
And now we'll let some of the other commissioners speak. I'm going to go to Commissioner Barth. Hi, Chris.
Hello. Wonderful presentation. I think the way you connect the addition, I think would be seen as favorable by a lot of the commissioners.
Thank you.
I am a little concerned about the overall size of we'll call it the rear building
Sure.
as it relates to the existing house. Oftentimes, as you can read in our guidelines, additions and secondary buildings need to seem subservient to the original
Sure.
historic house. So I'd direct you to those sections of our guidelines to look at that. And then piggybacking on what Kim was saying, I think on your elevations, we're looking for consistency too. And I think
Yep.
I noticed some windows, particularly on the right-hand side, in photograph, they're 2/2. We'd want to see that probably across all the windows being manipulated on this project.
Sure. Okay.
And I think for me, the biggest concern with the roof is the addition to the existing house, particularly the flat
Yep.
roof just isn't, a historic, there's no historic precedent for that, or maybe you could show
Yeah.
some. Might be helpful if you can find that in the district.
Okay. That's great. Thanks. And just tapping off of the kind of the size, I definitely concur with what you're saying, the overall size and magnitude of the addition versus compared to the existing structure. We tried to stay, we are lower than the existing ridge heights, and we tried to stay skinny from the, side elevations as well. We'll dig through those covenants a little bit more. I'm sorry, not the covenants, the guidelines. Is there something aside from just maybe the intensity of the size, or is it something, I guess specific?
With regard to the addition and the existing house, I think that the rear building is sort of another animal.
Sure.
As far as the addition part, or where you guys are expanding into the second floor, or making it functional for your client, I have no doubt about that. We want to maintain the existing roof line and walls of the historic house as much as possible. So,
Sure.
um,
Okay.
so I don't know if this completely destroys your client's program requirements, but doing that in a minimally invasive way is where I would start.
Okay. Yeah, what we could do is try to rework the second floor to try to, I think right now we're getting 5 offices, or 5 and then a conference room. It may end up getting cut down to 3 offices and a conference room or something of that sort. And, obviously decreases the head height, but that flat roof was really kind of what gave us the opportunity to create those dormers and, kind of spiral to provide more space. But yeah, I definitely value that. Thank you.
Okay. Anything else, Commissioner Barth?
That's all I have for now.
Commissioner Walker?
Hi, do you by any chance have a way to show the original structure juxtaposed to this, the additions that you've added to it?
In terms of a streetscape elevation
Just
or
a visual, I guess, because where I'm going with this is if we're looking at this entire project as an addition, I know our guidelines talk about additions should be secondary to the original structure
sure.
of the house. And as I look at all that's being done, I'm guessing that as a commissioner, I need to look at this entire job that you've done as an addition to the original structure. And if that's what I'm charged with doing, what I'm seeing is something that completely overwhelms the original structure. So I have that trouble, and I guess also, if you look at, in our book 6.22, it shows some examples of how to attach an addition to a structure in a way that makes it not overwhelm the structure, certainly not from the street, but just in general. And I can't see how this conforms to any of those samples. Additionally, I guess I'd also consider the Secretary of Interior Standards 1 and 2 and 9 and 10, which I won't read now, it takes too much time, but you might want to read them yourself just for an application of them to this particular project. I think that's it for me.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Walker. Any other comments before we, it's 12:58, so we have 2 more minutes. Yes, Commissioner Heineman.
Yeah, thank you. The information you've presented today has been really helpful, I think, in getting meaningful feedback from the commission. I would echo what Commissioner Barth said, which is that we do have the ability to handle the back building differently than the historic structure. There is a little bit more give in that, so long as it doesn't overwhelm the historic structure. Right now, I think we really are nearing the size that it does. I have really grave concerns about the size, the massing, the scale, the fenestration and the rhythm, and the complexity of form on the modifications to the historic structure. They don't seem to have any relationship with the stylistic interpretation of the historic structure, which is really simple in nature. I do think they'll be readily visible from the street, even though it's not in the first room and a half on the left side. And I do think both of those chimneys are primary chimneys because this is a historic structure with 2 main entrances, which suggests that they were 2 primary heating sources. I know you're saying that the reason you're removing this secondary chimney is to reduce the structural intervention in the main house. But I would suggest that what we're looking at in these models is a major structural intervention in this house. And we're looking at saving the front room and a half and probably gutting the back half of this historic structure in order to meet the structural requirements of these modifications.
Thank
Okay,
you.
thank you, Commissioner Heineman. And with that, Robert, I think you have received ample feedback. And again, thanks for joining.
Thank you. Have a
Steve?
great day.
You too.
Thanks. Myrick, is there anything you wanted to share?
Thank you. Just a real quick couple of things. One is, well, actually, they have gone. So,
Oh, well, we're recording this. We'll share the video with them.
okay.
Yeah.
There's between the drawings, in some cases, the 2/2 sash on the main house are there, and sometimes they're not there. And just want to make sure the existing windows do stay. And there's a vent in the dormer that is being substantially enlarged with a window. We would be fine with the vent being changed to a window. We would want the vent to stay the window to be the size of the current vent. You can see in that what I'm talking about. And I think your comments are on. A thought. We have on some occasions been involved with, faux stacks, chimney stacks, so to speak, being constructed so that they don't take up all the square footage going down. In this case, as was mentioned, we don't really feel like we've got control over the interior of that chimney. As in, they could take out the chimney without our being involved. It's walled over, as they mentioned. So a question is, if they needed to get the stair up there, would y'all support, basically putting a chimney from the roof up to convey the historic nature of that chimney? We sort of would have control over the exterior of the chimney, but the interior of the chimney we really don't. And I think that's something, if they need to get that space to get the stair, from our standpoint, they could build a chimney that's basically from the roof line up.
Myrick, I'm gonna pause there and let one of our architects, Jessica Hyman, jump in.
Cool.
Yeah, Myrick, I think we are on exactly the same page as you with the chimney, that our standards bind us to the character of the district and the exterior of the building. And it is within our standards to keep the top of the chimney and make modifications inside the structure. I think that it's unfortunate that the architects had to leave, because what they give up is the 30% tax credit if they do that, because SHPO will be heavily invested in that chimney remaining on the interior of the house. And since it's a revenue producing property, that's a lot of money on the table.
Yeah, quite frankly, in this project, because so much of the cost will be in the addition, which is not credit eligible. I'd be a little surprised if they went for credits on this, but yeah, your comments are apropos, to be sure. The bulk of the bulk of this construction is going to be in a new construction. So, let me just say very briefly that our covenants on this building are a little weird and not our normal. We were, as some of you may remember, we bought this building and the one adjacent to it at the last minute before someone was going to develop condos on the site. And at the last minute, some changes were made to the covenants that, you always hate it when in the last 48 hours, you're kind of put in that position. There we were. Just so you know, if you look at our covenants on this, there's some weird things. So,
Thanks,
with
Myrick.
that, thank you all for your review. I
We
think
have one more, before you go, Myrick, we have one
Yes.
more comment/question.
Yeah, thank you. This would be for the applicants, for them to make sure they do the permeable, impermeable space calculations for this.
It's commercial.
It's commercial, so,
Yeah.
Okay, I'm sorry, mistaken.
But Jill, to that point, there are mature trees on the lot, so that would be important to note as well. Yeah, and tree protection. Myrick, thank you so much for joining us. We really appreciate the insight and knowledge you have about the history of this project. And we look forward to coordinating with you and your office as this moves forward.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it in return. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, bye.
Bye.
All right. Unless I hear otherwise, we're just going to kick off our meeting. The Charlotte Historic District Commission welcomes you to the October 12th meeting. I'm Kim Parati, chairperson, and I call this meeting to order at 1:06 p.m. Also sitting on today's commission are Chris Barth, Jessica Hindman, PJ Henningsen, Phil Goodwin, Jill Walker, Scott Whitlock, Heather Wojcik, and Noel Bell, who are all present in the meeting room. The rest of the commissioners participating remotely include no one. Also present are Christy Harps, Cindy Kohanik, Candace Leidy, Jenny Schugert, who will be joining us shortly, Jill Sanchez-Myers, Linda Keish, and Candy Thomas. I'd like to start by acknowledging that we are conducting this meeting using a remote online platform. I ask for your patience today as we proceed, as there might be slight delays as we transition between speakers, participants, and presentations. Participants in today's evidentiary hearings were required to provide a copy of any presentation, document, exhibit, or other material that they wish to submit during the evidentiary hearing prior to today's meeting. All such materials, as well as a copy of city staff's presentations and documents, were posted online prior to this meeting and may be viewed by visiting the HDC webpage. No cases proceeding today in which anyone contacted the city to object to the remote online meeting platform. For everyone participating in today's virtual meeting, we ask that the following guidelines be observed. Please mute your audio when you're not speaking. Use only one source of audio, computer or phone. Do not put your phone on hold. Make sure you are in a quiet area. Please turn off or silence electronic devices and do not speak over the person talking, or you'll be asked to leave the meeting. Please use the raise your hand tool. Please do not speak unless recognized by the chair or by staff. Because the commission is a quasi-judicial body, any speaker for or against an application must be sworn in. Due to the remote online nature of today's proceedings, any individual wishing to speak for or against an application was asked to sign up and provide any additional evidence in advance of the meeting. During the hearing, I will further open the floor to anyone who has joined the meeting today by telephone. When it is your turn to speak, please begin by stating your name and address. The review of each application consists of the presentation of the application and deliberation. The application is presented by the HDC staff. The commission will then determine if there's sufficient information to proceed. The applicant presents their testimony for the application. Other parties wishing to speak for or against will be given reasonable time to present factual sworn testimony based on the HDC design standards. The HDC may question the applicant and HDC staff members. HDC staff and the applicant will be given an opportunity for rebuttal and final comments. The HDC will close the hearing for discussion and deliberation. During discussion and deliberation, only the commission and staff may speak. An HDC member may request the hearing to be open for further questioning. The HDC will craft a motion for approval, continuation, or denial. The majority vote of the commission present is required for a decision to be reached. And a final vote by the HDC will end the hearing. If you'll be addressing the commission today, please raise your right hand and respond "I do" to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
Please be mindful that we have a court reporter present who is responsible for making an accurate and complete record of these proceedings. The reporter must be able to hear and understand. Everyone present must state their names and addresses before they speak. Speak clearly, loudly, and one at a time. The reporter will interrupt only when absolutely necessary to get clarification on what was just said or to alert speakers they are having difficulty hearing or understanding. Are there any questions? Well, let's get started.
Okay. Our first application is 1901 The Plaza, and I believe the applicant is here in the room with us and was just sworn in. The project is for a new accessory structure in the rear yard. All information is outlined in the staff memo and then with additional details on the plans. It's located at the corner of Belterre and the Plaza, so it'll be visible. And anytime new accessory structures are proposed on a corner lot, they require full commission review. So with this, I'm going to turn it over to the applicant. Applicant, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please, and then let me know what slide you'd like to start on.
Sure. Jessica Heineman, 720 East Tremont Avenue, 28203. So you may or may not remember, but several years ago, we proposed a small porch and bathroom addition to the back of this house that is currently under construction. So these are the original photos. And the bathroom is roughly where that windowless mess is on the bottom of this slide, which is slide 6. And the rear porch is roughly where that double window is that's currently being constructed. At this point, the homeowners would like to build a garage, an accessory dwelling unit. There is a large mature tree at the back right corner of the lot, and we are on a corner lot. And Belterre doesn't have curbs and gutters or sidewalks in this block. And so while it visually in the photos, there's a great deal of property across here, the actual property lines are set a little bit further in. So the only possible kind of building location for a garage, which has alley access, we do have a gravel alley on this lot, is within the ADU envelope anyway. So it's a 2-car garage accessed from the alley with a proper ADU above. The setback is past this house and past its neighbor beyond. But again, it's, we've got the tree on one side and the property lines, which are sort of deceptive visually on the other side. As we move down, we have site sections through the property as required by the HDC applications. So you can see that the roof line is, sorry, I can't see it there, 3.6 below the primary ridge of the house, but it also follows the Southwell Street survey above. It follows kind of the 20-foot line, which kind of follows the house beyond on Thomas Avenue. On the property itself, yeah, we're kind of right at that almost 20 feet there. And then we're coming down towards the alley side to stay below 20 feet on the alley side. The site section just below this same slide, here you can see the relationship to the main house. We are trying to borrow the proportions and detailing of the main house across this project. The dashed line is an existing 6-foot fence around the property. And so we provided a little bit of fenestration on the car level that just kind of peeks over the fence to break down the scale on that side. We've borrowed the banding details from the front of the house, and we've borrowed some of the offset fascia lines from the front of the house. This is a really simple house, and those are really the few distinctive characteristics that we can pull from on this. On the staff notes, staff had asked for building footprint dimensions. So we have the car park is a standard 22 feet deep and 24 feet wide. We're adding 4 feet on the right side, plan right, for a stairway up to the ADU with some storage below. And we're adding a 4-foot bay towards the back to break down the scale towards the back in a manner that it speaks to the house without overwhelming it. The storage below the stair on the right side is built on a floating foundation with just a dirt floor for bikes and such because of its proximity to the tree. Staff also asked about the driveway apron. We are 8 feet from the alley. We usually prefer to be 10, but we're eating up so much of the yard that we're making it as tight as possible. We don't have a material preference for the driveway itself. It could be gravel or a concrete apron, but the alley, of course, is gravel. Window trim details. Our intention is to match the historic house in the window trim details, so our preference would be to submit to staff actual photos of the historic house with tape measures on them to be sure that there's some continuity in communicating that for construction. I think that's everything.
All right. Thank you, Jessica. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this application?
We have 2 unknown callers.
Okay. Callers?
Hello, if you've called in, if you would just please let us know if you are calling in about 1901 The Plaza or a different case.
This is Greg Johnson. I've called in for 509 North Pine Street.
Thanks, Greg. We'll talk to you in a minute. Okay. And there's another caller. Okay. Silence I'm taking as a no, they don't want to talk about this case. So back to you, Kim.
All right, perfect. Okay, commissioners, questions of Jessica? Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, thank you. I have a couple. Jessica, if you can go to page 7. I don't know, it's just me, I don't know, but what is the lined perimeter that is on all sides of the house?
So the outside dashed line with the double dash is the property line, and the inside is the setback. Because it's a corner lot, it has a larger setback towards the side street.
So on the
Oh.
ADU, there's an additional line that goes around the entire perimeter, closer to the structure. Yeah,
That is the ADU setback.
that's the ADU setback.
Yeah.
Okay, thanks. And then going to page, I think it's 8. Okay, it's not. It's the page that shows the side of the ADU structure and then the house. Yeah. Yeah, I guess,
Slide 9.
thank you. I'm wondering about the size of the windows on the top of the ADU in comparison to the bottom.
So we're trying to meet egress in the top for the ADU, but those could certainly be smaller. They would be a casement that appears to be a double hung if they were smaller. This house doesn't have any of those, but I think it would be totally reasonable for us to make them smaller if that was desired.
Okay, thanks. And then the other question I had relates to the tree protection plan that states that the fence needs to be 15 feet on all sides of the tree. And as I see it, that tree looks like it's 4 feet from the ADU. So I'm guessing you had some kind of special plan for that?
So Hardwood did submit a letter that is at the end of the application. I don't think it addresses that 4-foot side. When we met with Craig on site, he was highly confident that they could protect the tree and design the foundations in such a manner that they would have minimal impact on the tree. The tree is in good health at this time, but you are correct. We would not be able to put a 15-foot fence on that side.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's all the questions I have for you. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Walker. Any other questions? Commissioner Barth?
I have one quick question, very beautifully done ADU, by the way. My main concern is just that tree, Jessica. Did the arborist indicate that there was any concern with the rain loss or water loss to that root system underneath the ADU?
Our main concern is also the tree. To be clear, I'm on the same page as you, and the homeowner's main concern is also the tree. Craig did not express a concern about it. The rule of thumb that Heartwood has always given to me is that a loss of 30% of the watering zone, the tree can survive. Oh, sorry. The rule of thumb they've always given me in projects is that we can lose 30% of the watering zone before the tree reacts with any shock. Although in my experience, trees react with shock after any construction project, no matter what the proximity is. And so we're probably slightly over that 30%. Craig was confident. It is very tight on this site for sure.
Okay, again, I'm no tree expert, but that, I have no doubt that the design team and the homeowners, y'all will ensure its health. Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions before we close? All right, let's close for deliberation. Commissioner Walker, why don't you lead us in discussion on this one?
Sure. I'll reiterate the concern for that tree. I go up and down Ideal Way and do see, after a year or so, trees that are that close to all those new buildings that are up and down that street eventually do die and get torn down, and Ideal Way is without trees now as a result of that. So I do have that as a concern. And I guess the only other question I have is the relationship between the height of the ADU and the house. And if in fact this commission believes that 1 foot 8 inches difference in a house that's only 23 feet tall, there's 1 foot 8 inches difference between the house and the ADU. And if it's determined that this commission believes that is clearly secondary, which our guidelines require, then, I guess I'll bend over on that, but I continue to look at that and wonder if I could define that as clearly secondary. I don't know what other people think about that.
I'm going to kick it over to Chris Barth to pick up on the difference in the height of the ADU versus the primary, and then speak to the tree too, because he also asked the question. Chris?
The appearance of the ADU being secondary, at least to me, in my opinion, is not an issue. It's overall massing is clearly secondary to the main house. Its detailing and simplicity of form is very reactive to the existing house.
But I think
and-
it's that I'm sorry, I think it's that the height needs to be clearly secondary is what the
Yeah,
guidelines say.
and Jill, where are you getting the 1 foot 8? I thought it was 3'6".
The height of the house is 23 feet 4 inches and the ADU is 21.8.
Okay,
At the low point.
but
lowest
it
point
is
of grade.
lower.
It is lower,
And, yeah.
like, I guess
But because of those other reasons is why I would say I would be willing to forgive the height issue. I mean, to their credit, it is lower, so that, helps, in my opinion. And the tree, like I said, I'm not a tree expert. I have a huge concern about it, just because there's already an existing shed there. The ADU is taking up a significant portion of that root zone. So I lean heavily on the tree experts and making sure that it is well maintained.
Okay. Any other thoughts or concerns about the height of the ADU, the viability of the tree if the ADU is built here? Any concerns, or even on the design? Noel, if you'll turn on your mic. Commissioner Bell is going to speak.
I don't have a concern about the height. I agree with what Chris had said. I do like the simplicity and the matching of the windows and the detail. But could it be possible regarding the tree that if something happens to it, because I know sometimes we ask people if a tree must be taken down, that we have a replacement plan. So could that possibly be a consideration?
I think that kind of puts the cart ahead of the horse, and what the commission has done in the past has required tree protection. And, if for some reason years down the road, the tree does die, then we address that issue with the tree. But
I will say too, having dealt with this on my own house and having an interior tree that was blockaded from built structure from the street, it makes it immensely more difficult to take said tree down. If it comes to that, again, can't tell the future. But I guess, what I might want to see or might help me get through the tree issues is having a revised tree protection plan or assessment based on the actual built conditions from the arborist.
Mhm. How do you feel about that, Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, I think that if we were to lean on heartwood trees with concern of a 4-foot distance between a 48-foot, 48-inch caliper tree and the house itself, that would give me some level of comfort.
The other thing too, and I've heard this from a number of arborists, Jessica, or sorry, we're closed, is a lot of these big trees, a lot of arborists are suggesting removal anyway, just because there's such liabilities, especially on city streets where the city's insurance comes into play. So I'd be interested to hear what their, the remaining years and lifespan of this tree is, because it's probably nearing its end, unfortunately. Even though it is healthy, it might have 10 years, 15 years, who knows?
Well, yeah, I'm compared to you nearing my end, but I certainly wouldn't want to be shot down.
Commissioner Bell.
Actually, we actually had a situation at my home where it was probably 100 years old. Sadly, had to take it down because the arborist said it would likely fall into someone's home and injure someone. So it might be a consideration. That's a possibility.
Okay. All right, so,
Can I mention something about trees real quick?
Please.
It's a little off topic,
uh-huh.
but as part of the new UDO that was passed and goes into effect June 1st, there's a whole new section on heritage trees. And heritage trees, I believe, are native species and over 30 inches and over. So this would qualify as a heritage tree. And once June 1st hits, it would have to abide by, all the heritage tree requirements for replanting, which are more stringent than ours. So we're going to be talking a little bit more about that at our retreat, but
Okay.
that's just something to put on your radar to be aware of.
Okay. So it sounds like we are, Commissioner Henningsen.
Does anyone, so Joe had brought up the size of the windows on the side elevations, on the second floor of the ADU. Does any other commissioners, feel strongly about switching to casement windows on, second story ADU on that side and the other side?
How do you feel about that, Commissioner Henningsen?
Yes, I do believe that those windows are a little on the large side and should be smaller.
Okay. All who agree with that, let me just see. Let's just, Chris Barth.
Sorry, I have so many opinions.
Yeah.
I do agree that they could afford to be a little smaller. The fact that there are no casement windows on the existing house makes me a little bit more hesitant to put in casement windows there. And I know we can do things to make them look like double hungs. Just my opinion, I don't think it's as effective as a real double hung. We might ask the applicant to come back with the smallest accessible double hung size for that instance. Just a little, they're so close to the main level
Yeah.
sizes. I think they are a little smaller, but maybe just a little bit more difference between them.
Especially when you compare it to the side gable on the main house,
the top,
right?
correct.
The size of the window.
Correct.
So maybe I'm not suggesting, let me restate, not suggesting specifying casement versus double hung. So just suggesting something smaller
Sure.
to relate back to the main house.
It would also, I think, contribute to the diminution of the ADU to its main structure as well. Those larger windows on the top just don't help that to happen.
Could we reopen just briefly? I'd like to confirm that those sizes can be reduced.
Absolutely. Let's reopen.
Yeah, they can absolutely, if it goes to a casement, it can absolutely be reduced. This is the smallest double hung to meet egress, but we can go to
So
a
I'd have
casement.
to go to an alternate window style.
But we've done it successfully in the past.
Okay.
Could we also get the measurements of, we have the lowest point from grade Could we also get the highest point from grade? All right.
I don't know that I actually have that with me. I would have to get
Sure.
it from Kat.
When you, it sounds like you'll have the opportunity to do that. So let me close. All right. So right now, we want more information for our tree protection plan. We want to see the size of the upper double gang windows on the ADU made smaller. And do we have, was there another one? I felt like there was something else. The height
height
clarification.
clarification.
Thank you, Commissioner Barth. Yes, the height clarification, both lowest and highest point from grade, of grade. Okay, so it sounds like we have a motion in motion. So Commissioner Walker, you want to take the lead on this one?
Yeah, I'll take a crack. I would like to make a motion to continue this application with the following conditions met, that a tree protection plan incorporating more detail as to the 4-foot distance of a 48-inch tree protection from the ADU structure, that the upper level windows of the ADU be revised in accordance with the smaller detailing, and that the lowest and the highest heights of, is it both the ADU and the main structure?
Well, like I was really looking at the ADU, but it would help, I think, for both, so that we have some
Yeah,
kind
and
of
that the applicant
comparison.
provide the lowest and highest heights for both the ADU and the main structure.
And the applicant told us this, but it would be great now that they're coming back to have in writing the accessory building footprint. Do you mind if
So
I?
I'll add that to the motion
All right.
to also include the accessory building's footprint dimensions.
And window trim detail?
And the trim detail on the windows.
Yep. Okay. Anything else?
Do you want to specify what elevations you're asking to have them look at the size? Because it's 3 out of the 4. It's the north, east, south elevations.
An amendment to the motion to include in the height elevations, the 3 sides being the north, east, and south.
Okay. All right. Just for good measure, if you don't mind, should we repeat it? Restate the motion? Okay. So we have the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Henningsen, who just got there just a hair faster. Any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. Let's take a 5 and then,
Why don't we, during our break, let's take a minute to introduce Jenny if we
okay,
could?
that's
Okay,
perfect.
yeah,
Yeah.
let's,
So let's take a break and then we'll meet Jenny Schugert,
Mhm.
our newest team member. And then, after that, we'll have a little
okay.
potty break if you need it.
Okay, that's
Okay.
great. Yeah, so Jenny was at orientation, so she couldn't join us during the workshop. And as I mentioned, I wanted to formally introduce her to the commission and welcome her. Jenny joins us from Chattanooga, Tennessee, and has a wealth of experience and knowledge with historic districts and preservation, and most importantly, with compliance and enforcement. And Jenny is going to be leading up our enforcement program. We have restructured how we're doing enforcement and compliance. And so if you see anything, hear anything, Jenny's your point of contact. And you'll also be hearing from her during commission meetings. So she's going to start from start to finish, walk applicants through the process for after the fact applications and presenting to you. So she will have all the knowledge. So we're no longer passing it off to me, but we're having Jenny take it through the whole process.
So when we have neighbors approach us about a violation they've seen, straight to Jenny?
Straight to Jenny.
Straight to
Now,
Jenny.
you can
All right.
also, we always encourage you to copy the general HDC email or Cindy, Candace, and I in case Jenny's, on vacation or out of the office. But yes,
Okay.
Jenny's your main point of contact.
Okay, awesome. Welcome, Jenny. Thank you so much.
And
Any-
Jenny's also going to be, as you know, Cindy currently goes to all of our neighborhood meetings and, represents commission and staff very well. But as we add neighborhoods, that gets to be quite a burden. So we are dividing and conquering. And so Jenny will be our point of liaison with Oaklawn Park and McCrory Heights. Cindy will be retaining Dilworth and Wesley Heights. And Candace, we're bringing Candace along too. She will be doing Plaza Midwood.
Oh, wonderful.
Yeah. And Wilmore if they meet. But Wilmore doesn't meet very often, and PJ encouraged them to include us. We would love to be part of it. Thanks.
We have someone on the inside. Jenny, any words? Yeah.
I'm just very thankful and grateful to be here. It all came together very quickly, but very smoothly. So I'm very impressed already with the city of Charlotte and the organization and Christy and Candace and the whole team. It's been quick, but wonderful. I'm feeling very welcomed. And if you need more information on my background, please don't hesitate to ask. I'd be happy to fill you in.
Sure, thank you. We made it
This-
quick and easy so that we could get you.
This is her second week, so she started last Monday,
Okay.
and we're already
Well,
putting her to work.
We're incredibly grateful to have you, so thank you.
Thank you.
Great.
Okay.
Brief break and then
Brief break.
come back. Okay.
Yeah. So, what, like 1:45?
Okay, hello, welcome back. We are moving into the consent portion of the agenda. And the first project is 1532 Dilworth Road. Michael, are you here? Hi, Michael. Good. Will you come on up to the hot seat, please? Thank you. And Michael, I believe you need sworn in. Is that correct? Okay. Kim?
All right, Michael, if you'll raise your right hand, you can do it on the way up there even. And respond, I do. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth? All right, thank you, sir.
Okay, and if you would press the button to turn the mic on and please speak loud and clearly into it. So this project is a consent agenda project, meaning that the staff is recommending approval with the 2 minor conditions listed on page 3 of the staff memo, which includes working with staff on a final design to include a tree protection plan, a rear elevation of the porch showing the stair entrance detail, provide a brick and mortar sample, and that the new chimney should be brick to match existing instead of the proposed stone. So here's the existing house. The porch is coming out over here on this left-hand side. And it is a small, you can see here, it is a small, just screen porch extension of the front porch. The other important picture, let's see here. Here is the site plan layout. So you can see this house is located on a curve. Here's where the addition is going. Some renderings showing what it will look like post-construction. Some more renderings. Let me go back to, there we go. Here's a Google Street View image. So like I said, the house is on a curve and the addition is highly visible right here. And this is the tree in question right here. This window here will be changed from a window to a door. So that's it. I don't know, hold on. We have one unknown caller. So I'd like to check with them to see if it's an objection, and then I'll turn it over to you. Caller, are you calling in to talk about 1532 Dilworth Road?
This is Greg Johnson. I just rejoined the call after the break.
Perfect. Thanks,
509.
Greg. We'll be with you in just a minute.
All right, perfect. So commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? All right.
Does that include if we have questions?
Yeah.
Sorry.
thank
You can
That
ask
was-
staff questions, but if you have questions for the applicant, then it would need to be removed from the consent agenda.
There's a discrepancy in the drawings versus the renderings.
Okay, then I say you should hear it.
Okay, all right, so do we make a motion to take
motion.
it off?
Mhm.
Okay. Either Commissioner Wojcik or Commissioner Barth.
Please turn on your mics and make.
And it's important that we get this right, so thank you. So make the motion.
We're removing it from the
Mhm.
consent.
Mhm.
I would like to make the motion that we remove the project at 1532 Dilworth Road from the consent agenda.
Okay, and do we have a second?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Goodwin, motion made by Commissioner Wojcik. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, now let's vote. Okay, Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to remove from the consent agenda passes 9-0. All right, should we continue with the consent agenda and then come back to this?
No,
Okay.
we just continue in order. So what we'll do is we'll ask the applicant to state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Michael Kemp, and you said address?
Address. Mhm.
99 Pitt School Road is our office address, Concord, North Carolina 28027.
Perfect. Okay, Michael, is there anything you wish to share about the project, or do you want to go right to the commissioner questions?
Can I address the description or
The discrepancy, absolutely.
discrepancy in the drawing versus the rendering?
Mhm.
And I think it was 3 or 4 items that you guys were needing.
Sure.
The brick and mortar, sample elevation of the stairs and the tree protection plan. If I remember, 15 foot is the allowance. I just need to justify that trees outside the 15-foot clearance of where our building is going to be, or a protection.
It's more the drip line you would get with a tree, a certified arborist, and we have examples we can give you.
Whatever those other.
Well, this might make it go smoother. So if you were to present to us, we just go through your slides. So could we do that, Christy,
Yeah.
please? And we're going to follow your
Existing
lead.
conditions.
So what we're doing is just building a screened in room, 18 by 18, brick and mortar, foundation, crawl space, ventilated. We're gonna do tile flooring. We're gonna do that's the rendering that it has the discrepancy of. And we're putting a fireplace inside or on the outer side of it. We're doing an isocurn system, which is the volcanic ash system. We're going to stone it. We're putting a gas insert in it, or a gas assist. And like one of the folks said, one of the windows here on this bottom right slide is going to be converted to a door. We're going to meet the criteria of the door to window so that the transoms aren't removed or displaced. And then it's going to be screened in as well.
Okay. So we already know no one's on the line wishing to speak for or against this. Commissioner Wojcik, Commissioner Barth, why don't you ask your questions now?
I see in the description that the verbal description is brick columns and the rendering shows brick columns, but the actual drawings appear to be wood. And so I just didn't want there to be a confusion as to what the expectation was of what was being built.
So the original renderings that you saw there were actually provided to us by our client and his daughter. And it really was one or the other, wood or resembling the brick and mortar like the rest of the house. Whatever you guys propose we do so that it meets your specifications is what we'll do. But if that is one of the discrepancies, we can brick it all the way up. That's not a problem.
Okay.
That was really my
front
only
porch-
question. I just didn't want them to build one thing and us think that they're building
Sure.
something else, so.
Sure.
No, that's,
The front porch has those brick 3/4 with those columns on the top. So that's why the difference was put there, because I don't think that this structure meets aesthetics to do the type of columns that we've got here for the outside of the screen porch. So it's either half, 3/4, or full wood or full brick
okay.
would be my suggestion. Obviously, I'm not you guys.
Okay. Commissioner Barth?
While we're on that subject, I would mention that, at least to conform to our guidelines, in my particular opinion, I think that we'd rather see brick on those columns as drawn. I think it's by the structural engineer. Yeah, which must be the structural engineer with the K brackets and wood post. It seems very temporary for being a porch addition. I would, one of the other things that I noticed was having a stone fireplace. I know we're not on a historic house here, but I probably would rather see brick. That way it responds to the existing construction form, of the existing house, especially since it's so prominent and there's no stone anywhere else that I can see. And one more. I'd also, sir, could you confirm where on that screen porch the fireplace will be going? Because Chrissy, I don't know what page it is on mine. It says sheet number 9. Some of the early renderings. Up a little more. Right there. It appears that the fireplace is located on the rear of that porch versus the left-hand wall.
Again, these were renderings that his daughter
Early on.
first did for us with all the notes in which he was putting forth what he was wanting us to present to the Historic Society. But that rendering right there is inaccurate. That interior rendering where that fireplace is, it will be on this, if we're looking at this on this left elevation on the outer side.
So the interior on slide 9.
Perfect. Yes,
Okay.
that answers it. Thanks.
All right. Any, Commissioner Heineman? Good timing.
Christy, could you go to slide 11 to the bottom right image? Can you zoom in on the bottom right? I think my question has to do with getting a confirmation of the dimensions of the existing historic columns on the house, the brick ones, and a dimension on the proposed brick columns on the porch. The rendering
They do
appears
appear to be smaller.
to show a very slender brick column, which would be inconsistent with the character of the district. We could get a dimension on the fireplace and whether it has straight edges or not, or whether it tapers in some manner, that would be great too. It looks pretty tiny at the base.
Yes. The fireplace dimension itself is going to be 42 inches wide, so we're going to do an isochron system. So, I mean, we've got a little over 4 feet wide in the, because we've got to put an insert in there. So we'll have 4 foot at least. So if we're 18 feet, we're now 14. And I would have to imagine that these original columns are going to be at least 24 inches, as opposed to what we probably have here in this rendering is maybe a foot. So if you're asking what the dimensions of the fireplace would be, 48, 24, and 24, that leaves me with about 8 feet of screen room between the end of the fireplace and the edge of the brick column on the inside.
Will you hold your mic
Oh, I'm so
close to? Thank you.
You're definitely answering me exactly the way that I understand. We're on the same page about it. By the
Yeah.
time we add in the 24-ish brick columns.
And it would be
The-
straight edged and it would be brick if you guys are wanting to see that fireplace in brick. But I think widening those columns also limits the visible transmittance between the column and the edge of the fireplace.
Yeah, and I think once we have our engineers are mostly requiring a CMU stack on each side of the isochrone box to grab the beams, right? And then cladding around that. So it'll be the 42 plus the 16 plus the cladding. Yeah. I think probably a more accurate image of this, this perspective with those dimensions
Of
verified.
this rendering right here, a more accurate.
On all the drawings, we need more accurate dimensions of these items.
Commissioner Walker?
I just have a question for the applicant. I'm curious, I wondered why you did, and maybe you did consider attaching this additional porch to the porches that you have all along the front of the house. In other words, just moving it, pulling it forward so that it lines up.
There was, the client had a issue about that first window right there on that corner. He wanted that outside. So me personally, I'm the owner of the company. I didn't sell this job. I have not set foot inside that house. That is my salesman and project manager's disposition. But this window, he wanted it off to the left side of the house and did not want it to infringe on the front and have the continuation of that front porch lean-to roof.
Yeah, I guess there's good reason for that, just as, for me, I'm just uncomfortable with its placement against the house the way it is.
Sure, and I was uncomfortable with it, seeing the fireplace originally where this top window is. He was, and in that one rendering where there was a discrepancy of that fireplace against the house, he originally wanted that fireplace to go up there against the house. Well, you know as well as I do that that fireplace has to go 10 foot away from the ridge and 3 foot past the highest point. So that would be a tremendous chimney going up this house that would not be aesthetically appealing, nor would you guys accept that as a method of being built. So this was the next best thing for the design in which he wanted done.
Okay, thanks, Commissioner.
Thank you.
Walker. Yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
You know, one thing that is troubling me a bit is the way that the front soffit of that porch, it's interfering with the jack arch over the window. Would it be possible to move it back just a little bit and clear that jack arch?
Mm-hmm.
The other question I had is I didn't see a site plan or survey for this. There's a sketch here, but I think it's part of the application process, unless I just totally missed it.
This was the plot plan that we had provided to us. If we need to have a survey done, and I mean, we can look at GIS, we can look on the register of deeds and see if we can drop that down in there specifically for this presentation. Yeah.
Yeah, Christy, do we need a survey with
The
additional?
survey is not technically required. A site plan of some form is, so.
But my surveyor did provide this rendering right here as opposed to where the setbacks were for what they had proposed, the widening of the road, and then that left column kind of being inside the allowance, which we have found that they're not widening that road in the near future. So that this would be an accurate, but if you need it more, I guess, professional, we can make that happen.
Yeah, a more detailed site plan would be very helpful. One other question that I had is I want to make sure that people are okay with you mentioned a 24 by 24 brick column. Seems a little bit large to me. I think that perhaps the existing front porch columns might be that size, and then they have this short wood columns above that, but I'd leave that to the architects. I think 12 by 12 seems too small. I think that's
16 by 16.
That's what I was thinking, 16 by 16, but I would like to defer to the architects to help with that guidance.
Commissioner Heineman, Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Wojcik. Oh. Commissioner Heineman.
Actually, I'll discuss that in deliberation.
Okay. Commissioner Barth.
I don't know if this was mentioned already, but there does appear to be a medium-sized tree in proximity to the porch addition too. Do you know how big the tree is? Are you guys intending to keep that tree?
The intent was to keep the tree. The only tree that I know of is, when you say medium size, what are you talking about canopy wise? 30 feet? It looks like a small tree.
Yeah. And it's pretty close to, what's the guideline, Christie, 10 inches and larger need to be asked for removal or?
Yes.
10 inches or larger what?
Need to be either protected or, if you'd like to remove them, a report from a certified arborist saying it's like dead, disease, dying. But I think in this instance, what the staff recommended was, a tree protection plan done by the certified arborist.
Okay.
And I think I also mentioned that maybe like a floating foundation or something might be needed.
Okay. Any other questions? Commissioner Wojcik?
One more item on the floor plan. It says that the room is 14 feet. It doesn't have a dimension for the other side. And then in the written description, it says 18 by 18. If it's built 18 by 18, it will cover that front window that you mentioned they were requesting to leave exposed. So I think we just need the drawings, the pictures, and the description to really reflect what the project is requesting.
Thank
So
you.
appropriate sizing, not to infringe on that, row lock above the window.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. All right, any other questions before we close for deliberation?
May I see those first list of, items needed? When,
It's online. I can send you a
Okay.
link. Yeah, all this is, we can
Thank
send
you.
it. Yeah.
All
One
right.
more quick
Yes, sure.
question.
Commissioner Barth?
Sorry, just realized this. The roof slope is stated as 312, which I know may be a little shallow for an architectural shingle, asphalt shingle. What are y'all proposing for the roofing material and is that?
a 312 pitch is quite okay with asphalt. 212 is not an acceptable method of asphalt shingling. Any of our roofs that we do that are 412 and below, we completely ice and water shield the whole entire roof system before we lay asphalt. So we've got that added protection underneath there.
Okay.
And the shingle which we would design to use would more or less be a dynasty architectural, not like a crown slate, but it would have 130 mile an hour wind resistant strip, not 130, excuse me, 80 to 90 mile an hour wind, and it would have synthetic felt strip at the nailing pattern. So it would be a high dense architectural shingle as well.
And I imagine you went to the lesser slope pitch to miss those windows
Yeah.
on the second floor. Okay.
And that's one of my past clients is the one who actually was the structural engineer on this, and I'll have to get with him on that and see if he can button up some of these things.
Okay.
Thanks.
All right, Mr. Kemp, we are going to, unless you have anything else you want to add, close for deliberation.
I appreciate your time, guys.
We appreciate yours. All right, so we are closed. Commissioner Heineman, you want to resume?
I think the
can say
actual
their
driving point of the discussion for me is that this is a front addition on a really prominent, really visible lot. Christy, if you can go back to slide 4. I mean, granted, none of us have seen it recently because of the construction, but this is one of the most prominent lots in all of Dilworth. And it's got like 3 front elevations, and this is a front addition. And so I would expect that, I mean, the homeowner needs to provide the level of application that checks everything on the checklist that we see for all projects, including like setback exhibits, Zoutwell streetscapes, The porch footprint will be significantly, significantly forward of the neighbors.
Okay. Thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Wojcik, it was your idea to take this off the consent agenda. Don't be sorry. Clearly, it was a good call. So you want to add on to anything Commissioner Heineman has said that she didn't already so eloquently state?
I don't think I need to add anything to that.
All right. Anybody, Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Goodwin, those of you who had questions, Commissioner Walker, any questions? Commissioner Henningsen, Commissioner Bell? I don't. All right. Commissioner Heineman, do you mind putting what you said out loud on paper as a motion? Well, so
Always. Mhm.
I'm going to need some guidance on whether this is an acceptable motion or not then. So my motion would be to continue this application because
for the checklist items.
yeah, for all items on the signature page checklist. Including but not limited to the discussion today.
I think that sounds great. Christy?
I think that's a good start, but we also need to talk over everything discussed
Highlight the
and
points.
put some design
I think
standards
my
with it.
point is that it's not possible to completely evaluate it without seeing a complete application for the checklist.
Well, then we
because we
should
don't
have not
have-
heard it.
Yeah.
We already heard it, so.
Why don't we
we
then,
have
since
to-
we did hear it,
Yeah.
we can point out some of the items, Commissioner Heineman, and then use your argument of, we need
One second,
more
I-
information to help back it up.
Yeah.
The checklist. to the-
Yeah, and Noel took a list. I think a few of us took a list, so let's combine our lists and then let's use your point to round it out, okay? So Commissioner Bell? Your list?
So I added obviously the discrepancies with the drawings, the brick column sizes, changing the fireplace from stone to brick, the tree location guidelines, the distance between the tree and the structure, and the roofing materials.
And one more time, Commissioner Bell, the last one?
Oh, sorry, the roofing materials.
Roofing materials. Okay, are we missing anything from the list? Commissioner Wojcik?
The site survey?
The site survey. Okay, so that's one more thing on the list. Commissioner Walker?
I don't know if this can be added or not, but I'm struggling with any kind of precedence for a placement of a screened-in porch in this kind of way.
Okay, I think that could be added to the list.
So I would add Zoutwell Streetscapes, a column beam section, a railing detail, a soffit and fascia detail, lot dimensions, setbacks of adjacent lots. Any deed restrictions.
A rear elevation.
I think we need accurate existing and proposed elevations
There you
with
go.
notes and dimensions and some additional photographs of details of the existing building. I suppose with the Zalba elevations, we also need the ridge height of the proposal relative to the ridge height of the house.
Okay. After Commissioner Hyman's list, we'll get to you, Commissioner Henningsen.
I think that's everything off the top of my head here.
Okay, Commissioner Henningsen?
Do we also want to reference the staff comments, re-elevation of the porch, brick and mortar sample, et cetera?
Will you read the et cetera part?
I'll just read all the staff details. Tree protection plan, a rear elevation of the porch showing the staircase, showing the stair entrance detail, provide a brick and mortar sample, and that the new chimney should be brick to match existing.
Okay, so that's a pretty extensive list. So, did Commissioner Bell or Commissioner Heineman write all of that down? Who's making the motion is my question.
I did
Commissioner
not.
Bell?
Commissioner Bell, did you write it down?
She was typing feverishly, so we're going to kick this over to Commissioner Bell, knowing that
Thank you
it's a
so
team
much.
sport.
Yes, I can make a motion to move this forward with the following.
So it would be an approval, a continuation, or a denial.
Oh, to make a motion to continue
Mhm.
the application, sorry.
No need to
With the following
apologize. Yes.
conditions, and I
Mhm.
think do I have to repeat the list?
Yes,
Okay, I don't know that I got everything, so I apologize.
we'll add to if we need to.
Okay.
Okay.
So the discrepancies with the drawing, so understanding the wood versus the brick, the applicant shared the fact that they were willing to go with what the HDC recommended.
So, yeah, because I think we said we didn't want the wood, so why don't we say accurate drawings? And
Accurate
Mhm.
drawings, okay. And then the brick column sizes,
Mhm.
the chimney / fireplace, changing from, in the drawings, from stone to brick. The tree location guidelines or the protection plan. The roofing materials. A site survey. A placement of the screened-in porch / storm windows. I think I heard that right. The railing detail. The deed restrictions. Accurate elevations. Additional photography. And brick and mortar sample.
There's also precedence for this kind of porch in the neighborhood.
By this kind, do we want to specify what you mean by that? Like front side porch, one on a corner?
Yeah, what would you call it?
I think having an offset screened-in porch, not lining up with the house's front porch is a really unusual concept. So I guess in terms of looking at all our guidelines and seeing placements of porches vis-a-vis the house, this one I'm not sure. I think there's a precedent for that. I would like to know if in fact there is.
Yeah. So we're getting back into discussion.
It's okay. It's why
Uh,
we're here.
Not being a historic house, I can kind of see that. We have seen some American Foursquare options where they have side front porches and that sort of thing. I'm not as concerned about that, but feel free to add that to the motion if.
Okay. Commissioner Heineman, did we get all of your points?
Yeah, I think so. I would just reference that we need to meet all of the requirements of the checklist.
Okay.
So we're adding all the requirements to the checklist. Okay.
Mhm. Okay, so we have our motion made by Commissioner Bell, seconded by
I'll second it. Heather beat me to it.
Commissioner Wojcik. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Thank you, Michael. All right.
Thank you, guys.
Let that be a lesson that if you see something, say something. Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik.
Okay. Greg, are you still with us?
I'm here.
Greg, were you sworn in?
I signed the waiver and I announced my name when you did the verbal swearing in at the beginning of the meeting.
Perfect. Perfect. Okay, the next application is 509 North Pine Street. It is for a rear addition, which has the same footprint as an existing deck. And it's getting slightly wider with new access stairs and a walk added along the left elevation behind the existing bay window. All materials are traditional to match existing. And there's an original window on the right elevation, which is slide 12. Nope. Slide 15, right here, that they're not sure if they're going to have to change this to a casement for egress or not. So they're proactively asking to be able to change that once they get into construction if needed. But their intention is to keep the window if possible. And you can see existing and proposed on slide 12 and the railings matching all these existing details on the project. Staff is recommending approval with some conditions. One condition being that a vertical trim piece be added where the original house ends. So you can see the transition, aligning the window header heights on this elevation, and providing window specifications that meet HDC standards. I think the condition A doesn't specify that it's the left elevation, but my intention is the left elevation as described to match slide 12. So with that, I don't think we have anyone on the line. Candace, do we have anyone on the line?
No.
Okay, thank you.
All right, commissioners, any objection to this one remaining on the consent agenda?
I hate to do this.
Yeah, no.
I'd like to hear this one.
Okay, so let's make a motion, Commissioner Barth.
I'd like to make a motion to hear this case as a full commission review
Okay, and to take it off the consent agenda?
and to remove it from the consent agenda.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by Commissioner Wojcik.
Yes.
I'll let you say it next time. I can see you because I'm in the room with you. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to take this, remove this from the consent agenda passes 9-0. So,
Okay, Greg, if you would please state your name and your address for the court reporter. And are you able to hop on video?
I'm sorry I can't. I'm traveling in South Dakota right now, and I'm actually got a plane that I'm going to need to board in about a half an hour.
Okay, well, we'll try and help you get through it. So if you would state your
Okay,
name and
thanks.
your address for the court reporter, please.
Sure, it's Greg Johnson, 509 North Pine Street, 28202.
Okay. And Greg, if you would just, is there anything you wish to add about the project, or would you like to take questions from the commission?
No, I think I'd be willing to take questions from the commission.
Okay. Back to you, Kim.
all right. Commissioners, questions for Greg? And make it quick, he's boarding a plane.
My main questions are, the addition appears to spring off an existing roof line. One of our guidelines mentions that additions should be easily removable if possible. So what I'd like to see is that enclosed porch be pulled back with the main rear gable so that it appears as an addition, excuse me, rather than, I do see that the eave line was maintained, but it's really just an applied effect. Essentially, that gable roof line on the right-hand side, as you look from the rear will be eliminated. So my question to the applicant is, would you consider moving the back wall of that shed roof on the part that you're enclosing towards the front of the house so that there's a delineation between the rear gable and the addition?
Sure. How far would you like it to be moved?
I'd say something in order to give some sort of delineation. So, I could ask some of the other commissioners, we may get into that with deliberation, but I'd say a foot or 18 inches.
Okay, so the shed roof, you'd like it moved back about a foot or 18 inches.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
And you're referencing slides 13 and 12?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
The other thing, and Christy helped me, I really appreciate the fact that the applicant has mimicked the railing design along the proposed. It doesn't meet code. Is this an issue for us or something that we could even bring up being a code issue?
You can advise the applicant that they should check code, but we are not arbiters of code. And so if it meets our design standards, great. And if they need to make changes, they'll be back.
Okay. Yeah, this one might even slip through. It just depends. But yeah, I would caution the applicant to ensure the maintain this historic design. I think it's phenomenal. But just be wary of code issues. Again, going back to the staff comments, like to have consistent header heights on our windows. I think that was all I had.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Wojcik?
I also am concerned about the roof line on the rear elevation, and I apologize. I don't really understand what you were asking him to do.
Christy, if we go to slide 13. So there's the main roof gable is being absorbed by the addition with the addition of a shed roof. And essentially the shed roof wall and the gable wall are coplanar.
Okay.
And they are leaving an eave line, which I think is very thoughtful. But essentially that erases the whole right-hand side of that gable line. So the addition doesn't seem additive, it seems absorbatory. That's even a word. So I'm asking them to move it back just a little bit so we can create that difference between the two.
Okay.
Okay, Commissioner Heineman?
I think Commissioner Barth's comments are spot on, and I would suggest that actually this shed dormer needs to intersect lower than the ridge line in order to appear secondary, but I would absolutely agree with everything that Commissioner Barth said.
Okay. All right, Commissioner Henningsen?
Commissioner Barth, which wall are you suggesting being moved?
So the hand where Christy's hand is pointing
Yeah.
right now. Yeah. So there's a hip roof over the remainder of the addition. That roof will need to climb. The triangle of the shed roof needs to be pushed back, and per Commissioner Hinman's suggestion, which I think is great, its intersection with that gable needs to be pulled down as well. So that whole shed roof needs to move back and slope adjusted, and then the hip roof over the remainder of the addition will continue to rise and die into that shed wall. So essentially the footprint of the addition wouldn't change. It's just the roof geometry and how it's handled.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions or comments before we close? Okay. All right, let's close for deliberation. And, you know, Commissioner Barth, you had a lot of insightful things to say. Unless we have any other needs for discussion, I think that we can go to a motion.
And it's, I don't know what you're thinking, but it's highly specific that I'm comfortable signing off on if you give me specific, you know, repeat your specific directions.
I'd like to make a motion to approve this project with conditions, requesting that the applicant work with staff on the following items. Number one, for the rear addition, requesting that the applicant move the shed roof wall at least 12 to 18 inches toward the front of the house so that is not coplanar with the existing rear gable. Additionally, with regard to the addition roof, requesting that the applicant move the intersection of the shed roof with the main rear gable, down at least 4 inches. Jessica, 6 inches. 6 inches, we'll say. Second item would request that the applicant align new window heads with the existing windows. And third item would just draw attention to the handrail design, that the applicant reference certain code standards.
Okay. So a motion made by Commissioner Barth, seconded by?
I'll second.
Commissioner Heineman. Any further discussion of the motion?
Can I add a friendly amendment to reference the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines number 10? And I'd like to reiterate Commissioner Barth's comment earlier that this is not really a programmatic or floor plan change. This is really just a roof configuration change. And it is to comply with the Secretary of Interior standards number 10, such that this addition is visible in a manner that it could be removed in the future and returned to the historic house.
Okay, friendly amendment made. Are you going to accept it, Commissioner Barth?
I am going to accept it. I'm going to provide a friendly amendment to my own if I can.
Okay.
Would also request that the applicant, I guess this would be item number 4, place a demising trim board at the existing rear of the building where the addition will attach.
Okay. All right, so friendly amendment made and accepted by Commissioner Barth.
And we referenced the addition standards.
Mhm.
So just checking.
Okay, so let's provide some standards to back up your. Yep. So we're looking, it's on your slides, Commissioner Barth, you can also go to page 1. And it's,
So some guidelines I'd like to reference. I'm trying to go in order here.
I don't see, I think when you get to 6, that's where we start, but
I need to get specific. Or can I just say chapter 6?
I
You
think
can say
just
chapter
6. You could say chapter 6 or 6.20, which is specifically the additions.
Okay. I'd like to reference guidelines section 6.20 for additions.
Okay. All right. Are you still good with those, Commissioner Heineman?
I am.
Okay. All right. Any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes, motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you, Mr. Johnson.
Thanks, Greg. Safe travels. Okay, our next application is 224 Grandin Road. Jim, are you with us?
Yes, both Jim and Joyce are here.
Oh, good. Jim and Joyce, have you been sworn in?
Yet we raised our hand at the beginning and said, I do.
Perfect. Okay, this application is also on the consent agenda. You'll recall that the commission reviewed in depth a rear addition to this site at 224 Grandin and a new accessory structure and a retaining wall along 4th Street, given the sharp change in grade. They're back with just a slight change. They have an existing non-complying retaining wall that they would like to change to a 2-tier retaining wall as kind of marked up on slide 5 with brick to match the house and a planting area in between. And so staff usually doesn't approve, 2-tier retaining walls. And with the other retaining wall on the property, and the high level of review, especially corner lot at this location, bringing it to the commission for their approval. You can see on slide 7, the plans for their new retaining wall and fence, and then how this kind of mimics at the curb here. Slide 9 has a layout showing length and width and brick samples. And slide 11 has more details. And with that, I don't think we have no unknown callers, so over to you.
Okay, perfect. All right, commissioners. Commissioner Heineman.
I need to disclose that I'm working with a family member of the applicant. Do I need to recuse?
Yeah, probably.
thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
Okay, let the record show that Commissioner Heineman has recused from this application. All right, any questions for the applicants, commissioners? Okay. Why don't we close then for deliberation? Let's see here. Commissioner Whitlock, why don't you take this one, the lead on this one?
Yes, well, I commend the applicants for their submittal. And I think based on what I've seen and read and the staff recommendation, I would be prepared to make a motion.
Okay.
So I make a motion that we approve this application. The project is not incongruous with the district and meets the standards for fences and walls 8.6 through 8.8.
Okay. All right, so motion made by Commissioner Whitlock, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. Any discussion of the motion?
Would we like to include the condition, or are you good with not including the condition?
No. Commissioner Whitlock?
Yes, I think I would like to add the condition, the lower wall should be set back a minimum of 24 inches from the existing sidewall.
A minimum of 24 or 18?
24
Okay.
inches. Yes.
All right. Anything else?
No.
There's some, okay, let's see here. All right, so Commissioner Bell, are you still good with that?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen, Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. I was waiting on my own answer, sorry. 8-0, the application is approved, 8-0. Thank you.
Thanks, Jim and Joyce. The next application is 720 Grandin Road. Zach, are you with us?
Let the record show that Commissioner Heineman has rejoined the meeting.
Thank you. Zach? Cindy, do we see him? He's there. Hi, Zach. You're muted if you're trying to speak.
He may be using a Bluetooth device.
Zach, are you using Bluetooth? If you are, you might need to switch from that. Thanks, Commissioner Hinman. Okay. Since this is consent, would we like to move forward, and then if we decide to bring it off, we can work with him? Okay.
Absolutely, yeah.
Okay, so this next application is for front porch changes. It is a railing on top of the front porch roof. And we have historic photos on slide 7 and then zoomed in on slide 8 where you can see ghost lines, that there was previously a railing, and there's a door. So all signs indicate that there was originally a railing here. We just do not have photos of what this railing looked like. And the applicant has indicated a willingness to work with staff on the design and material. Their initial request, you can see on page 9, someone had a clearly replacement railing in 2014. Their initial request was a simple metal railing. Staff is recommending that the height of the railing itself match the ghost lines, and then a booster rail be added to meet code compliance. So that is more proportional with what likely would have been there in the beginning. So with that, basically what we need is the commission's approval for staff to continue to work with the applicant on this, since this is on a front elevation. And the conditions are outlined as either metal or wood would be applicable here. The new rail to be at a historic height, as indicated by the ghost lines in the district file photo, with the booster rail, and to work with staff. So with that, we have nobody on the line.
Okay, commissioners, any objection to this remaining on the consent agenda? Okay, so we'll close now, and let's see, Commissioner Bell, if you don't mind taking the lead on this one.
No, just based on, what I've reviewed and the fact that there's no additional discussion, I move to approve this application with the following staff conditions, staff recommendations. The applicant uses either a simple metal or wood railing. The new rail would be at a historic height, and I think Christy mentioned the additional designs to be approved by the staff, as indicated by the ghost lines drawings in the district file photo. A booster rail may also be used to meet the code. And then we just encourage the applicant to continue to work with the staff.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Bell. Who wants to second that motion?
Second.
Seconded by Commissioner Barth. Any discussion of the motion?
Just can we add a standard, right? Standards for porches, number 4.8.
Accept it?
I accept that, thank you.
Okay, and as do you, Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. All right, any further discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth?
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker. Commissioner Heineman, is it Heineman or Hinman?
Hindman.
Huh?
Yes, Hindman.
Commissioner Heineman,
Thank you. Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati. Yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 9-0. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Katie, are you with us? Let's see here. Katie is not online yet. Okay, we might have to skip. Alan, are you with us?
I'm here.
Okay, well, I say we skip to Alan and come back to Katie. Okay,
Okay, sounds good.
so the next application is 1921 Park Road. Alan, have you been sworn in?
Yes, at the beginning.
Great. Alan, are you in a place you can turn on your video?
Of myself?
Yeah.
I didn't plan on it, but okay, here goes. All right.
Judgment-free zone. We'd just love to see your
We're
face
sure
and
you
talk
look
to you.
lovely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, this while Alan's turning on his video, this application was continued from the August meeting. All of the items for continuance are listed in the memo, materials, fenestration, a restudy of the complexity of form for the accessory structure, minimizing the width of the accessory structure, documenting height differences between the accessory structure and the main house, more information on the garage doors, ensuring that the pool equipment and HVAC is screened, and more information about the fence elevation. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Alan. I think I'm going to go past, it's a very large file, so it's loading very slowly. I'm going to skip all the photos, and I'm going to start with slide 15. Alan, would you like to take it from here?
Okay, that'll be fine.
Okay.
For those that may be unfamiliar or just a refresher, the project concept for this was to maintain the original house as it's seen from the street without alteration, and a new accessory facing and as seen from the alley would depict an historic profile similar to the house, and with revised plans in a block form, which was changed with this application. And in between the back of the house and the back of the accessory would be sort of an adventurous outdoor living court that departs from historic reference. So if I may just respond to the continuance items. And the first one mentioned was the materials from the detail between this transition of the square and diamond wood shingles. And if you'll go to, sorry, I'm doing this in order. So I think that would be slide 42, 43.
Okay, I think it starts on slide 40,
Okay, well.
41, and 42, I think.
41, 40, okay, right, yes. And so these diagrams show where the location of the diamond shaped in the square shingles, and also the door trim and the parting bead between the shingles. So those depict, you know, that distinction. And then following this in the slides, I guess 42 and 43. well, those are the slides that, I'm sorry, that all three of those slides show where I'm a bit distracted because my visual is overlapping the drawings, but anyway, I'll just go with that. Sorry.
You can minimize that.
Let's see. Well, that's okay.
Okay, we're on slide 42, showing the rear elevation of the house that you have color coded with orange and green.
Yes.
Okay.
And so this shows where the each shingle starts and begins, and also the parking bead that in the elevation that show the shingles, and also secondary was the need for materials and the trim on wood and doors. And for the rear portion of the house that is related to the diamond-shaped shingles, the trim would be different from the main portion of the house in having just a block 2-inch by 2.5-inch wood trim. And the slides following, I guess, would be 43, addresses the I'm sorry, the specifications for the doors and windows. Sorry, I had to switch because there was noise on the other side of the house. So the windows, these are the specifications for the oversized doors for the rear and blanks of the house. And they would have the reduced trim. The other windows in the house would match the historic profile, having the 4-inch trim. And they would have the STDL GL1 Sightline series or equivalent thereof. And going to point 2, the fenestration mentioned about on the right elevation.
What slide do you want me to go to, Alan?
Yes, if you go to slide, what I saw is 22, which should be the no, it's earlier than that. Then I don't know why it's out of sync here with what I had, but it's the right hand elevation of the house.
21.
Okay. And you have the existing above and the proposed below, and the topic was the fenestration of the new bay addition, which in this scheme, this is a mirror image of the original bay on the front part of the house at the gable, projecting gable. So comment number 3 was the restudy and complexity of the garage. And if I may go to what I had called, if we can take a look at slide 9, I think, which is the photographs. If you skipped over those in the beginning, but it's important to show the original garage. And then we can go back to this slide. Okay, it's the one following. No, it's the ones before 7. I mean, it's the ones of the garage. So that would be 8.
Slide 8.
Yes, there we go. These are the photographs of the garage, and as you can see, it is a block form and fairly simple. and it has an open front, and it's actually leaning and dilapidated. But there are two windows in the one of the rear and one on the side that we would like to use to actually reuse and pay. And the new scheme is to simplify it with this block form. And we'll be using the same type of shingles on the new addition and two of the windows and match the others. It also has the open rafter tails, and it does have a brick foundation, but it's very abbreviated and not having much of a foundation at all visually. And so what we'd like to do is to use a short foundation wall, and which is more like expressed in which you need to go to it, but the back of the house rear addition of the porch, where it's only like a foot tall. And but as a new accessory, it does have a garret above. And if we could go to the actual slide 22 or 3 of the elevations of the accessory. There, slide 22. It has there's another scheme of a comparison of October and August, but on this slide, it does show the elevations and all the notes of materials. Wanted to point out, and the difference between the two, and we can see in the comparison later, is that the a side appendage has been taken off. The eave line continues on the sides with an offset coplanar, not coplanar, dormer above that sort of matches and pays homage to the house with the gable and brackets and the combination louvered and square type windows, panes. So if we can go to, if you like to go to the comparisons of, yes, that would be 24 or so.
20, yeah, the comparisons start in 23 and are 23, 24
Right.
through 27.
Okay. If we go to the well, we could go through all those now. 23.
I'm on 23.
Okay, yeah, and so you can see the that is very distracting. I don't know how to get my I'm afraid I'll foul up something anyway. As you can see, the front, let me get that out of the way. No. Oh well. Oh shoot. Sorry. Well, I'm sorry. It's just that now the screen is completely turned. So I'm just not exactly sure how I've gotten to this point, but if we can.
Okay, well, we're on slide 23, which shows the house front and the accessory, quote, rear, but really it's the accessory front that faces the house, the courtyard elevation. Slide 24 shows the rear of the house and it says garage front, but it's kind of the rear of the garage that faces the rear property line. And it has the dimensions between the different heights.
Would it be helpful, since there seems to be some kind of technical issues going on and we want to give Ellen the best chance to present this application, if we, Jill, are we able to?
I'm back now. I've manipulated it and I'm back to the screen.
Okay.
Okay.
So we can go, and my face is out of the center of the picture. So,
Okay.
Okay, so we're back on slide 24, and we're showing the comparisons. This would be the north elevation, and the second one is the house rear. So you have the rear of the house, and in the same plane would be the garage front. So you can see the garage doors and the windows and the gable and the reduced height at that point, even with the at the front being 24 feet. So you can see the comparison of the widths and the height. And while we're on this, the garage doors are fashioned of a carriage style with hardware, and their widths are 10 feet and height 9 feet, of which is depicted. And next slide. And this would be the house rear. So these would be facing one another with the house addition and accessory addition. And one point was the comparison of a two-story if I may, we'll just I've had in my notes per the comparison. I mean the notes for the application in the continuous items. If we can continue going down those, it might be better. And number 6 would be the garage doors, which we're looking at the other one. It does show that the garage doors have their carriage style, and the point 7 was the site features of the, and this should be slide 17, which shows the, well, it's the one before that then, 15. This shows the existing site plan and the proposed site plan, and it was the location of the fences and the there we go, the HVAC equipment screen wall and the screening of the pool equipment in the back, and how the fence with the portal sort of splits the sides of the accessory. And then there was mention in a section, the continuous items number, if you go number 8, if you go to slide 31, I guess it would be. Well, actually 30. This does show the fence as it would visually represented in 3D and also an elevation. It does show the cross section, and it shows the fence height in conjunction with the portal and also an overhang ID detail. And so that sort of goes through the continued items. And there were some staff analysis. And if I may go over those, there's the 1A, which was provide dimensions and materials and details of the window trim and cornices. That was the same details on slide 23 and 25, or 21 and 23. Well, I guess it was before that, but we were just looking at those basically. I'm sorry. And then part B to that was materials and details of the doors and window specifications, and I reiterated that with the details of the window trim with the diamond shape and square shingles. Staff point 1C was the front elevation, and if we'll go to the slide, I guess it's like 9, perhaps. No, I'm sorry, that's not it. It was a front. There's a front gable and with a bracket detail. That's it. And it does show that the on the original front porch, the window is set lower than what was identified on the previous submission in August, and so that was corrected. And this does show the brackets and that hold up the eave, and it also provides those dimensions lower in this picture. Yeah.
Where are the dimensions, Alan?
Below there.
Of just the bracket?
Of the bracket.
Just for a point of clarity for everyone, my point of the staff analysis is that this is not drawn correctly on any of the drawings. The trim is about 3 times the size. So anyway, that just clarifies that point, Alan.
Okay, well, it was to match the existing.
Right, but as drawn, it clearly doesn't match.
Okay, that sort of a drafting complexity. If that's required to do so, it could be done. And also, but if you go to the comparisons in October, there was one shot of the front of the house that I'm sorry, the comparisons of the August and the October.
Slide 37?
Yes, that would be it. Thank you. It does show that in August, the window was cited higher than it actually is, and that was corrected in the October submission. But that was simulating no changes, but it's just a correction. And the trim is a little bit out of scale, drafting wise. So that could be corrected or so noted.
Not gonna be touched.
And the other point was the accessory building as a 2-story mass. This is 2A on the staff notes. Was a 2-story massing on the front portion. What was done in the was the side appendage on the right, as you can see in the August, was removed, and it's more of a simplified block form without any roof differentiation on sides, and the gable on the backside of the accessory facing the back of the house was changed slightly, but it creates a block form with the center gable, and the appendage on the left is taken away, simplifying it. And the massing has the in plane, the chimney is forward with the balcony, and then recessed back is the face of the house with the gable. And so it's non-coplanar, which gives it a breakup of a two-story structure. And the gables are expressed now as dormers, continuance of the eave and offset coplanar. And in the accessory number C, the foundation appears undersized compared to the scale and massing of the structure, but it is an accessory and not expressed as a primary structure. And this recapitulates the nature of the original garage to not have a high foundation wall, but it would be expressed. So I think that's all the comments to this, and I think the owner, Doug Eben, may have, and I apologize for all the little problems.
Okay.
Technical.
All right, Alan, thank you. Do we have anyone on the line wishing to speak for or against this?
No callers.
All right, commissioners, questions for Alan?
Guess I have one or two. We'll see. Alan, can you explain in a little more detail what the HVAC and pool equipment screening looks like, and especially as it relates to the neighbors facing the neighbor's yard?
It now is shown as a barrier from the front of the house, as seen from the street, depicted on the site plan as a barrier that is shortened version of the fence that would be in the backyard, rear yard. So there presently is an abundance of vegetation there, and perhaps the owner could speak to that. I was not aware of a screening requirement for adjoining properties, but
Any other questions?
No, so essentially the screening around this is around the equipment is a smaller scale version of the fence.
Yeah.
Okay. And can you clarify for me, I thought I heard 10 feet on the garage doors. That's a 10-foot width. What is the height? Can you confirm that again, please?
9 feet.
9 feet, okay. And let's see. I appreciate your response to and your thoroughness with regard to the transition between the diamond shingles and regular siding. That was perfect. Thank you for that. And it appears that you did minimize the width of the ADU by approximately 4 to 6 feet.
Yes.
Great. All right. That's I think that's all I have.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Barth. Alan, on page 11, slide 11, on the right, it says House front with attic window vent detail with no changes except new door to align glass with sidelights to replace modern full wood doors. So the front elevation is changing. Is the door that is represented on slide number 18 the door that you're proposing to use?
That would coincide, could I see the picture of it, Christy? I'm from the elevation. Yes, so it'd be basically just a wooden door that matches the window in the door would align with the side lights, and the remainder below where the side lights would be wood. So it's a graphic representation of the design.
Okay. The
And-
ADU, I'm sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off. Go on.
What was there, of course, was a new replacement door, just solid wood.
Sure, absolutely.
Uh-huh.
Okay. My next question, the ADU from grade to ridge is, I think I wrote down, it's just under 21 feet. The rear of the primary is just under 22 feet. They're pretty comparable in size based on that math to me. So will you speak to how the accessory building is secondary to the primary, please?
Well, yes, you can see from the slide that the front, and what we're talking about is the graphically, it's shown here that it aligns with the side gable roofs, but the main gable height in the center line of the house extends beyond. So there's a difference there from the actual ridge to ridge, and it slopes up. So it's a good 3 feet lower.
I'm sorry, I didn't get that last part. It's a good 3 feet
Lower.
lower. Okay. And can you tell me why? I mean, I'm sorry.
Well, the main
It's
gable
like
in
I'm a 5-year-old.
the main gable of the house is the height of the accessory. I mean, the height is determined by the center gable of the front of the house.
Can I help, Alan?
Please.
Yeah, so
Please,
Alan's
please.
saying this right here
Uh-huh.
is 3 feet taller than this,
Uh-huh.
and these cross gables
Uh-huh.
are equal to this.
Again, I go back to it doesn't, even with that being the case, it doesn't seem secondary to me. It does seem like a 2-story accessory building. So well, I'm sure we'll discuss that, and maybe some of your fellow architects can help me with that one. Thank you for outlining the trees that are to go, the ones that are on the neighbor's property, so on and so forth. So now that that's clear, there's a 24-inch native cherry tree and a 15-inch oak tree that you plan on taking out. Do you plan on replacing that?
Yes, there are trees that are located ornamentals in the looking at the proposed on the perimeters.
What slide?
The slide we're looking at now.
Slide 16, thank you.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Okay.
And it shows new plantings there that basically screen and that are ornamentals shown freestanding in the courtyard and also at the perimeter edge of the property line there.
And would ornamental trees be comparable to your larger canopy trees?
No, they would not.
Yeah.
But
So
there
do
are
you have any?
abundance of trees on the rear and the, if I may, the surrounding lots. But
So
the one back would remain.
So ultimately, the large canopy trees that are being taken out are not being replaced with large canopy trees, is that correct?
Yes,
Okay,
I mean, they could be, but there's other canopy there.
okay. And then I made notes about the window detail needing to be consistent, but, so that's all I have for now. Commissioners, other questions for Alan? Before we close, Alan, anything you want to say before we close?
No, only that this accessory is in the interior of the lot, about 150 feet, which is from the street edge. And as your view, and you could see on the 3D depictions, which follow in slide maybe, lost track, but maybe 26. There's 3D depictions.
I'm looking
maybe.
for them. I think slide 36.
Yes, okay, yeah.
Mhm.
So these are from the street, and they sort of show how far back it is from the main house in elevations that you would be hard pressed to actually see. The center one is more depictive of how it would look from the street.
Mhm.
Basically it's virtually behind the structure, no wider, significantly no wider, and behind the roof lines.
Mhm. As far as the fence goes, is it curved? It looks like it's curved. I just want to
It
confirm.
is segmented on a curve.
I'm sorry?
It's segmented on a curve.
Yeah. Is there precedent for that in the area?
Well, what was discussed at the last meeting and not brought up objectionably per se is that fences are an element that has come and gone and been replaced, and this not being a permanent in nature, and the fence tries to have the backyard not completely fenced in as a barrier, a visual barrier, and a hard edge, but to contain the outdoor experience such that the plantings of ornamental trees and shrubbery can provide a softer edge to the interface between the neighbor next door, and how you would visualize and be screened off the accessory and the addition.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yes.
All right. Any other questions, commissioners? All right. Going once, yes, Commissioner Goodwin.
Is there indeed a tree protection plan that has been developed for the large canopy trees in the rear?
Yes, on the sheets with the trees, there was the indication of protective barriers and the ones with the actual trees. Yeah, there. That coincided with the tree protection drip edge proportional to the size of the tree.
And I know this isn't on the, it wasn't continued for this, but I just have to ask, the curved wall at the back, Is there precedent for that in the neighborhood?
Well, there was. I actually did a project for the Dilworth Animal Hospital, of which was also a tax credit project and approved by this commission for a rear curb addition, and the ramp coincided with it, and it was in shingles, and so there was precedent for it, but unfortunately, it few years ago it burned, so it's not in fact there. But that's just one example, or could be others.
And the diamond shaped cedar shakes, which help me. I thought that those were found primarily on Victorian style homes, not simple bungalow style homes. How was that introduced?
Well, if the wall is curved and there's a reason internally for it being curved, to synergize the connection between the indoor and the outdoor, walls were focused on that area that was conducive to having the curved walls, and it was an expression of a variation from the historic. We paid very close attention to try to not change the front of the house and the additions on the side to be similar to the existing, and the body of the garage mimic the house in historic nature, fashion, materials relating to the house, but took the liberty of those facing the interior of the house of the personal area and out of the public domain view, to personalize it, to give them more interesting and synergy.
Hmm.
So that was the genesis of that, and it would tend to lessen the effect of an outdoor space adhering to an abrupt wall that was, the physical geometry wasn't conducive to synergizing the inner courtyard.
So essentially, you were able to play more because it's at the back of the house. Is that what you're saying?
Well, it is in the personal domain of the backyard. It's not exposed to the public, and I think the Secretary of Interior Standards has sort of a duality there of the distinction between the historic and original fabric, and whereby the differentiation of something new introduces it into a different era of, and this would be seen as such.
Okay.
But the 3/4 of the artifact and facing sides and back of the public domain would adhere to the historic.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So that was my thought pattern, is that why put up a wall essentially to wall in and to not embrace the activities of what was going on for a more exciting and dynamic interior personal space, and being screened also with fencing that has that allows plantings and materials to interface between your next door neighbor and not just the backside of a fence.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, thank you for explaining that to me, Alan.
Yes.
I don't think there are any other questions. So, yeah, Commissioner Walker.
Yeah, this is just a quick one. Phil, I thought, did you ask for a tree protection plan? And did Alan, if he answered that, I'm not sure I got it.
I asked the question if a plan had been developed. I did see the dashed line that there is a tree protection zone around those rear canopy trees, but as far as seeing a plan, that's what.
No, okay. Just wanted to make
Okay.
sure I understood that. Thanks.
All right. So why don't we close now for deliberation? Let's see. Commissioner Henningsen, will you lead us in this discussion, sir?
Yeah, and absolutely. So I'm just kind of reading through some of the items that it was continued for. So let's talk about the transition from the square shingles to the diamond shingles. If I recall correctly, in last month's meeting, we didn't say, yes, we will allow the diamond shingles because they could be incongruous, but show us that transition. Show us the transition so we can make that decision. So, I'd kind of like to lean on Commissioner Barth and Commissioner, Hinman about the information that they provided that Alan's provided on the transition. Is that enough?
So if we're looking at this graphic here, I think much like we would with a coplanar addition or something, I think we would like to see a trim piece or something that's a little bit more substantial, so that siding material does have an opportunity to die into that, the transitionary piece. So I'd probably want to go to a thicker trim piece than 3/4 of an inch.
So even with a thicker trim piece, having, based on what you're seeing for the transition, are diamond shingles, still incongruous?
I mean, they are a historic material. We don't see them on Craftsman bungalows, except for maybe an accent gable or that sort of thing. As the applicant stated, this is towards the rear of the house. No one will see it. I know a lot of times we offer a little bit of leniency towards the rear of the property for a little more artistic expression by the applicants. So as far as that's concerned, I don't have as much problem with it, especially since it's a historic material, and I feel will blend in pretty well with what's already there.
Okay. Commissioners, and again, I'm just kind of going one by one through what is continued.
Yeah, I'd like to hear Commissioner Heineman on this.
I would agree with Commissioner Barth that 3/4 by 3/4 as a stop doesn't feel like quite enough to me for these materials to bookend into. However, if we can switch to slide 42, Christy. I am happy with the fact that the applicant returned the corners of the historic material on both sides of the house in a rectilinear manner before the transition, and that the transition takes place at an interior corner. And I don't think anyone is going to mistake this wall ever for being historic fabric. And so I think actually for me, this complies with the federal standards. There's a very clear distinction. One is of a completely different time and nature than the other, and there's no mistaking it.
Okay.
I will say on the accessory building, it dies at an exterior corner, and I wish there was a way that we could resolve that such that the transition on the right side would resolve at an interior corner, and I don't know the answer to that.
I don't want to belabor the point. I just want to understand a little more. So the diamond-shaped cedar is a historic material. It's typically not found on a simple bungalow. It is located at the rear elevation, which we also look at the rear elevation. So where is the line? We're looking at this, and maybe you could explain to me too, how this works with the Secretary of Interior Standards. It's not a design that's typically found on this kind of house. And there are other ways, I would imagine, to make this feel new compared to the old house. So can you just help me understand a little more?
I definitely think this is a hard one. Like, I'm not gonna suggest that it's easy. But if I'm looking at the Secretary of the Interior standards, numbers 9 and 10, and I'm looking at the historic fabric of a house and a carriage house on each end of these long interior lots in Dilworth, I mean, this is like a 200-foot lot, right? This is one of the 200s, I think. The front and back of the property is taking on the characteristics of the district. And these middle pieces are of the courtyard, which is very clearly something different. They are not of the carriage house and the house. They're of the courtyard, if that makes sense, because it is its own exterior space. And so I think if I'm looking at new work being differentiated from the old and new addition undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property would be unimpaired, I think it's okay to do something incredibly playful at the center of this lot. And in fact, I think it's what we ask people to do when we ask them not to go up and to go back instead, right? Because this is not really visible from the pedestrian right-of-way. I think where it gets complicated is in number 9 when it asks that it be compatible. However, it doesn't call out material on compatibility.
Will you read it, Jessica, please?
New additions, exterior alterations, or related new construction shall not destroy historic materials that characterize the property. The new work shall be differentiated from the old and shall be compatible with the massing, size, scale, and architectural features to protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. New additions and adjacent or new construction shall be undertaken in such a manner that if removed in the future, the essential form and integrity of the historic property and its environment would be unimpaired.
So
And I do think it meets the intent of 9 and 10.
the architectural details, that would include the materials, right? Or no? Again.
I think yes, but I think we need to be held to more of an objective standard than a subjective standard when the transition between the two is so clear.
Okay. All right. Thank you. PJ.
Okay, so just to summarize, am I hearing that there are no issues with having the diamond shingles because we've got a clear delineation, albeit it needs to be a little thicker, and it's a historical material, and this, I don't want to use the word playfulness, but the diamond shingles are really, they're not visible from the street. Yeah?
Yeah, this would be a totally different discussion if they were visible from the street or if they were destroying the historic integrity of the property.
Okay.
For me,
Okay.
as reading our standards.
So for the first bullet point is continued on, our comment is simply make the trim piece thicker.
I make the trim piece thicker and on the accessory building to terminate at an interior corner.
Terminate on an interior corner?
Yeah, but I would say that with the accessory building, that probably could go to staff.
Okay.
Can I just ask a question? Is that allowed?
That's why we're here.
All additions are going to be on the rear of a building. So the likelihood of them being seen from the street in most cases is non-existent. So if the Secretary of Interior Standards says new additions shall not destroy the historic materials that characterize the property, when they speak about new additions, it's by their very nature on the back of the building, typically though, isn't it? So that it wouldn't be seen. Then I just want to make sure we're interpreting number 9 properly.
That question isn't just for not just for Commissioner Hyman.
I mean, I think it's a very good question. That's what makes this difficult.
Yeah. So I think I will say that I'm not convinced that the diamond is the way to go here. I do appreciate the healthy discussion about it. So I don't know if we're all going to be on the same page with that, PJ. We've had good discussion on it, so let's move to the next point.
This is what I want to propose. Let's get through the points. And I don't want, then I want to do kind of, what do you call it? Just test vote or whatever, just on the round robin on the diamond shingles. And then if there's anything else out there. All right, so moving on. Item number 2 that it was continued for, fenestration. On the right elevation of the rear elevation, the window on the far right needs to be moved more towards the front of the house. And the applicant did that. I don't know what slide it was. Sure you all saw that. I want to move on to number 3 if there's not any objections. Okay, number 3, restudy the complexity of form and a simpler design on the accessory structure as it relates to the main structure. Christy, can we go to one of the, I don't know what slide it is.
39.
Slide 39. Okay, perfect. So obviously we can see in the upper right, so on slide 39, when we're looking at the upper right on the October, submission, there is some, I don't want to say it's gotten more simpler, but there's a little more symmetry. But still, when I look down at the October submission, the bottom right, there's still some complexity there. Commissioners, am I the only one that feels that there's still some complexity?
You are not. I am with you.
Yeah, I see, I think 4 roof forms from where I'm looking at the rear of that addition on the right. 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, I see 4 roof lines. That seems complex.
And let's just, I know we brought this up, also add that the windows is hard to realize what's what. The windows are not drawn correctly. They switch up in various elevations.
Okay. So we still need I think, so maybe let's be more specific on the ask. We want to see a reduction in the number of roof forms and a reduction in the windows.
Yeah, it should look secondary in its massing and its simplicity. It's an accessory building for what should be a simple bungalow. And this is, in my opinion, is not simple. But again, I would love to hear what Commissioner Hyman, Commissioner Barth, and Commissioner Wojcik think about that.
If I could play devil's advocate here, I agree that the complexity isn't as worked out as much as a lot of us would have liked to see. I do like some of the things that the applicant has done with reducing, if we can go to the side elevations of the garage, Christy, please.
Slide 38.
Thank you. In making some of the architectural elements more dormers and maintaining an eave line, I think it does bring down the scale of the garage. For a bungalow house with a 2-story accessory in the back, it's immensely difficult to bring down that scale and still have 2 floors. So I think we need to weigh, do we look at saying you can't have a 2-story accessory in this, or whatever happens on that second floor has to be so minimal that, there's a small dormer or something upstairs versus a full height space.
Can I add something to that?
Please.
If you look at the perspectives that he did on 36, I think it's just up a couple, Christy. The bottom one where Christy has that little X. Is there any way you can make that a little bit bigger? So if you look at the relationship between the side elevation and the rear elevation of what is being created on the house, he's really done a great job of repetition and carrying those lines. That even though we want the garage to be secondary, we also want it to have some repetition and look like it matches the structure. And I feel like when he created those dormers, that really helped tie it in really nicely to the back of the house. I think the rear elevation of the accessory building in itself may be busier because he has a bunch of different material selections. He has an architectural staircase that's kind of hanging out that becomes more of an art piece that's kind of this metal thing that's floating out in the middle of nothing. So I do feel like even though the roof lines may come across busy, they are repetitious of the roof lines that he has on other areas of the house. And it may not just be the mass of the structure itself that's making it feel busy.
Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Hyman?
I mean, I agree with Commissioners Barth and Wojcik, and I would still fall to like the massing and complexity of roof form from the public right-of-way is fairly consistent with the historic house and is not trying to be different. It's really, I mean, I feel like we're evaluating a courtyard design with 2 courtyard walls. And I don't think there's any mistaking that as of the historic fabric.
Okay, thank you. All right, PJ.
So before I move on, are we agreeing that there needs to be a restudy on the complexity of form on that front elevation of the ADU? A restudy on the complexity of form with the roof lines, the roof forms, the massing on the ADU?
I'm fine with it.
Yeah, I agree that it's complex, but it's not complex from the public right-of-way. I'm fine with it too.
All right, so let's move on. We'll add that one to the round robin list as well. Width of the accessory structure. So did the applicant reduce the width? Right, again, another scale reducing technique.
Yes, he did.
Okay, is it enough?
It's about half the size of the house footprint. Historic house footprint.
Yeah. Okay.
It's not wider than a 2-car garage with a stair adjacent, which is typically around 28 feet. Right, we have a 50-foot lot, minus 13 on one side and minus 11 on the other.
Okay. All right, next question relates to height of the ADU. I mean, when you're including the grade, there was approximately 3 to 4 feet difference between the ridge line of the house and the ridge line of the ADU. I think if you just took the grade out, which is not the case, because grade could also help with minimizing the impact of height. When you took the grade out, I think there was a height difference of about 1.5 feet. If I remember correctly. So, commissioners, from a height perspective, any issues with, taking topology into account? Does the height of the ADU appear to be overpowering for the main house?
I think the grade matters. I mean, we talked about that during one of our earlier applications. I mean, you have to account for the grade.
That's what I mean.
Yeah.
The grade can help you or hurt you.
Yeah.
Well, and I don't think Alan's helped himself necessarily if we're looking at dimensions from grade, because he's got it from grade on the accessory building, but he has it from floor line on the house. So I'm sure we could figure out the math, but
Well, hold on, wasn't there a good, and I may be mistaken, I thought we had a good slide that included grade, not 24, because that kind of cuts out the in-between. I thought we had a good elevation of the side of the house and the side of the ADU with the courtyard in between that showed the heights.
26. But again, his house dimension's not to grade, it's to
It's not the,
floor line.
I think there was another one. Can we go down to slide 29, please?
I think they're both to finished floor, but then this is instead of 19, it's really 20, right? I'm sorry, what slide do you want?
29, please?
I think PJ is right. It's 29 that we're looking for.
Okay. So starting here, you got 2311, and that's to that main peak that Alan was talking about. This
Yep.
is the cross gable. And then at the rear, you have 23. Is that what I said?
And that dimension is to the front grade.
23.5. Yeah. And 19.
So that's where I was saying there's about a 3 to 4 foot height differential when you take grade into account.
Which has a huge impact on perception.
That's what Alan was talking about because this measures to the main ridge, which is that peak.
Yeah.
And in the side by side, this is the same height as these cross gables. Is basically what Alan was saying. Looking at slide 23. So that's the peak here shown. Where was I just at? 29?
29.
Shown here.
I think if you go back to the other slide, was that 25?
I think so.
I think we just need the
23. Yeah.
we need the dimension from the primary ridge at the front to the gable ridge.
Mm-hmm.
And then on the site section, we need the dimensions to grade at each point.
Yeah.
Say that again, Jess.
On slide 23, we need the dimension from the tallest ridge to grade. And on slide 29, we need the dimension of the tallest relative ridge to grade at the front and back of the house and front and back of the ADU. In Cindy's examples of site sections for these types of projects, for applications, there's also dotted lines that are dragged across to understand the relationships.
Got it. So more detail on height, and in my motion, I'll be a little more specific. And you guys can correct me when I'm wrong. All right, garage doors, provide dimensions, materials, and are they of residential scale?
They're appropriate in size.
Okay. Okay.
They're staff approvable.
All right, site features on the site plan. I did notice they had all the HVAC equipment, pool equipment, all that stuff added on there. Commissioners, did you notice any elements that were missing? Okay. Fencing. More detail on the fencing, including a cross-section, was provided. That would be on slide
30.
30, slide 30.
Can we get staff to weigh in on the fencing style?
You know, so we talked about this at length last month, and I think, you know, because it was, you know, it's curved, it's horizontal. The talk track was, you know, essentially, the fencing is not a wooden fences. It's not a permanent you know, it's a landscape feature. It's not a permanent permanent, struggling for words. It's not a permanent addition. It's not something, it's not like a permanent brick wall.
We talked about the placement on the site and the landscape buffer.
That's right.
Yeah, I remember.
Commissioner Bell?
I have a question, and it's going back to something that Jessica said on the back of the complexity with the design on the structure. And there's fencing around, so some of the design choices are hidden, not necessarily visible. But what happens in a case where if the fencing, because we're having a conversation about the fact that fencing is not a permanent structure, if it goes away, and we've made some of these decisions based on what is visible and not visible from the public. I guess I just want to make sure, that whatever decision we make, I guess, that we're willing to make the same decisions, I think, that we might anticipate from future applicants. And fencing, whether it stays up for, I don't know, 10 years, 30 years, a month, if it suddenly does become visible, then what are we doing, I guess?
That's a great question. Thank you for asking it.
It's the same way we treat vegetation. Like that's why based on, oh, there's a tree there, so you can't see my addition. We don't take that into consideration really. Our words for like HVAC screening is permanent screening. So if the vegetation goes away or the fencing comes down, something else has to go back up to screen, like HVAC and pool equipment and stuff like that.
So I think instead of it being a question that any particular commissioner answers, it's just something that we need to keep in mind as we move through. Thank you for posing that. All right.
All right, so we've gone through the list of items that it was continued for. There are 2 items that I want to do a round robin on. I want to do a round robin on the diamond shingles. I want to do a round robin on the complexity of form for the ADU. Generally speaking, my comments on changes or updates, I mean, the applicant, has done a, really good job at addressing the majority of the items that it was continued for. Some of the outstanding items were, well, hold on. Why don't we go through the round robin and then we'll hit some of the other items, but because they're all kind of related. Item number 1, commissioners, diamond shingles. Do you do the round robin? Do just point?
You feel free.
Okay. All right. So, Commissioner Barth, yes or no? Diamond shingles?
I'm fine with them.
Okay. So yes. Heather?
As a designer, I love them. As a person that's on this board now, it makes me worried that someone else will ask us to do something just a little bit off like this again, and then we're going to be back in this quorum. So I think that I'm voting to stay more conservative and request something that would be historically correct for this particular type of architecture.
For this instance. Awesome. Thank you. Bill?
I have struggled with this issue in the past, and I know that I think that allowing some leniency word that was used before and for areas that are minimally visible from the street, this is consistent with decisions that this board has made before, so I'm in favor of it.
Okay. Well.
I agree with the last 2, so I don't.
It doesn't work that way.
I need to be, I mean, if I haven't been here very long, but what I think Bill said was because in the past, we've made decisions for things that are not visible, but then of course it takes me back to my fence question. So I'm actually going to say no.
Okay.
I have laughed. I think I mentioned this to Jessica, that I think the architects and the designers play more in the gray area than those of us who are a little more layman. And I think of Damon Rumsch, a former commissioner of the board, saying, you know, you have to look at things differently, because if not, why are we here? And with that being the case, we do look at the rear elevation, and we look at it for a reason. And as a real estate agent, I often hear that, oh, you're not consistent, that board's not consistent, which of course we know is this, we try to be very consistent. And so I'm going to, based on all of that, lean toward to no.
Okay, Jill? Jess?
To me, this is very specific to the fact that it is not visible, that it is on walls that have very unusual geometry, and that the transitions are worked out at interior corners where the geometry returns to a rectilinear geometry of material and proportion of the historic house. So, and just to address your comment about the gray area, because I think it may be perceived that way. I do think that we try to encourage the applicants to be extremely consistent with the character of district as visible from the public right of way. And we have allowed people to do generous things on the backs of their houses as a result of that. So I don't think it's really playing in the gray area. I think it's a matter of consistency with our overall approach. And I don't think that we should, it doesn't have to be the way I would do it for it to be consistent with our approach to these projects. And so I don't actually see it as gray area. I think it's highly dependent on this specific circumstance. I don't think that's transferable to other projects. I think this is a case by case situation, and I think it's fine.
Okay.
Okay, Scott?
Yeah, just, I mean, when we reviewed this last month, we came to the conclusion, I think, that, you know, we were focusing on the diamond shingles, but we had gotten beyond the curved wall. And I can't imagine how we could be beyond the curved wall and be focusing on the diamond shingles. I'm fine with the diamond shingles. So
Oh, are you fine with the curved wall? I know
I'm
that
fine with the curved wall.
you are fine with the curved wall. Okay.
All right, so we've got a majority, in favor of the diamond shingles. Let's go on to the complexity of form on the ADU. So Chris Barth, do we need to reduce the complexity of the?
I think it's improved upon, for sure. And piggybacking on some of the things that Commissioner Hindman.
Hindman.
Been here long enough.
Say it, I'll say it. It's Hindman.
Piggybacking on some of the things that Commissioner Hyman has said, you know, the courtyard facing elevation to me is still very complex. It's incredibly private. I don't think anyone will see it. It's on a new construction. I'm fine with it. The alley facing elevations to me satisfy that requirement for me.
Okay. Heather?
Sorry, it was on. I think that he's done a very good job addressing and adjusting to the things that we've asked him to do, and I'm pleased with the revisions that he's made for complexity and form at this point.
Okay, Phil?
Yeah, I mean, the form is complex, but then so is the curved wall and other features. Again, those are minimally visible, and then the elevation from the public view from the rear is I think blends well with the house, so I'm okay with it.
Okay. Well,
I'm fine with it.
okay. Kim?
Not fine.
Okay. Jill?
Not fine.
Okay. Jess?
I still find the courtyard elevation to be complex, but the perspectives on slide 36 are convincing enough to me. And so
So you're
I
picking
think the
both?
reduction in the complexity, this is not a major issue for me anymore.
Scott?
Yeah, I think it was a huge improvement, although it's still the most complex elevation. I think it's going to be shielded from the public, and so I'm okay with it.
Okay, so majority are okay with the complexity of form. Okay. All right, so items to address, thicker trim piece. So, so I will make I intend to make a motion to continue this application. But my motion, will approve, validate, agree, whatever verb, the use of diamond shingles in this context because it's minimally viable from the street and it's on the rear elevation. And my motion will also approve well, here's the thing, if we need more information on height, that could alter the complexity of form. We might come back and say it's still too high. So thinking through this, would love a little help. We do need more information on height. Heather?
Without the math, we need more elevation on height because of the drawings and the way that it's presented. People are still in question about the overall height, not
Yes.
just the math of it. Okay.
Correct. Still in question that the ADU is too tall in relation to the primary house.
So are you asking PJ if you speak to the complexity of it, it's going to be impacted anyway when we're looking at the height of it? So maybe you just speak to the
Exactly.
height of it.
Okay, and just say we're not addressing the complexity of form.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, all right, so let me talk through this. It'll probably take me last time it took me like 6 times on the demolition, so
AJ, can I kind of amend what you were going to say about the diamond shingle, though?
please.
I would like to say that the diamond shingle is okay in this specific application because of the highly unconventional form of the rear wall that is not visible from the public right-of-way and that terminates with a separation from the rectilinear corners of the house. That terminates at an interior corner that is separated from the rectilinear corners of the house. I think that's enough to suggest that we would not be approving diamond shingles on a bungalow anywhere else.
That's so hard, again, because this is like of our own making. It's an addition with a curved wall that, to Scott's point, like we allowed the curved wall and therefore the diamond shingles are allowed. And I just keep hearing Damon Rumsch saying bungalows are simple in this design.
I just think if this project was a staff approval project, if it was only the rear wall and it never came to us, SHPO would be fine with it and the HGC would be fine with it. It's only an issue because it came before the full commission. Am I wrong about that?
I wouldn't approve it at the staff
wouldn't?
level. I would have it come to the commission
Have it come to the
simply
commission
because of
because it's
that
unusual?
request. Yeah.
Because if that's the argument, then we really should not consider anything on the rear of a house or anything that cannot be seen from the street. You should be able to do any kind of windows, any kind of surface material. There should be no evaluation of anything. I mean, we are either evaluating the back of these homes in these historic neighborhoods or we're not.
I think this is all up to you, but whatever you decide, to Kim's comment about inconsistencies, I would agree that I do think the board is very consistent, but we're nuanced because we take the individual circumstances of a building and a lot into consideration, and those individual circumstances, are very specific to that project and not replicable. So whatever you do decide, just make sure you back it up and give reasoning why.
Well, would look at these Secretary of Interior standards and I think have different interpretations of every one of those numbers to some extent. And that's why there's we've got a board and we vote democratically. I think it's, it's gonna end up,
Yeah.
every single incident is gonna be voted on. So someone might not like it and they might refer back to another project, but we're still gonna vote on it and that's gonna stand, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and that reminds me of what Damon would say. And he would also say, bungalows are simple. PJ?
All right, so how do we want to handle height? We've got concern that the ADU is too tall.
I think we
What-
just
what
say more
documentation?
information is needed on height.
All right, so on the continuation, how do we address complexity of form? Because that could be an aftermath.
Pending height information.
Okay. All right, so I'd like to, again, it's gonna take me a couple times, bear with me. I'd like to make a motion to continue this application with the following conditions. We need more information on height between the main house and the ADU. We need dimensions of the tallest ridge line to grade on the main house. Dimensions from, all of the ridge lines and grade on the ADU, because we need to ensure that the ADU is secondary to the main house. If we request any type of change in height, there could potentially be impacts to complexity of form, roof forms, design of the ADU. So we're not commenting on the complexity of form. We are approving the use of diamond shingles in this specific application because it is not visible from the street, because this is where I'm gonna need some help, terminates at an interior corner that is separated from a rectilinear wall, and it is a historic material, and the use is not incongruous with the curved wall on the rear elevation that is not visible.
Sounds like you put that really well.
Okay. I need some standards. Someone can help me with those.
Someone? No, we need standards first, Commissioner Whitlock.
Secretary of Interior 9 and 10 is what I would lean to for the curved wall with the diamond shingle.
Please reference the Secretary of Interior Standards number 9 and 10 for the diamond shingles and the curved wall.
I would also reference 6.20 number 1.
And 6.20 number 1.
Number 3.
3.
Those are the two that I would use.
Okay. Okay.
All right. Well done, PJ. Motion made by PJ, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. All right. Any further discussion of the motion?
Do we need to specify that the transitional board between the diamond and traditional shingles be at least 1.5 inches?
I accept that friendly amendment. Thank you.
Are you still good with that, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Any other friendly amendments or discussion, points of discussion? All right, let's vote. Chris Barth,
Yes.
Heather Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, no. Motion passes 8-1. Thank you. All right, let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen is stepping away for a moment. It's 4:21.
Can we take a break?
And why don't we
Take a 10-minute break.
take a 10, we're all stepping away for 10 minutes.
Perfect.
Thank you.
We'll be back. Okay, hello, we're back. Katie, have you joined us?
Yes, I am here.
Hi, Katie. Katie, have you been sworn in?
I have not.
Okay, so I'll ask you to be sworn in, and Andrew, Richard leave. Andrew, if you'd be sworn in too.
Okay, perfect. Andrew and Katie, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Yes.
Great. This next
you.
application was continued from our May meeting, requesting additional documentation via photographs or real estate agencies or Zillow or similar to document the extent of the damage that's been covered up. It also said that recognizing if this information is not satisfactory, there are other steps the HDC will require. I have to share that this is the last month to hear this case to remain in compliance with state statute that limits the commission to 180 days to make a decision. So if the information is not satisfactory, the commission does not have the option to continue the case. You will need to deny the case, and then the applicant can reapply to provide that information. So, and that's just because the clock's run out. So it's just making sure that everyone's aware of that procedure. Okay, Katie, I'm going to turn it over to you if you'd like to walk everyone through the new information. I'll start on slide 4.
Sure. Appreciate it. And thank y'all for having me again. Since this is my first home, I'm really excited to, continue to improve and really make sure that it's a long-term home for me. And I, again, apologize for being unfamiliar and just naive to the Historic District Commission, in all honesty. Not knowing that painting up the brick was something that I need to get approved. So thanks for your feedback at the last meeting, and hopefully this documentation is sufficient to that feedback and able to, provide enough reasoning for painting the brick. With that, one of the biggest reasons is due to the substandard masonry that I saw when purchasing the home. With the mismatched brick, there's a lot of different damage, looks like previous painting. And I do point to some before photos that I have found from Zillow, and I've just taken the time to kind of point out the different areas where you can see that damage and deterioration of the brick. Most of the photos are from the front of the home, and you can see where there's potentially been painting to fix it before. Some of the mortar is off. So the first few slides here are before painting the home. And then from Zillow, and just kind of zooming in on those. And the different areas where there was damage. Fortunately, there's a little less on the back, but you can see some potential repainting that was done before. What was also suggested was zooming in on the areas of damage that you can see even in photos of the current state. So I believe starting on what you have on page 11, I was able to, find those areas of damage and zoom in on those and show, potential risk of water damage or, any type of impact that would get into the home from these areas. I also have a report from a masonry, documenting that the painting of the brick was needed in order to preserve the nature of the brick and to preserve the home. So added that documentation. I think there's yeah, a couple more slides, all different areas of the home, just zoomed in so that you can see the extensiveness. And that was the kind of the first reasoning for painting the brick, is to, you know, preserve the nature of the brick. And the second reason was just to ensure that it was cohesive with, you know, the homes immediately next door to me with the light coloration, as well as being cohesive with the neighborhood. So added some other homes that have similar architecture or light colored brick on pages 17 and 18, it looks like. So just kind of showing that my goal was to be cohesive with the neighborhood, and making sure that it was, you know, sufficient in preserving the home, but also making sure that they compare well with the neighborhood homes. The last thing I'll note that also in the report, looks like that may be 19 and 20. Just saying that often, you know, painting of the brick is done to prevent any more deterioration or water damage, but also noting that anything to potentially remove the paint off the brick due to the age and deterioration of it would really harm the home, and would, you know, be going a little bit backwards. So if you have any questions or comments on this documentation, I really do want to make sure that I get this right, and continue to learn from the experience and learn about the commission and what steps need to happen for going forward. And let me know if you have any questions. I'm not sure if I can respond to them, or how this all works, but.
Thanks, Katie. Really appreciate you coming back before the commission. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We have one unknown caller.
Okay.
Okay. Hello. If you've called in to the Charlotte Historic District Commission meeting, we are talking about 1552 Merriman Avenue, which is item number 6 on the agenda. Have you called in to talk about that item? If you would just say yes or no. Okay, I hear nothing, so we'll
Okay.
take that as a no.
All right, so I'll kick it off then with questions. Katie, this Phipps Masonry report, what is their experience in working with historic brick?
To be honest, I mean, they told me they've worked with historic brick before, but I don't have detail of their experience.
And did they come out and look at your particular brick?
They did not in person. I'm just going to be honest with that.
So when we're looking at reports presented by professionals, we like to know what it's kind of like trees, for example, right? We like to know what their credentials are. We want to make sure that they are experts in the field that they're testifying about. And we want to make sure that they've really looked at the subject, in the subject being your home. So we're not really sure about their historic masonry experience, and they never came out to see your home.
Sorry.
No.
I don't mean to interrupt, but I will say, although they weren't able to come physically, the photos that I am presenting here, I sent to them as evidence.
Okay, perfect. That was going to be my next point. Your photos, for example, there were a few where you said it looked like they tried, I guess the previous owners tried to paint the brick, and it looks like the trim was painted and paint dripped. That's what I see when I look at these pictures. The up close pictures, it's difficult because if we look at slide 11, it could be the same as slide 12, as slide 13. It's nice to get that up close look. It would be nice, gosh, if you had a little more time, because it would be nice to have it labeled and then have a contextual shot, because I really can't judge it, the damage that you're trying to present based on this really like close picture without also seeing it in context with a larger shot, a larger look, a look at a larger space of your brick. The houses that you presented as being precedent for painting your house in the neighborhood, painting your house, there are no addresses, no dates for when these were painted. So there's no way to determine if what you're basing your decision on is even a legitimate look at a house that we allowed to be painted, which those are few and far between. Just so that you know. And so those are just some things that I want to put out that we're going to talk about in discussion. And I just wanted you to have the opportunity to address those things now.
Sure. Noted on the addresses, and wasn't able to determine, exactly when they painted my brick or painted their homes. So that's definitely good feedback. I will say that, the purpose of these pictures is also, going back to when I wasn't aware that I needed to get permission for full transparency. Even though I don't have the addresses and dates that these homes were painted, that's just kind of, my naive understanding was that it was okay because I saw houses in the neighborhood that were painted this way.
Oh, absolutely. I understand
that makes sense, that perspective.
Yeah, it does. Did your real estate agent tell you that you were moving into a designated historic neighborhood when you bought the house?
She did say that. She did say that it was just structural changes, and was not aware that painting, because I called her after, y'all reached out to me, and I was honestly annoyed, to be frank, that it wasn't shared with me before. And her response was that she didn't know that painting brick was a requirement.
Yeah.
Or
sorry you got that. I'm sorry that happened. Okay. Commissioners, any other questions for Katie? Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah, hi, Katie. There's references in your application with regard to the brick being damaged, soft, spalling, deteriorating. And we've seen that with historic brick, where the brick might start spalling, and before you know it, half or more of the brick has just eroded away, and you rub your finger across it and it just is powder-like. Your brick, however, if your house was built in 1962 and this is a wire cut brick, it should have been fired appropriately and should be hard. And I guess I'm asking, did you see any bricks that were actually just falling apart and crumbling, as bricks sometimes do, old historic bricks do? Or are they do they have fairly hard surfaces?
That's a good question. I'll answer honestly. I think it was just the mortar. Forgive me if I'm not saying the terms correctly. I don't remember the brick itself ever being that way. And when asking, contractors for their opinion, it's easy to look back in hindsight and see one thing, but when I asked if painting the brick would help preserve it, their response was yes, and truthfully wasn't really given other options, and that just might have been from their sales perspective, wanting to, I don't know, book the sale. But to answer your question, the brick itself, I don't recall that, but the mortar was in places.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. And just for anyone tuning in, this is yet another example why it's really good to reach out to our staff before you make any kind of exterior changes, because it's so hard when you don't know what you don't know until you know it, you know? Okay, any other questions or comments for Katie before we close? Okay, Katie, anything you want to say before we close?
I guess I'm just, trying to set this right, and really want to reiterate that any material to remove it will damage my home. And as it is my first home, I really do want to keep its integrity, and, was doing this with the greatest of intentions, and understand, that I didn't go the right way initially about it, but really hope to have some leniency, and don't want to do any more damage to my home. So
That's a great point to bring up, and we have a masonry expert on staff. Christy, do you think Candace is willing to speak to this, particularly to the report, the Phipps Masonry report, and some of the points that were made?
Yeah, and so Candace is a historic mason, familiar with historic brick, and has done, actual in the field masonry work. Candace, are you at a place that you can join us?
Yes, hi.
Hi, Candace. And just for the court reporter, you were sworn in earlier, right?
Yes, I was.
Okay, thank you. Would you speak to Kim's question about the report and your findings?
Sure. So I disagree with the report. The historic way to preserve brick is not through painting. Painting is kind of a sealant over a brick, and a brick breathes, and it needs to be able to do that. Repairing it, if the bricks were soft, as Commissioner Goodwin was asking, and spalling, the proper way to do that would be to remove that one brick or two bricks and replace it with a brick in kind and repoint around it. Repointing mortar is something that we do all the time. Paint is not going to solve that problem. In terms of removing the paint that's currently there, there are products available that won't do damage, but being that it is a textured brick, will leave some residue of the paint behind. It won't be a clean removal, so you will see some paint left behind due to the texture of the brick, but there are products available that we use on historic brick that can remove the paint. Does that answer your question, Kim?
Yeah, it does. Thank you so much.
If I could just add, what Candace is alluding to is, contractors not familiar with historic brick would probably, and it's probably what Katie was told, was blasting, like sandblasting. I've heard of walnut shells being used as blasting, and that those are all things that would damage the brick. And we are with you, Katie. We do not want you to do anything that's going to damage your home. And so, that's also why we don't advocate or allow for painting, is because ultimately in the long term, it does end up damaging the home, historic homes. So we'll work with her.
All right. Thank you so much. All right. So now we'll close for deliberation. Commissioners, Yeah, Commissioner Wojcik?
I feel bad that she's in this situation. and
Yeah.
Congratulations on your first home, and I'm sorry that this is the process that you're going through, but it will get figured out and
Yeah.
it will be okay.
Yeah, it's a bit of a double-edged sword owning your own home. But I highly recommend it.
My only question, Candace already answered. I
Yeah.
was not aware of
Mhm.
finishing brick with paint as a preservative, so that
Yeah.
was my only question.
Yeah, and so as Candace said, with historic brick, that is not the way to do it. Okay? Any other questions or comments?
I have a comment.
Yeah.
Just looking at the close-ups, there is two different bricks used on that. And one of the photos before it was painted, you can see, and she actually highlighted it on the rear corner where it looks like maybe they had some structural damage and had to replace some brick. And the
What
match,
slide are you referring to, Scott?
that would be, let's see, 8.
8.
That's back of house before.
Yeah.
And you can see, you can almost see how it was weaved in on that corner. And then if you look at any one of the, like slide 11, 12, you'll see there's two different textures of brick.
Where is that brick
All right,
on the house?
Yeah, it's a good question because we don't have the context of where these different bricks are.
And those pictures, it looks like it's, yeah. Yeah, so it looks, just to speak to your point, Scott, it looks, it's definitely different kinds of bricks. But it looks, we have no idea, like, is it on the side and,
Yeah, my theory would be that if you look at that corner on 8, that corner, maybe a tree fell on the house, I don't know, maybe at some point, but it looks like that has just, and it's a fuzzy picture, so you can't really tell, but it looks like maybe some new brick had been put in.
Oh.
But-
Scott, do you think it's possible, what we've seen in the past is that gutters could have been run down, and what we see sometimes people paint the gutter and then get it on the brick?
Yeah, but not at that, that's a much larger area
Okay,
on 8.
okay.
I see it kind of tapering up toward the corner at the top, if you can kind of just see that line. But I don't know if that's where the brick changes or not. Something's unique about that. But it's just a comment that there are more than one type of brick. It's it's obvious that there's two different bricks, at least two different bricks.
Mm-hmm. Okay. What does that lead you to believe outside? So if yeah.
No, I mean, I think you pointed out that some of the paint on the brick was probably just overpaint, it's just not careful painters. But I don't think the house has ever been, no one ever attempted to paint it. It didn't appear that way. In my opinion, the brick match might not be great, but it's not terrible. I think that the house needed to be repointed.
Mm-hmm.
And doing that properly takes a really good mason to have a good brick and mortar match. But that would have been the thing to do.
So would you, and not to put you on the spot, Commissioner Whitlock, you just had some really good points to make. Would you see, if this came before us as it is now, would you vote in favor of painting or no?
No.
Okay. Why don't we start with a motion?
Sure. Making me do that, huh? No.
Who better?
Yeah, well, based on what Christy said, I don't think we have much choice, but, so I'll make a motion to deny this, and let's see.
Let's help Commissioner Whitlock with some standards.
Yeah,
It's right there. Huh?
see if we
Yep.
get to the
Well, will you speak into the mic, Commissioner Goodwin?
Yeah. So
but-
I'll make a motion to deny, based on design standards, paint page 5.8.
5.8, the preamble, and also number 7.
Okay,
Okay.
And on 5.5, number
5.5.
3.
are you good with those friendly amendments, Commissioner Whitlock? Okay, so motion made by Commissioner Whitlock. I'm going to say seconded by. Second. Oh, who? Get one more time with feeling. Seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Bell. All right. Any further discussion of the motion?
Yes.
Yeah.
Just,
Go
I'm
ahead.
sorry, go ahead.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, this doesn't happen in a vacuum, so I just want to be clear for my own self what the ramifications of this decision will be for the homeowner.
Christy, will you speak to that, please? If this motion passes, what next?
There are options for appeal. There are options for, as you pointed out, there's some information that's lacking, and perhaps with additional documentation and showing these pictures in context, she could reapply. Or she could submit an application to work with staff on removal.
Okay.
And what does that mean?
What do you mean?
What does removal entail?
Taking the paint off?
I just would wonder an estimate of how much something like that might cost a person.
Cost isn't under our purview. Yep.
Thanks.
All right, thanks,
And
Commissioner.
we would ask for a test patch like we do all the time.
Sure.
Test patch to
Mhm.
make sure it's not going to harm the brick. And,
Yeah.
depending on that finding, it may be back here.
And this is something we've done before.
Yep.
Simply because there is this misconception in our neighborhoods by some, especially newer residents, that it's okay to paint the brick. It is not okay to paint the brick. Painting the brick does not preserve the brick. If you are going to do something to the exterior of your house and you know you live in a designated historic neighborhood, please reach out to staff. Please. Okay, so any further discussion of the motion?
Can I ask a question?
We are closed, but you know what, Katie? We'll reopen. So, yes.
I'm sorry. I guess even if other experts, do I have to go back and prove that they're historic experts, that removing the paint will damage my home? And then secondary question, if, I'm sorry, I forgot, was it Candace, the expert's name?
Yes.
Candace's point as to it won't remove all of the paint off the brick, does that then defeat the purpose of it? Is there any other type of consequence, such as a fine that could be? Because I guess either way, I understand cost isn't something y'all think about, but just thinking that through as it did cost me to complete it. Yeah, I guess my question is if there's a fine instead of removing it, since it won't even remove all of the paint.
Well, I'm going to let Christy speak to that, but Commissioner Whitlock wanted to jump in, so I'll let him.
Well, here's what I would say, and my opinion and my experience would tell me that taking the paint off of that particular brick would be a mistake, I think, because of the heavy texture that you've got. So I would like to say that unless it can be proven with a sample beyond a shadow of a doubt that it can be 100% removed, then that not be the solution. Because
Yeah,
I think,
yeah.
yeah.
No, our mason is saying you always do a test patch.
Yeah.
Like that's standard. Yeah.
But
Mhm.
if it's just, if it's not 100%, it's going to look terrible.
So what do we just, you
Going to
know,
require having to repoint this whole house pretty much after
Correct.
that too, so.
Mhm.
so then let's speak to that. I mean, ultimately, people tuning in need to hear this.
Sure.
So if it can't be removed to the satisfaction of the homeowner,
Mhm.
what then?
The commission has talked about this in depth in prior retreats. We've had presentations, and the suggestion offered is to paint it to look like brick and mortar.
Okay. So,
And that was done on a property that's actually on the corner of West Park Avenue and South Tryon. They
mhm,
had a mural on their building
Mm.
that has been painted to look back like brick because it's a daycare. And they
Mhm.
didn't want this vivid mural on the side of their building. And unless you knew it was painted, you never know.
do you remember the address? Is it
It's
something
the
that we
corner.
could see
We can see it,
now?
but I think that this is a better discussion for a retreat or a
Sure.
policy discussion.
Okay.
Staff is always available to talk with Katie
Sure.
afterwards on procedures and next steps, but bottom line is next step is staff writes decision letters based on the court reporter's verbatim motions,
Mhm.
and we outline the process from there.
I think that this is something that later on would be great to, as an education piece for people, because we're seeing this far too often and it puts our homeowners in a really bad position. Not the best position.
It does. I would say, though, that Katie's recourse is also with her real estate agent. You know, that's part of the civil matter of this is
Sure.
that she wasn't properly disclosed
Sure.
the right information. And the whoever, like the previous owner, if they didn't disclose it, you know, there's that, as you know, as a
I do
yeah.
know that, yeah. Okay, so time to vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Hindman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to deny passes 7-1.
Okay. Thanks, Katie. We'll be in touch with you next week. Thanks so much for your time.
Okay.
The next application is number 8, 2301 Charlotte Drive. Angie Lauer, are you with us? Angie?
I'm here.
Hi, Angie. Have you been sworn in?
No, not yet.
Okay, can you, we can't hardly hear you. Can you maybe talk closer or adjust your volume?
How's that?
A little bit better.
Hi, Angie. If you will, please raise your right hand.
If you've joined us in the meeting room, if you would also, Richard, if everyone would also be sworn in, thank you.
If you'll all raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
Do.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. This next application was continued from the September 14th meeting, and I do need to point out that they needed additional time to work out the information requested from the commission about the windows. So the windows are not under review today. We are just looking at the addition and the siding replacement. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Angie. Angie, if you would state your name and your address for the court reporter, please.
Angie Lauer, ALB Design, 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite.
Angie, we can't hear you.
Can't hear me?
No, it sounds like you're in a cave.
How about now?
It's about the same.
I don't have any other.
Chrissy, maybe we can have Angie log out and come back in.
Okay.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Oh, we can.
Whoa, that's really, really loud. That's eardrum busting. All right, how about now?
Say it again, testing.
How about now?
Yeah,
Okay.
that works. Thank you, Angie.
All right. So 901 Berry Hill Road, Suite B1, Charlotte 28208. You ready?
Yep. Let me know
Okay.
what slide you'd like me to go to.
All right, well, you can stay right there for now. So I just wanted to reiterate what Christy had said about the removal of the window replacement and anything associated with the window replacement. And I know that in the staff analysis, you're calling out for the right elevations facing the street. And we did not, due to time, have enough time to do the drawing for the complete right elevation. And that was primarily for window details, which we felt like photographic documentation to show the stairs and the addition that we were doing on the back. So with that, I'm going to go to slide 6. And on slide 6, everything denoted in blue is the information that you requested. We talked about the back deck and the integrated steps on the right-hand side of the house. So slide 7, please. Same thing. Basically, the existing steps that are integrated into the grade on the right-hand side are timber framed wood steps that are going to be removed. Slide 8, please. And the proposed new steps also indicated in blue. You can keep flipping. So slide 9. So a second portion, there are actually three pieces of this. The second portion of this was to create the details for the rear deck that we are requesting, and the adjacent neighbor to the left treated deck with rail to match, unpainted brick as the piers. And I just want to state that the deck material would be the 2x6 drink rail at the top, the 2x4 bottom rail at the bottom, and 2x2 pickets with 5/4 board decking that is natural wood, not a Trex material, on the deck material itself. And I know that in the staff analysis, you also asked for more detail. And being that it is a deck on the back, I would ask that if you did want to continue this or defer this, that we could possibly work out any intricate details of the deck with staff. The next comment is the windows on the rear of the house on the lower section. So slide 10 and slide 11, please. So slide 11 actually shows that we are replacing the siding, and we'll get to siding in a minute, but that we're replacing the siding below the deck with siding to match, because this particular house had 2 different types of siding. One was the cedar shake, the individual home cedar shakes, as well as a lap siding of sorts that has been replaced over time. But the doors and windows in the lower half of this basement, of the lower level of this house, are to be Geldwin wood windows with the putty grill to match existing. So the detail of the door and window are also, or of the doors, excuse me, are included. I believe next page 12, possibly. Yes. So it does call out for the doors. Now, keep in mind, this basement has 14-foot ceilings. It is a little bit unique on the street, as you know, from Ordermore side is where it is visible. Slide 13. Your request was to give detail of the side steps that are to be removed and replaced. And you could see that they were timber framed, built into the grade, looking towards the street. So exactly where Christy is pointing on slide 13. They're rotted. They've lived their life. The handrails are also just 2x6 with 4x4 posts. to be removed. Slide 14, please. So one of the things that we did want to present to you, and sans the entire right elevation of the house, we wanted to show that there was evidence of a stair that you could see via the paint shadowing up against the house. So there was an intermediate landing from the lower level, and then there were stairs that continued to the back and then up again. So the stairs terminated at the transition between the brick and the siding, and then continued up to the back door. Yes, thank you, Christy, for pointing that on slide 14. Slide 15. I'm going to go quick because I know everybody's kind of tired. So slide 15, if you look towards the front, you can actually see the original stone retaining wall that we are going to preserve. There is also a condensing unit, and in front of the condensing unit, there is a fence and shrubbery that you will not be able to really see the new stairs that are going to be installed to the back. Also, bottom right of slide 15, you'll see the cap of the stone wall. Slide 16. This is the path from the front of the house to where that retaining wall actually is, and that retaining wall traverses the entire front of the house slide 17 as well. So you can barely see it. You can see barely to the right or to the left of the slide 17 is the front door of the house. And the view from the street, actually you're standing kind of on the sidewalk, is where that yellow arrow is pointing to the back. But again, there was evidence that there were stairs at that location at some point in time. I nor the owner know when those stairs had been removed. There might be some evidence of it in the historic district comments or staff notes, but I'm not aware of any. Slide 18, you can actually see these stairs are very tall. Again, there are 14-foot ceilings in the lower level. So the amount of treads that are needed today, you wouldn't be able to go more than 12 feet without a landing. And so this really doesn't even meet code today. Slide 19. Slide 19 actually is the second. So on the left-hand side, you see the zoom in of the stone retaining wall, and on the right side of the house, and on the left side of the house, where we are proposing that garage to be installed in front of, or behind, I should say, if you're facing the house, behind this retaining wall is where that single car garage addition is. And again, you can also see shadowing that there was something there. You can see the slope of a roof, and you can see the paint shadow line of the front of where this structure might have been. Slide. Now I'm going to talk about the cedar shakes, which is the main part of this this application. So one of the things we did is we did some research on other homes of same age that have had approval for the entire structure of cedar shake being removed. One of the things we found was the Wadsworth House, built in 1929, same age as this house, and it was determined through a letter by Guthman Construction that the cedar shakes have really lived their life. I believe, Christy, if you can correct me, 2019 or earlier maybe was the application?
2020.
2020, okay. So in 2020, it was determined based on sample testing that the cedar shakes have lived beyond their life. But from the street appearance, as you drive by, as you see the paint on top of the cedar shake appeared to be in good condition. And if I may ask you to go down from 20 to probably 33. So yeah, let's go to 33 first. So this is the Wadsworth House, built in 1929. From a distance, the cedar shake appeared to be in great condition. Slide 34 is and this is reference photos from the Historic Commission. So, you know, they appear to be in good shape. However, after discovery and scraping, lightly scraping, it was determined they were dry rotted beyond their life. And I didn't know this at the time, but when Serpico Painting presented the letter, they actually had the same exact documentation that Guthman did. And it was kind of serendipitous that, you know, looking at this versus what we had submitted last month, it was almost the same, and not realizing the same documentation had been presented. So if you can zoom in on that Guthman's letter, if you don't mind.
Yeah, and I'll note, Angie, that I worked closely with this group and they actually did, do this test area.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, and you could see the photo, absolutely, and,
Yeah.
and we did a small section. I mean, I know this is, a public house, but for the homeowner to really strip a whole big section, to discover almost the same findings. One of the things that was noted here was dry rotted. It lost, its integrity, the inherent strength of the material, which adheres the paint, right? Like, or you can seal it with a clear sealer. And so one of the things too that Guthman had stated was that they could not guarantee that paint would actually adhere to the product after it was stripped of its paint. And so also too, if you look at the Stave Lake Cedar Shake Company, the warranty and their life expectancy of Cedar Shake is roughly 50 to 70 years from all of my experience in this as well, not just from the warranty letter. Both homes, both structures were built exactly the same time in the same area of Charlotte, 1929. The house is almost 100 years old right now. And in my opinion, and in my professional opinion, not just the letter from Serpico Painting, the Cedar Shakes have truly lived their life. And Christy, if you would go back to some of the zoomed in slides, 20. Yeah. So if you start to look at 29, for instance, even, so slide 29, if you were to really zoom in, you could see the layers and layers and layers and layers of paint that have been on this house. And, while there appear to be, from the curb distance, appear to be in great shape, they're not. Slide 30, if you wouldn't mind going to there. If you look at this and zoom in, if you start to scrape the paint off of this, even lightly, and you can even look at the crown mold and the trim to see how damaged it is over time. Paint can only hide so much. But if you look at this in detail, some of the eaves, some of the rake details, some of the eave details where the dormers attach, the corners, as they're supposed to be somewhat lapped, they're not supposed to be a gap in the corners. Slide 31. You asked for more detail. This is more detail. So if you look at the center of that slide, you can see they're supposed to weave the corners, left, right, up and down. Well, over time, this is splitting, and the paint is the only structural integrity of the Cedar Shake. Slide 32, if you may. So slide 32 is the letter that we had from Serpico Painting, and it did even state that it was truly beyond repair, that even with little effort, there was residue of the cedar disintegrating below. And so there is no guarantee, there is absolutely no guarantee, even stripping all the paint off of this house, that paint would properly adhere. And there were areas of water damage. And I know originally we talked about trying to preserve the front or the side or the back or something of it, but I think once you do that, you've shortened the lifespan of the Cedar Shake. And the intent is, if we're going to preserve this house, to preserve it for another 100 years as it's been preserved now. And so we are requesting that you do consider this for complete removal, and put back exactly the way it is. So the Cedar Shake exposure is a 5-inch exposure with a 3/8 inch shake. and we would put back exactly what's there. Same thing with the trim, paint trim, anything that needs to be removed and replaced, what's damaged. Once we get into the weeds of this, if something else needs to be amended or repaired, like that corner coin underneath the crown in there, that little trim piece, no, underneath the crown on the fascia right there, the frieze, excuse me. It looks great, but it's probably really damaged. And so what we don't want to do is repair something and it look like it's piecemeal together and not extend the life of the cedar shake. So that's the cedar shake side. The next thing is the garage addition. I don't think there were too many comments last time regarding the garage, but what we do want is everything to be harmonious on the back, the garage doors to be of a carriage style door. And again, we can probably work out the details of that specific door with staff, because it is only visible from the Ordermore side. And I understand we had a long conversation about what is visible from the back. It's still part of the integrity of the house. And I wouldn't want to do anything that is uncharacteristic of the historic district. You notice here that it has a 10-foot tall door because those ceilings are like 12 feet tall. And so we want to make sure that it's proportioned to the height of the rear elevation. This is a little bit unusual. There's not too many houses in Dilworth that have 14-foot ceilings from the back. So I think that's it. Let me just double check my notes because I know I went really fast. The rear deck, the right side, Geldwin doors, Wadsworth House. Okay, I'm good.
Thank you so much, Angie. Christy, do we have anyone on the line?
We have one caller.
Okay.
Hello, if you've called in on the phone to join the Historic District Commission meeting, could you just please identify yourself and let us know if you were calling in about 2301 Charlotte Drive?
Hey, good afternoon. This is Chris Gray. I dialed in if there were any questions on this project, and I missed the swear in, but I'm here if you need to swear me in if there are any questions.
Okay, thanks, Chris.
Well, Chris, we can swear you in now since you plan on answering questions. If you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do. Do you affirm the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thank you, sir. Okay, Angie, kudos to you on making your case for the Cedar Shake, at least with this commissioner. Thank you for bringing Wadsworth up. I'm just curious because you did a lot of sleuthing on this house, and you know, there's brick on both side elevations and then this lap siding. Do you know what was there at one point? Because it has lap siding, whereas the rest of the house has cedar shake. So what's up with that? What is it?
So I'm going to defer to Chris for that because he's been underneath that portion of the house. Chris, do you know?
I do not. I mean, what's there is, you know, a German siding, but there's no way to say when that was put on.
The lap siding, no way to say when it was put on. Is that what you just said, Chris?
Correct.
Okay. Yeah, you all are requesting to take it all cedar shake all the way down. And originally, I think lap siding was what you were going to put there, I think, in the last application. And because there has been this differentiation between the upper and the lower parts, I would be inclined to want to see that kept. Can you tell me why you've decided to go to the cedar shake instead?
Sure. So if you go to actually, you can even just zoom in on that, Christy, that slide that you're at, slide 19. So once that deck gets built, and there's going to be a connection. So you have to remove siding to connect to the structure to the band of the house. So it was actually just to have that continuity from the back. So because that deck is going to go left to right, it would. So there is one other slide that actually shows the transition and how it doesn't really look continuous. Yeah, you can even zoom in on that slide, Christy, right on the upper right-hand corner of slide 18. Yeah, well, if you can. It's just an odd transition place. And I'll have my fellow designer architects, you know, comment on that. It's just an awkward transition. It didn't really happen at the floor system. So I'm not sure, maybe it could have been cost at the time that they said, no, cedar shake, we're going to stop here and put wood down there. But I don't know. And also, if you look at underneath the porch railing that's there, the left side porch, that would never have been siding. That would have been a trim band. And so, yeah, something is it just doesn't feel original.
Okay, thank you. Commissioners, any other questions for Angie? Yeah, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Wojcik and then Commissioner Heineman.
I have a few questions. One, I want to clarify because I know last month, I think we got caught up in a lot of things and almost forgot that we were supposed to review. So I want to make sure today we're talking about the cedar shake. We're talking about the deck, which includes a new set of stairs, the railings, and material in general, the lower level siding and windows, and the garage addition are the items that we're discussing.
And the stairs on the retaining wall stairs on the left, on the right-hand side.
Okay.
Yes.
And then I had a couple of specific questions. So I know that last month, Commissioner Whitlock asked, and I thought that this is what we were asking for, was actually that samples be taken at different locations around the house to verify that the cedar shake was in the same condition in other areas of the house. I appreciate the effort that you went through, and I do obviously see a comparison in terms of age of material, but I think that the specific request was that the sample testing actually be done of this particular project and in different locations because of the location being so close to the ground. You have a lot of water, more likely to be water issues in that location. So I feel like that was something that was requested, and I want to make sure at some point, one, did you understand that that's what we were asking for?
So Chris and I did discuss that, and you know, we had only truly a few days to get this back to you comprehensively. But what we did do is take photos, and those photos truly are the same, whether they're down low or up high. The conditions under the paint are the same. And so there is rot, there is damage, especially where the roofs hit the walls in that flashing area. There is damage there. But to get on the roof, you know, 2.5 stories high, no, we did not do that. And my advice to Chris was, please, let's photograph and document the condition, because the conditions from the left or right are going to be the same. The age of the shake is the same. Removing the paint in 2 locations will still render the same results underneath the paint. The only place that it might have been slightly different is under this porch, but that is, you know, like 1/5 of the entire house. And so, yes, I did understand that Scott requested us to sample every, you know, different locations. But I mean, my opinion,
Thank you.
the results would have been the same.
So you mentioned the porch. Can you tell me what product is on the top, the flooring for the porch, the side porch that's there now?
Chris? there's a photo, there should be a photo of it in one of the original submissions.
Well, I'm sorry, what was the question? The existing porch floor?
Yes,
Yes.
material.
It's
Yeah, it's 3/4 tongue and groove.
good.
And can you remind me what you said the porch floor will be, or the deck floor will be made out of?
The deck in the back.
Yes, the addition for the deck.
So the outdoor deck, that's just going to be decking, 5/4 decking.
Okay. And
Treated-
will those floor levels line up with each other? Or will there be a transition?
Well, you're going to have, your deck should technically be just a couple of inches lower than the threshold of the door, so that your band that's attached to the house sits lower, and so that you want proper slope so that you're not having water up against the house. So it'll just be a couple of inches lower. It won't be flush with the threshold. And that's just a construction detail.
Sure, that's great. I was hoping that that would be the case.
Yes. And you got to have proper flashing. So let me just go back to that. So at that transition where you see the separation between the different materials, and that deck is going to go across the entire back of this house, it truly needs to be flashed properly. And because there's exposure here and there's no roof above this deck, that is a spot for water infiltration very easily if it's not properly flashed. And that's just that's my construction background coming in, so.
That's great. So my last question, the exterior elevation of the deck on the rear of the house, there's 2 dominant brick piers, and then there's a third one that's over to the right-hand side. Do you think when you get into the construction details that we'll need additional piers, or do you think that it will stay that open?
Depending on, and we haven't gotten to engineering yet. I mean, obviously we're waiting for HDC approval, but if they determine that that band or that beam needs to be deeper to hold the span, or we need to come back and add, maybe not 1 pier, maybe 2, I would come back for staff approval on that, just because it's a construction detail, if that's okay. But as of right now, the anticipation is, you could span 20 feet with, 14-inch LVL, shouldn't be any problem.
Can you tell me about the door that you have in the specifications in comparison to the door that's on the drawings? If we have a 14-foot ceiling and the garage door is 10 feet tall, does that mean that the door that's shown on the elevation is 10 feet tall?
So if you go to slide 11, let's see, slide 11. Yeah, so I had a note to see the door detail, which is attached. So the door, this is the actual slide because of the cedar shake below the deck. But the actual door spec that we chosen is slide number 12, so that it matches, so that the panels align. So it is going to be an 18 light door instead of a 15 light door because of its height. And you could see that it's 96 inches. So it's going to be an 8-foot tall door with a 15-inch transom. So we want the mutton or the mullions to align.
We go back to the elevation. Does that mean that the top of the windows and the top of the door align, but the top of the transoms do not?
No, it should be that, Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but top of transoms align with top of window transoms.
Correct.
Chris, are you there?
That's correct. Transoms
Yes.
would align.
And that's why I drew the blue box, so that you would see that it was an alignment. I didn't go back to change the drawings. I just submitted the detail of the door. And they are all wood, like I said, wood windows, wood doors.
I think that's all my questions.
Okay, perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. Commissioner Heineman.
My question was actually about the door specification as well. If we go to slide 12, Angie, I'm wondering if there's a way to ask Jeldwin to take another look at this such that the STDL proportion in the transom can be elongated the way it is in the doors and the way it is consistent throughout the house, because the transom is really what sticks out. And I wonder if it would make more sense to go to a taller transom or, lower the pre-mall in order to make a consistent proportion throughout the door and transom and with the house.
I think we're fine with that.
Thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Other commissioners, any other questions for Angie?
Oh, can I say one more thing?
Sure, Commissioner Heineman.
I'll just piggyback on some of Commissioner Wojcik's comments about the brick columns. If you can go to slide 11 again. They just seem so tall and so slender, and I'm more concerned about the slenderness ratio and buckling in a 6x6 post even than the proportions here. And I don't know what the answer is, but I do agree that staff can work through it with you, and it does not necessarily need to be something we resolve as a full commission.
Okay, if I may comment, look at slide 10, and you could see the neighboring, they're in similar proportion. They're maybe just a little shorter, but I understand. So if it needs to be a 16-inch, we have no problem adjusting the width of the pier column to accommodate the proportions. And again, if we may work with staff on those fine details, I would request that.
All right, so we're preparing to close. Angie, anything you want to add before we do?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right.
Can I ask her a question?
Sure.
So about the siding, you've referenced the Wadsworth House. Are you using the same siding that they used from Walden?
Chris, it's going to be the Stave Lake cedar, correct?
At this point, it's number one, cedar that it would be available since the process started. It's become pretty scarce. I've also reached out to teal, and cedar right now, as everybody knows, is up through the roof, and getting your hands on it, local vendors really aren't even stocking it. So if we can get that, great. There's a product that has also been used in the past that's number one blue 3/8, just like Stave, that to me is the same. Proportion is more of the key as opposed to who's manufacturing the cedar. If it can come from teal, Stave Lake, and it saves us a little bit of money because they're pre-priming, great. If not, we will 6-side prime everything and back pay before it goes up.
Okay.
So to answer the question, it's really more about proportion as opposed to manufacturer.
Okay, yeah, I think one of the things that was a consideration for the Wadsworth House is was also the material itself, and that well-known historic properties supplied the cedar shake for like the Theodore Roosevelt's house, Camp David, Edgar Allan Poe's house, Independence Hall. Like, it was of a high caliber quality product that I think also played into the decision, as well as the project being a tax credit project and SHPO signing off too.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Yeah, and so one thing to add to that. I mean, and on that Wadsworth, it was number one grade blue label, which is really, when we can get shake nowadays, that's what we're able to get our hands on locally. So if we can get it from them, great. If we can't, again, it's about the quality, number one blue, and then the thickness and overall proportion.
Okay. All right, Chris, we're about to close. Anything you'd like to add before we do?
One thing that wasn't pointed out when we were looking at the rake edges is just there is an issue there that hasn't been discussed, which is the improper tolerance of the cedar to the shingles. And if you zoom in on that, on any of those slides, you will see that it's that way all the way around, and that's where there's some additional rot. So I just wanted to point that out, to everyone's attention. Thank you. Otherwise, I'm good. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. And the slides that Chris was, just referred to are 21, 22.
Yeah.
Yeah. So 21 through
23.
23.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, thanks, Angie and Chris. We will close now for deliberation. Commissioners, Heather, will you lead us on this one?
Sure. First, I would like everybody's feedback on, one, the information about the Cedar Shake. And two, I was comfortable with the stairs as were being presented in the last configuration, but I know everybody requested that we see an elevation of that. So I want to make sure that you guys have the information that you need to be comfortable to make a decision or give
I'll speak to the Cedar Shakes. I think that the introduction of the Wadsworth Estate, it may be because I know of that project pretty well since I live in the neighborhood. I think that was really helpful to have. I was already teetering a little last time just because the lifespan of the Shakes, was younger than the house itself. But then I also think that what Commissioner Whitlock said about how it adds to the character was very, it at least made me want to see more. And I think that the more Angie presented was the Wadsworth Estate. And so as one commissioner on this board, I'm fine with them replacing the Cedar Shakes. Commissioner Goodwin.
Yeah, if I could make a few more comments to that effect. I'm not familiar with the Wadsworth Estate and what happened with that, but we do have a clear standard to replace wood elements only when they are rotted beyond repair. And when I look at these shakes, I've seen houses where the shakes, these shakes appear to be in relatively good condition. The paint's in bad condition. And there are certainly some areas of rot where there probably need to be some repairs. The Cedar Shake warranty that's been mentioned several times, I don't really feel that that's an important factor. I mean, if we were replacing building materials when the warranty ends, we would be replacing brick after 50 years, because typically that's a warranty on brick. And who's going to be replacing brick after 50 years? So if the material is properly maintained, I think it can very easily outlive the warranty. I think that, and so the case has been made that these shakes are experiencing dry rot. I think that if that is the case, then I don't really see that in the photos. It seems like the shakes have good integrity. Again, the paint's in bad shape. Some of them do need to be replaced. But I think that we need to see, as mentioned last time, a request of more evidence of the shakes from various locations to confirm that they are indeed rotted beyond repair as our standards require.
Thank you, Commissioner Goodwin. All right, Commissioner
I'll
Whitlock.
add on to that. So if I was on the other side, I could make some good cases for replacing it. Just by looking at those photographs. But I mean, there's a house that we've been working on for 40 years, 923 Granville Road, Cedar Shake. There's nothing wrong with those shakes. They're fine. And I think to Phil's point, that the warranty really is irrelevant. I think that, for us to be able to make a decision, for me to be able to make a decision, I need to see some testing and from some qualified organization of some sort to be able to, to verify that there's dry rot, verify that these are beyond repainting and lasting. And how long could they last? 10 years, 20 years? We're just supposed to look at it and protect the integrity of the historic nature of the house. And if the product is doing its job, protecting the house as siding is supposed to, then how can we, without that information, agree to take it to replace it. So.
Thanks, Commissioner Whitlock. Hey, Christy, just a question. What evidence did the Wadsworth estate present that we don't have from 2301 Charlotte Drive?
Okay, that was the point of my question earlier about the product being used. Is they were really specific about the product and how it would match. They gave, photos of existing and proposed side by side with, let's see here, with a ruler. But we took the expert letter that said, hey, we tried to do this, we tested it, and it's failing.
How is that different from the letter they presented?
To me, it's not.
Okay.
But this was, let's see, February 2021 was the decision. And it was a tax credit project. So, maybe the commission felt since it had a higher level of
scrutiny
by SHPO.
The SHPO had actually.
There was nothing provided by SHPO, no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so.
But that SHPO had also looked at the Cedar Shake and said, we'll still give you the tax credit if you replace it. Okay.
And I can verify that with SHPO. I have a call with Brett coming up, and we'll be seeing Brett in November, but I'm glad to verify that with them. Yeah.
Okay.
I look at it like we've allowed houses with a lot less deterioration to lap siding, replace their siding. So this is your decision. If you want more information, ask for more information.
Okay, so I see Angie waving her hand. So we are going to reopen so that you can say what you want to say, Angie, and you're muted right now, by the way.
Okay, so I just want to respond to the qualified individual, because in my opinion, again, and I've been doing this a long time, you guys know me, Guthman Construction had that letter. And I didn't even know at the time when Serpico, Chris, presented this, and Chris has been doing this for 25 years as well. So I would consider him a certified and a qualified individual. So the letters that are presented serendipitously are parallel to each other. And to say, again, the comment previously to say they look like they're in great shape, well, so did the Wadsworth house from a distance. If you got up close and saw these individual shakes, you would see that they will not take paint anymore. And to scrape the viability of the layers of the cedar off of these shakes to try to repaint them, there is no guarantee what you're going to get. So now I've stripped a whole house and caused damage, more damage to the cedar shakes than truly replacing like for like. And that is my argument. I mean, you could tell I'm passionate about this because there is no comparison. They're both built in 1929. They're both 1929. They're almost 100 years old. So why would the Wadsworth house be approved and this one would not? They're the same age, the same lifespan. And somebody's actually, I mean, I know that is not a single family residence, but somebody's actually living here who wants to maintain this house for another and preserve it for another 100 years. And so to have a personal opinion about it not looking good or looks good from a distance is not the fact. So I'm done. So
thank you for that, Angie. Okay, we will reclose. Commissioner Heineman.
I won't claim to know what SHPO said about Wadsworth because I definitely wasn't a part of those conversations, but I have had to ask them from time to time about replacement material and like the extent of the replacement that would remain eligible for tax credits essentially, so that we didn't compromise that. And when that's been approved, they have pointed to a portion of the Secretary of Interior Standards number 9, which is exterior alterations should protect the historic integrity of the property and its environment. This is really far out of my wheelhouse, so I need to lean on the rest of the commission for this. But the slide that makes me start to, worry about this is slide 31, where the corners are separating. And I wondered if some of our commissioners who have much more experience than I do could speak to that. And whether that's creating a situation where, my question is whether the separation at the corners is creating a water intrusion problem that is contributing, that's going to contribute to the deterioration of the structure. That's my question. And that's in earnest because I don't know.
Maybe Commissioner Whitlock or Commissioner Goodwin can speak to that, one of our builders. Your mic, Commissioner Whitlock.
If water is getting in behind that, that's not good. So yeah, absolutely. So I think I'm looking at the one slide and then I'm looking at some others and I see that there is a lap, there is some gap. I don't think that is necessarily indicative of replacing all the siding. So, but yeah, anytime there's a breach and water can intrude, then that could be a problem.
Commissioner Whitlock, Commissioner Goodwin, will you all speak to what Angie said to help give a little perspective to commissioners like me who don't know, right? So like, I don't know, I assume that at a certain period when the shakes are well beyond their years, that it's not a bad thing to replace them, right? Like a water heater, the life expectancy is a certain amount, but I know mine keeps going. So, and I've kept it, right? So what do you say when Angie is making the comparison of this house to the Wadsworth estate and a compelling argument? She's making a compelling argument. What do you say to that? What's different about this than the Wadsworth as you see it?
But I don't know anything about the Wadsworth. And I look at that picture, that doesn't tell me what I need to know to be able to compare it. So, and I really don't know what I'm seeing here. It's a photograph. I tell you, I go back to look at that area where they stripped it. And if I zoom in on that, it doesn't look bad. And so I think that would be a very good paintable surface, but I'm not there. I'm not there touching it. So I couldn't say definitively. I'm just saying based on what I'm seeing, I've not heard enough compelling backup to convince me that it needs to be replaced.
Well, then let me pull a Commissioner Bartham playing devil's advocate. If we're looking at this and we're not able to tell if it's damaged beyond repair, then what good is it going to do us if they do this to other parts of the house?
I think it needs to be tested. I mean,
Well,
that could be
Yeah.
by something. I mean, it could be tested by a chemist to see what the makeup of it is, if that's necessary, to see if it's dry rotted. What does that mean? What is it going to look like? Is it coming apart? I think they indicated that that it's falling apart, but I just don't see that. I don't see anybody showing me that. I could see a video showing me it falling apart. Maybe that would convince me. I don't know. The house that I was saying on Granville Road was built in 1922. I don't think those shingles are anywhere near needing to be replaced and probably for 50 years. But if it's a roof, that's a different thing. This is a vertical surface.
Okay.
If it's something, there's certainly some areas that need to be addressed on this house. Nothing's convinced me that it's wholesale, rip it off and replace it.
And one of the differences might be the environment that the house is in, the style of the house,
Yeah, absolutely.
yeah, okay. Sure, Commissioner Bell, then Commissioner Heineman, then Commissioner Goodwin. Okay.
Yeah. So a question, I wonder, because here we are, we find ourselves again. Something that happened previously, and I think the one thing that changes is the membership. And then we have decisions that were made when some of us weren't here, which I fully appreciate.
I
So
think
wonder-
Wadsworth went straight to staff, by the way.
Yes.
Mhm.
And one thing I wonder if we can agree on is Christy, who had said she'd do some additional investigation or conversation. Because I do think it makes sense for us to balance the additional detail and investigation with the previous property, and forgive me, I've already forgotten the name of that, to come to a conclusion so that we are keeping consistent with our practices, but also realizing the standards. Because I can appreciate the Angie and the owner wanting to, like, it's a very tall house, so trying to get on the top, and because they have comparative letters, I know last time we said additional detail, but now that we see that they have comparative letters, I'm not as passionate about that. However, I don't know that we should dismiss the idea of maybe having someone else go out and do some.
If I may,
Yes.
things you've done, I think the video is a great idea. Things people have successfully done in the past, talking about window replacement, which is
Mhm.
also held to a very high standard. I mean,
Mhm.
they've literally brought the window in here that was like falling apart
Mhm,
to
mhm.
demonstrate that. This goes back to what I said earlier, Wadsworth being same time, similar letters, it's fine, but each property is its own thing, right? Like, that is fact, that does help, but each property may have different scenarios. And
Mhm.
so it needs to be looked at on
Okay.
its own merits.
So additional investigation and analysis.
Yeah, going back to what we asked for last time. Commissioner Heineman?
I was actually going to say exactly what Christy suggested, which is in the window replacement cases where people have brought in a sash of a window, it has really been fairly apparent. And it would probably actually be more meaningful in an effort to move forward for us to have a couple of these shingles that we can actually take a look at and touch than to see photographs of more scraped areas.
Okay.
Although I do think the video is a really great idea too. But I
Mhm.
think that if we could just get some shingle samples in here, maybe this would be a lot more straightforward.
Yeah, okay. All right, so we spent a lot of time on the shingles. What about the addition? And the stairs and all of the other things Commissioner Wojcik pointed out. Commissioner Wojcik, I'm gonna kick it back to you.
Thank you.
Mhm.
Well, I'm going to go to the garage addition because last time it didn't seem like anyone had much of an objection to it. And that might be something for us to easily discuss at this point.
We're due.
I brought up the irregular roof line, and we kind of discussed that, and that did not seem to be an issue for anyone. It's basically behind a 14-foot retaining wall on the side of the house. You can only see it from the rear. The garage door seems to be in proportion. We know that there was something there at some point already. Does anybody have any thoughts or questions on that?
A retaining wall, something that's been there for a long time and is probably not going to be removed. I have no problem with the garage.
So let's see, okay, so the stairs that are there currently are integrated into the slope of the grade. And they're proposing that those be replaced with lumber, treated lumber. They will go up to a landing that Angie has specified as a concrete pad on grade, which again is behind a smaller retaining wall that is on the right side of the house. And then there are going to be some additional stairs that go up to the deck from that landing. Those still probably won't be viewable from the front yard because they are, again, below the retaining wall. She presented the picture of where the stairs were instead of the elevation drawing. Does anybody have any questions about that?
Doesn't look like they do.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Okay, so the rear deck, we never really discussed the size of it, the proportions of it, we've talked a little bit about the height of it. Jessica and I asked a few questions about that. We know that there may be a variable in the number of piers that will be supporting it. They're going to be made out of brick that are covering a structural lumber membrane inside of it. That is going to be made out of decking lumber. It's going to have a deck floor. It's going to have pressure treated railings. It will be a little bit lower than the existing porch. Does anybody have any questions or concerned about the deck?
Yeah, we don't know some things that we should know about that. Commissioner Heineman?
I would love for looking at this elevation, this is slide 10 for reference. The, we'll call it the column in the middle, even though no, it's not centered. Its relationship to the side of the house is that it's offset a little bit. And on the left side, its relationship to the side of the house is that it's, kind of in plane, which results in a different relationship to the windows below. Now, this is on the back of the house. I'm totally comfortable sending it to staff. I don't think that it needs to be scrutinized by the commission, but I would love if it had like a consistent relationship to, if it's going to be a formal type deck like this, it would be great if it had a consistent relationship to the corners.
Christy, can you work with Angie on that?
Yes, I can.
Okay. All right.
And I think the reality of it is once it's engineered, there'll be a lot more information about the slenderness and bracing that may be required, which may change things. And it's not practical to engineer these things until after you have HGC approval. So I think if it's problematic for Christy, it comes back to us, but I don't think it will be. I think it can just be handled at a staff level.
Do we know how deep it is?
We do not have a dimension on the drawings.
Slide 8.
Yeah, it's not on there, Christy.
7. 6.
6.
Nope.
No.
Angie's waving her hands.
Okay, that's great. I think Angie would know. Let's
Angie's telling me to go down.
Yeah. Or we can just reopen and Angie can tell
Let's
us.
talk to Angie.
Angie?
Hey, okay, so it's on the side elevation where you're looking at it from the side view. I believe it's 12 feet. Chris, correct me if I'm wrong, but it's 12.
See it either.
Do you have a slide number for us, Angie?
It's not, yeah, that's it. Slide 9.
Okay.
Yeah, it was supposed to be 12 feet. So the depth of the deck is 12 feet. I'll close
Okay.
now.
All right. And we'll close too. Okay, so 12 feet.
Does that dimension mean anything to anyone? Is that an issue? Do we need to have it? Okay. Okay, so the last element is the lower level, the facade changes. They are requesting to change doors and windows and to change the siding material. So for the change of the windows, I believe that they're removing an old door that is not historic. And I think they're removing, yes, two windows. I'm not sure if they're original windows or not. And then an old garage door is going to be removed. and that is on elevation number 7. And then if we go to the new elevation, we have much taller windows, more proportionate. The discussion was to have all of the tops of the windows and the doors line up. And Jessica requested that the mullion button size be consistent. Does anyone have any thoughts on the windows and doors?
I think and I apologize, I wasn't here for the last meeting or the initial meeting of this, but I think it'd be good to see the double pedestrian door and transoms projected on this rear elevation so we can get an idea of its relationship with the flanking windows.
Angie said that there is on elevation page 11. She said that there's a blue square that represents the size of the doors. She just didn't redraw it.
The door itself is on slide 12.
And that's where Jessica asked about changing the proportions. And
Yeah, so
that
I
would
still like to see
I
it.
think
Good
with
with
the
it.
transom redesign,
Okay.
having that overlaid on the elevation would be helpful.
Okay.
Okay, and then the last element is changing the German lap siding, or the German lap siding to the cedar shake.
Well, I wanted to know the story of it so that we can make a better decision. I don't know. Commissioner Barth?
Is the question on whether the German lap is acceptable here? Is that
It's going to be turned into cedar shake instead of what it is now. That's what they're asking for.
Don't you need conditions of the German lap?
I'm sorry.
Don't you need to know what the condition of the German lap is, if it's old and original?
Yeah, that's what we're discussing now.
I
Yeah.
thought Angie said that it was not historic, not original.
Yeah,
Like-
she did say that. But they also said it's an assumption because they don't really know what the story is of that space.
I think Angie brought up a few good points about some conditions on the rear. For example, the porch band beam that does not continue around the corner. I think likely what happened is the German lap siding was added on at some later date. Could have, excuse me, could have been long ago. And that when that occurred, obviously the deletion of the band beam on the rear of the house at that porch was eliminated. To me, if the condition of the German lap is in a similar state as the existing siding and we propose that it's acceptable to remove, then the German lap could come up too. But as far as, I mean, having the porch there does help break up that facade. That's the only concern of mine is you have 3 stories of the
Yeah.
continuous material, and having some delineation between the two would help.
Yeah, I thought the same thing.
I left mine on, sorry. So is it back to the question of, does the siding need to be replaced? Is still the question for that as well?
Yeah, I think so because I would imagine that if they're going to add cedar shake to the bottom, it's because they've cleaned the slate, wiped the slate clean, and they're doing it in one fell swoop. I can't imagine that they would want to put cedar shake down there and, have it be new against the old. So I think maybe we could hold off on making a call on that until we find out what's happening to the rest of the house. What do you all think? Yeah. Commissioner Barth?
I mean, I'm just thinking that, we don't know what the history of this German lap is. It's the same issue with the shingle siding. We need to establish its history. And, it could very well be part of the story of this house put on in the 50s or something. So I think we just need more information
Okay,
on that before we can make an accurate decision.
thanks, Commissioner Barth. Okay, so we hit all of the points. What do you have so far, Heather? If we go through them all.
As of right now, I think, have all agreed that additional sampling is going to be required for the Cedar Shake before we will approve replacement. We need physical evidence that we can either see or a video or something versus just pictures, because we don't know what's underneath that paint. Everybody seems to have agreed on the deck, the stairs, the railing, or the deck construction in general, the railing and the stairs. And there was a request for the door reconfiguration of Muttons to be drawn on the rear elevation. And the garage seems to be acceptable to everyone.
All right. Anything else? So it wasn't put in the form of a motion, but anything else that we need to add to that list before Commissioner Wojcik restates it as a motion? Okay, do you mind just restating it as a motion now, Commissioner Wojcik?
So do I just state it like I just did?
So you say whether or not you're approving, continuing, or denying.
So we
And
want
then-
to approve a few things, but we're continuing a few things, or are we continuing?
Let's start with the approval.
Okay.
We'll break it out into two motions.
Okay.
And if it's an approval with conditions, you can give me staff direction on what those conditions are.
Okay. Okay.
And let's all collectively be ready to give Commissioner Wojcik some standards.
So I like to make a motion to approve the addition of the deck with railings and materials as specified.
Standard 6.20.
6.20.
Mm-hmm.
6.20. We approve the construction of the new side stairs to integrate into the existing retaining wall on the right side of the property. We approve the addition of the one-car garage on the left side of the property. Do we need something for that?
I think those are all 6.20.
Okay.
Right? And, maybe it couldn't hurt that one of the reasons we're approving this, among many others, is that there is a sign that was there before.
Okay. We are approving the garage addition because there's evidence that there was a structure attached to the house at some past point. I need to add that staff be worked with for the actual location and size of the deck once construction drawings are complete. And I think that's everything that's for the approval.
Okay.
I'm going to give you 8.3, number 9, for the parking located in the rear of the property.
8.3.9. Okay.
That's correct.
With
8.3, number 9.
Okay, 8.3, number 9, to support the garage addition.
Any other standards you think might help? Or do you think we have them all?
I think you could also mention the fact that it's completely hidden behind a retaining wall, not visible. And that's why a departure from attached garages is okay, and that it's also facing out of the district towards Ortamore.
Okay.
The garage addition is also approved because it is below grade and cannot be seen from the front of the house and is accessible from the rear property line. It faces the non-historic area.
Perfect. Thank you, Commissioner Wojcik. So motion made by Commissioner Wojcik, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Goodwin. Any further discussion of the motion? Any friendly amendments?
Did we capture the changes to the door? No, but I was thinking friendly
that-
amendment to capture the changes to the door and show them to us in elevation.
Mhm. I thought
Yeah.
you,
Oh, did I say that?
I thought you did, but it doesn't hurt to say it again. Yeah.
Or add it?
Uh-huh.
Okay.
Just, or restate it if it's there.
We request resubmittal of the rear elevation with the accurate door and light configuration for review.
Yep.
Did you separate out the motions?
That's what, yeah, we were going
Like,
to.
we were just doing the approval first, and then she had a second motion?
You're right.
Okay, that's okay.
You're right.
Okay,
It's getting late.
that's okay, I know, scratch that,
But can't
yeah.
you do that to have staff approved?
I mean, I'm willing to do it.
So then it's an approval with a condition that.
Sure. hmm
And it can be on the approval list.
It absolutely
Well,
can be if
then
that's what she chooses
let's
to do.
get more off the list.
I love it.
Yeah,
hmm I'm sure Angie will too.
we'll appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So the rear elevation redraw can be approved with staff.
Yeah. Okay, perfect. Still good with that, Commissioner Goodwin? Okay. Any further discussion of the motion? Okay, let's vote. Oh. Excuse me. Back to my roster. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik, Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve with conditions passes 8-0. Okay, now the continuation.
I move to continue the following application covering the cedar shake replacement and German siding replacement on the house. We are requesting sample tests. No, we're requesting visual presentation. We want to actually see either video or in person what the cedar shake condition is. And we would like an evaluation of the existing German siding to determine its condition as well. With the standards 6.2 or just 6? Just 6? Number 6 of the Secretariat Interior and Standard.
Secretary of Interior Standards. What page is it on,
Secretary
Jill?
of Interior Standards, 2.5,
Mm-hmm.
number 6.
Okay,
Do we need to add windows to the continuation? Since we did not review them today?
They
No.
weren't part of it.
They weren't part of this today. They asked to defer windows to the next month, to November.
Do we need to mention that?
We can, it doesn't hurt to
Do
get
we
it in
run the
record.
risk of it seeming like they were?
It certainly doesn't hurt to put on record that,
Can we, a friendly amendment that windows were not reviewed at this time?
Yep, okay. Are you accepting that, Commissioner Wojcik?
I accept.
Are you accepting that, Commissioner Goodwin? All right, perfect. Any other friendly amendments? Okay, any further, yes, Commissioner
One
Bell.
question just for clarity for myself. Are we adding then any additional conversations that staff may have with others pertaining to the cedar shake on the other home that may be applied to findings that?
I
the
don't-
applicant-
I don't think so. No. Okay. All right. So let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin, Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 8-0. All right, thank you.
So, Madam Chair, it is 6:23 and we are just gotten through number 8.
Yeah.
We have 5 more cases.
So, our next case is a pretty big one. And I so hate this because our architect, Richard, has been here for quite some time, but I think there's no way that we're going to, I think that 306 North Graham, I know that 306 North Graham, 420 West 6th Street will have to be our last application for today. That's the bad news. The good news is you'll go first at next month's meeting. Thank you, Mr. Cubas, Mr. Rowe. Okay, so let's take a 5 and let the record show that Commissioner Henningsen is back at 6:24. No, this is good. I was gonna get you for the next one because we need all hands on deck for that one. No, the one that's happening now.
Okay, Candace, do we have our next applicants with us? Case number 9, 306 North Graham. Oh, I just see him popped up. Hi, welcome. Have y'all been sworn in?
Not yet.
Okay, we'll do that first.
All right, guys, if you'll raise your right hand and respond, I do, to the following question. Do you affirm that the testimony and information you are about to give is the truth and nothing but the truth?
I do.
All right, thanks, Sheldon and Cameron.
Okay. This application is at 306 North Graham, 420 West 6th Street. It's half of a block. I will show you between 6th and 7th. And the commission has already heard the demolition of the existing buildings, and the project is proposing to keep a portion of a 2-story brick building right here in the center and have that kind of be the inspiration for the rest of the project. So the staff memo is pretty long. It details, the checklist summary, architectural details, but I'm going to jump right in and just turn it right over to Sheldon and his team, and just let me know when to advance the slides.
All right, sounds good.
Oh, I'm so sorry. One more thing. Please state your name and your addresses for the court reporter.
All right, I'm Sheldon Clark at 6204 Elkington Lane, Mint Hill. You need the rest of our group as well? I'll be the only one speaking.
Yes.
Okay.
Orlando Pizarro, 220 East Peterson Drive, Charlotte.
Tobias Authentic, 220 Peterson Drive, Charlotte.
All right. Good to go?
Good to go.
All right. Thank you so much for hearing us today. I know it's going late in the evening, but we really do value your input and comments. We recognize that this is a large project, and we realize it's going to take at least 2 bites at the apple to really get through this. You guys kind of had some of you had the right intuition previously when we wanted to come before you. It's a lot of work that really goes into a multifamily project of this size, and we don't want to head down the wrong direction too far before getting more of your input. So with that said, we went ahead and we jumped in with both feet here. Taking a look here at the history of the site, we really looked at, if you start down at the bottom right-hand corner of the earliest Sanborn maps that we're able to find. And it shows a number of duplexes, single-family detached, and a small church, a Presbyterian church that was on our site. When we fast forward another 29 years, we're starting to get more commercial uses on the site. That church is with the junkyard. That church was then relocated, or not relocated, but demolished, and another church or synagogue was established on the north end of our site. And then when we fast forward up to 1953, which is the most recent Sanborn map, or the earliest map that shows the existing buildings on our site, in addition to some other duplexes and detached homes and churches that have since been demolished, where the gravel lot currently sits on our site. Go down to the next slide. So even though historic Fourth Ward is mainly in reference to the historic single-family detached homes that are there in the historic district, looking around to the historic context that's most relevant to us actually largely falls outside of the historic district, with the Camden Cotton Mills, the Sodoma Law Building, and the Charlotte Coca-Cola Bottling Building, where Land Design is situated, seem to be the most relevant commercial buildings inside the context and in the immediate vicinity of our project, even though they're directly outside or across the street from the historic district. And then inside the historic district would be the number 4 fire station directly adjacent to the view. And in looking at the commercial buildings, because they're at a completely different scale than the single family residential buildings, we see that those historic buildings are 1 to 2 to 3 stories in nature. You see the 2-story addition on top of the Coca-Cola bottling building that's at the corner of 6th and Graham. But the original structure of that was a 2-story building. And so with that, we ask that you guys take a look in terms of what's the purview of the Historic Review Board or Commission here to look at the 3-story range, the guidelines and design guidelines that you guys have adopted say that commercial properties are basically looked at within the 3 to 5-story range. We feel that larger buildings inside the historic district, such as the View or other high-rise buildings that are in excess of 10 stories, 15 stories, that 5-story mark would be more appropriate with that, but in proportion to what is establishing a historic plinth of where we're trying to keep things at the pedestrian scale, we are asking that you guys consider the 3-story range in terms of your consideration. And also, before we jump to the next slide, kind of our mindset in approaching historic projects is always to keep the Secretary of the Interior's guidelines in mind, and definitely with looking at our project in terms of the existing building that we're preserving a portion of, but also looking at the rest of the fabric. We want to make sure that our building is recognized as a physical record of our time today, and that we don't look at mimicking the historic context, but complementing it. We can go to the next slide. So looking at the context of commercial and multifamily buildings, not just historic, but just what's around the area. The first 3 that you see there are outside of the historic district, even though there's still a lot of historic character, and if not the most relevant historic character is the retail that we were showing on the previous slide along Graham Street. There's a CVS pharmacy, which has some historic character to it, but that also is outside of the historic district, even though it's directly across the street from our site. And then the rest of the buildings that you see there are inside the historic district. And those are the other multifamily buildings, townhomes that are in the historic district, none of which have any contributing historic character or with any period of significance with regards to the historic district. And you can jump down, next slide. We're familiar with the site. The dashed line is the historic district. And then looking at our site plan here, the existing site plan, the portion of the building that's not hatched, thank you for circling that. That is the existing structure, the portion of the structure that we are proposing to keep while demolishing the portion that is hatched. You'll also notice here, there are 7 trees that are identified there on the site. There was some discrepancy on where our actual site boundary was in relationship to the trees on the site. We got this in just before we submitted, and so we recognize that we are going to have to get some documentation from an arborist just in terms of looking at those trees, but they appear to be more associated with our neighboring properties, so that's why there was some confusion on that. Next slide. With here, you see the 1950s commercial buildings on our site. This is from 6th and Graham. You can see on the left-hand side, peeking out, the portion of the building that we're looking, or part of the building that we're looking to preserve. Next slide. And here you can see it better. So what we're looking at preserving basically goes back to the first double window that is observable on the first floor. Correct, right about there, just beyond that is the mark of where we're looking at demoing the rest of the building behind there. And next slide. And over here, you see the gravel lot, and in the background, you see the View towering up, probably the tallest structure inside the historic district. Next slide. And then these are street view slides for context. If there's anything that we're talking about in the future in terms of what's happening in the neighboring properties, then we can refer back to here, but we just wanted to make sure that we provided these. And these are just stitched together street view elevations surrounding the site. Yep. And next slide. And next slide. We included the streetscape elevations here. Next slide. And the next 4 slides here, the existing street survey elevations, and you see what's hatched is what we're proposing to demolish. You see that taller structure, multifamily structure that's adjacent to us, as well as the existing townhomes that back up to our site there. And the rear of the buildings, as shown from, the rear yard line. All right, so going into the massing here, you see how we're comparable but taller than the adjacent multifamily that's in the lot adjacent to us, as well as the multifamily that's directly across the street from us. You can see poking out from the setback of the rest of our property, our proposed project, the existing structure there. So that existing structure is much closer to the property line and to the right of way. That current zoning would allow for new structures, which is fine as it's grandfathered in, but all the rest of the structure of the development needs to be pulled back in line with the current zoning code. And so we've done that there, but that also gives us the opportunity to really kind of jewel box and showcase that historic structure. As you can see here, and you'll see in later slides, that we've looked at elevating the rest of the building around that and maintaining some distance from that so that we can show off what is authentically historic. From this view here, you see the rear of our parking garage. The unwrapped portion of the parking garage here is screened in a green wall. And then you see the pin there by the garage entrance as one of the screening pins for transformers. And there's another pin on the other side of the building as well to screen transformers. And if you hop down, so with this one here, we will be locating all of our condensers towards the center of our roof. We have the tendency to locate them on top of basically the corridor path so that vibration isn't transferring down into the residential units below. So they'll all be located well away from the edge of the building, will not be visible from the pedestrian level. So our below grade parking here. One of the impediments that we have on this project is also this diagonal line that you see shooting across here. Is an existing stormwater line that we're having to design around, which kind of limits some of where we can put parking on the site in order to fulfill our parking requirements. If you go to the next slide. So here you see the parking garage wrapped with single loaded residential units and some commercial or amenity type uses. We're still working through with ownership, just in terms of what the uses will be on that south corner of the site at the corner of 6th and Graham, but there will be some type of activated use, most likely something that is geared towards the residents of the property, but there'll be something that most likely will not be residential living units on that side there. We're utilizing that historic portion, the portion of the existing historic building for leasing. And we're going to really turn that into a jewel, really nice space for the residents there. There's a lot of existing structure that we're preserving inside of there, of the heavy timber structure, the second floor plates that are also made out of heavy timber. And we really just want to showcase that to the extent possible. You'll also see that we have direct access units. There are stoops that are on the northern side of the site. Yes, over there. And all of those provide direct access, and they will still also have access to the interior of the building. Also inside, if you could go back here, we're keeping our loading and our back of house services such as trash are going to be inside the building and tucked inside the garage. So those items are not going to be visible from the public right away. And we can go to the next slide. And this is coming up to the second level here. And you can see we continue to wrap the garage here and screen it with residential units. And we're still working if we're able to keep the units that are underneath the pool, that are the pool's located on the next floor above, but there may be units coming back in that location depending on how we work that out. If we go to the next slide, we get to the amenity deck at the top of the podium here. And this is our courtyard, the landscaping and everything for the interior courtyard, which is on the right-hand side, or the open active courtyard, which is on the left-hand side. We are gonna have required tree planting just by the city streetscape plan. And we'll have new trees that are being planted inside each of those courtyards. But with one of the things we've looked at, just in terms of our views that show up on the next couple slides, is that none of the amenity deck, this open courtyard, is visible at the pedestrian level at any of the public right-of-ways in the area. And we'll recognize that you guys have been just listening on some of the other hearings. Even though in working in other federal recognized historic districts, that typically we don't have to address what's looked at, what's not visible from public right of way. We recognize that you guys have taken that on or may take that on, but we're made sure to provide views just to show you in case you decide to, I guess, be more conservative in the approach of not looking at the areas that are not actually visible. Next slide. And this is just our typical residential plate. You can go on to the next slide where we get into the architecture of the building. So with this, you can see that we took the approach of using traditional materials such as brick and precast stone for accent work on the building. And we're stepping up that brick on the more commercial side of the building. So this is the side from 6th and Graham. And so we've looked at stepping down the brick as we move closer into the residential portion of the historic district. And so here we've extended the brick all the way up to the 6th story. And we're looking to be more playful once we get above that 3rd story. So you see the white cementitious panel is brought in once we get above that 3rd story of the project, but staying more muted in terms of the dark cementitious panel that's happening on the 3rd floor. When we're really at that pedestrian level of that 1st and 2nd floor, we're using strictly corrugated metal panel at the heads of our storefront openings, aluminum storefront, brick, and looking at precast infills. You see small vertical strips in between of the lighter color precast in between our storefront, as well as precast banding that is at the top of the 1st story and at the top of the 2nd story to give some delineation and hierarchy to the base of the building. If we go to the next slide. So this slide here really mimics that view looking from Hearn Place. This is basically the intersection at the north side of the CVS and the Dunkin' Donuts, and looking out here into the building. So this is kind of the view I like the most in terms of looking at the jewel box, or how we're trying to create space around the historic structure. So you see we have these almost like paseos or reliefs that are happening on the north and south side of the historic structure there. And that's to give that space so that we're not really engaging with that structure. We've pulled columns outside of that. So you see the vertical columns coming up to support the podium level that is then floating above that 2nd story. And then we've used some of the diagonal truss work that is inside one of the buildings that's being demolished on the site, and bringing that kind of industrial feel that's been prevalent in terms of the uses on the site, and using that as kind of like a memory of what's happened there and bringing that to the outside. That diagonal truss work is also then struck down in scale, and we use that on a couple key balcony locations in terms of our railing design. And so we have those diagonals that are then backed by metal mesh or screening material behind that so that we have a code compliant guardrail. You'll also see the rhythm of the townhouse. It reads as townhouse units, but those direct access units that are marching up the street when we look to the left of the historic structure. And to the next slide. And so here we've dropped the brick down so that it is purely at the second story level when we get to the more residential side of the block. And that's to kind of lower the heaviness or the mass that you feel with the masonry structure like this, and using some of the lighter materials, even though they're still high quality materials on this elevation. You're still looking at cementitious panel and cementitious lap siding that's being used here, and that shows up more clearly in the elevations to follow. And we go to the next slide. Here you'll see the screening gates and screening wall that we're using to screen the transformers. One of the things that we are working with, though, it just has to come in a later period of time on the project, is working with Duke Power to see if they will allow us to do transformer vaults, since we are in the uptown area, and keep negotiating with them. They're typically a little reluctant with that, but we think it provides for a better streetscape and better urban built environment if we can just get those transformers completely out of the way underground. All right, next slide, and we'll go into the materials here. One of the things that just didn't come through on these elevations, if we look back, jump up to 3 slides. So 34 or 33. So 33 is the better representation in terms of brick color, of showing the original brick and then showing what we're proposing. We're looking to make sure that we're doing a brick that is complementary but has enough contrast. We want to make sure that there's a clear delineation between the historic structure and what we're proposing as new work. And we want to make sure that that's apparent at the lay level. So we know there are a lot of architects in the room, right? And we'll be able to pick out through the detailing and the type of brick and everything else of what's actually historic and of a time, but we want to make sure that there's no confusion to the layperson. When they see the historic structure, they know that that is something truly different from the rest of the brickwork that's being proposed. If you go back down to the elevations, and that's just to clarify, when we get to the elevations, the contrast didn't render out in the same manner as the rendering software we use for the perspectives. So right now, this is what we don't want to do when it comes to the brick color, of where it's getting too close to matchy-matchy, and you don't get that delineation and can't really tell what's different, what's the historic structure versus what's existing, at least at the lay level. But when we get up here, we look at the dark panel that we have on there. That is horizontal fiber cement. So we're taking a panel, whether they're panels ripped down or we're using something that's that comes inherently at a 24-inch segment, and just using that to pick up more horizontal lines instead of using it as like a full-size panel. And then we're going down in the lighter sections that you see, a combination of 6-inch fiber cement and 8-inch fiber cement siding. So what we're looking at is in the recesses that we're getting into something that's like a higher fidelity or higher resolution in terms of the textures that's used. And so that's going to that tighter 5-inch fiber cement. And then when we're more so in the foreground, then we're using the wider profile or wider exposure fiber cement there in those situations. And if we go to the next slide, with this one again, you see the storefront that's marching down along the bottom. The section of where you're not seeing much fenestration in the middle there. That is the stair tower, and that we can look to further articulate that if needed, but that's the, that would essentially be a recess to also help break up the rhythm, so that it's not just a straight elevation all the way across. You see our entry into the garage as well as our transformer pin or screening pin there to the right. Next slide. And again, here we see the transformer screening pin and how we've dropped down the brick. And this elevation, I don't think it was picked up before, that we also still have those direct access units, except for the corner unit is just because of the prominence of the corner and thinking of how people can conjugate at corners, to not have a stoop there at that one, so that they don't feel like they have a space that's being intruded on so much by the public. And then this is the back of the building. And so this side would primarily be visible from the condo building and the townhomes that are to the east of our property. And that you'll be able to see a sliver of this from 7th Street looking down, basically the parking alley for those townhomes would be the only way to be visible, you know, that this elevation would be visible from public right of way or from the general public. With this, we've picked up using some ethos on this elevation. Right now, this is primarily the only location that we're looking at proposing that. And then also looking to soften up the garage elevation by putting in a green wall, installing a green screen system there so that we can get some lovely growing cascading up the wall. We have large, if we go back to this here, so we haven't proposed a mural, but we want to leave enough blank space on this wall. This wall where there are less windows is actually along a corridor. So we didn't want to leave it completely blank, and it's always nice to daylight corridors when possible. But that's why you don't see the rhythm of the typical residential rhythm of windows along here, but also leaving some blank space because we can always appreciate some good art and public art in the city. Not proposing or going through with looking for mural approval, but that's also why we left some blank space here with that thought in mind in the future. And the next slide. So with this, we're zooming in just so we can show a little bit more detail on what's happening around the historic building. We know that we're going to have to come back with more specifics on signage. And we also want to start the conversation in terms of what do we actually do for the restoration portion of the historic building. The older windows are still intact on that building on the 2nd floor. On the ground floor, there are newer storefront windows there. So we don't have the divided lights or the simulated divided lights that you see with the mullion or mutton grids on the 2nd floor, down on the 1st floor. But we feel like that would be an appropriate restoration move because our thought or belief, even though we do not have any documentation to back it up, is that these lights on the lower level would have been gridded out in a similar manner as the upper level. And so we wanted to get your thoughts and take on that, if that would be something appropriate to move forward with. If you go to the next slide. Here, we're looking at a section through our stoops. And so we have our stoops that also are part of a double height recess into the building. And then at the 3rd story, we're also projecting balcony space there. And then using that as an opportunity to create a visual break to step back the building another 5 feet at that location. And so that helps to also provide some relief on the streetscape. So on this elevation, we have a lot of ins and outs with what happens at the historic building jutting out into the prescribed setback from zoning. We have our open amenity courtyard, which provides relief of where we're holding the line for the first 2 stories. And then we have this large, opening or relief that happens in the building. And in this portion of the building, we have the building stepping back above at the 3rd floor, but it visually shows up above the 3rd floor in terms of where the building steps back further. Next slide. And here we see our balcony detail, or railing detail. So this is our most ornamental railing situation of where we have the diagonals on there that's backed up by a metal screen, so that we have code required enclosures on this. The other railings that we're looking at are just a standard picket horizontal rail that shows up in the secondary balcony locations. And then we also are looking at the parapet, really simple, clean parapet, cornice detail that we're looking at here, with that being clad with fiber cement, and then we'll have our metal coping above that. You see our windows in the residential portion of the building that's above the 2nd story, that we're looking at a vinyl or fiberglass, composite window. But then on the lower levels of the building, the 1st and 2nd floor, along with our aluminum storefront, that we're looking at aluminum windows for the portions that are down at that pedestrian level, and that we think are most relevant to the historic streetscape. Next slide. Here, just showing the metal privacy gate that we're looking at to screen the transformers. Again, we may end up having the opportunity to completely do away with the transformer screening if we can hopefully get the vaults in there and have these in the ground. And then this also shows some of the brick detailing that we're looking at in select locations. So this will be one of the locations above the parking garage to do a herringbone brick panel infill, and then trimming that around with a stack brick course and soldier course at the bottom of that panel. You'll also see here, that shows up in some of our other locations around the building, wherever we have windows and brick and have those punched openings, that we are doing a soldier course head and roll lock course sill. And the next slide. All right. So, or did you skip a slide? 44. Okay. Yeah. And so this was just zooming more into the balcony, so that we can get some of the railing details that are showing up at the stoops. You see that we have the precast head as a band across the head of the 2nd floor windows, as well as having it as an accent at the head of the 1st story windows, and then we're turning that band into the opening partially as that opening insets into the building there. You also see that we're using or proposing a corrugated metal panel in the background of those recesses to also add more texture to the base of the building and to have a variety of materials. Next slide. And so here, this is where we will, pending kind of the feedback that we get here in terms of changing the window configuration for the storefronts on the historic structure. This is really just a clean documentation of what's happening now for the portion of the building that we're looking at keeping. But the things that we, are looking at doing are, the condition of the brick right now doesn't look like it needs repointing. As we go through the whole process of bracing and kind of doing the facadectomy that's needed to preserve the building in place while we do all this excavation and construction around it and keep it from, falling down in the meantime, that there will be some engagement with the building. And so at those points that we may need to do some repointing or repair of that, but right now it's not a full scale repoint job that needs to happen. But we also wanted to make sure that this is available so that we can get comments and notes on things that you guys might want to see further preserved or protected through that process. If we go to the next slide. In here we have, just in terms of the type of windows, the type of brick detailing, the type of storefront configuration that we're looking to use throughout the project. If we're getting, if you guys are in agreement that we're moving significantly in the right direction on this, we'll provide, of course, our brick and grout samples for you guys, depending on where you guys fall in terms of more contrast, less contrast on the brick, to the proposed brick to the existing brick on there, as well as our window and storefront specifications, so that we can hopefully get this through affirmatively on the second pass. And thank you all. We look forward to hearing your feedback and comments on this project.
Thank you so much for presenting this. Christy, no calls?
No callers.
All right, so we'll just throw out some of our initial.
Hello, are you here for this case?
Okay, perfect.
Would you like to come to the podium? Have you been sworn in? Yes. Okay.
Okay, perfect. So we do have someone here to speak.
We have someone in person.
In person, like the good old days. So,
In quite a while, yeah. Okay, I think that mic should work, but if it doesn't, we'll get you on.
Test. And if you will start off by saying your name and your address.
Okay, it's Bradley Dilks, D-I-L-K-S. It's 3820 Zamosa Lane Northwest, Concord, North Carolina, 28027.
Sheldon, could you leave your video on and could you let us know if you can hear Bradley?
Yes, we can hear. What I was just taking notes here. I know it'll be in the record, but the name again, Bradley
Dilks, D-I-L-K-S.
Thank you. Bradley, over to you.
Okay. Thank you for hearing me tonight. I'm kind of speaking in, oh, that would be hearsay, I guess, right? So I can't really say. I have a friend that lives at 415 West 7th Street. So it's the townhomes behind this unit. So, but these are my thoughts, so not necessarily the thoughts of that community. Basically, we started looking at this when they did the rezoning from the UR3 to UMUD. So we kind of knew that was kind of forsaken change, because those types of conditional rezonings basically fly through. But it did change the dimensions of where they could build on this lot, which brings it very close to the townhomes that are on West 7th Street. I guess I just got this today, so I hadn't totally gone through it, but I noticed that they did mention about the trees. So the trees are on the townhome side of the fence, that the fence was put in later, which was kind of an agreement with the people with the tire company that they could park behind the residence, which is where they've always been parking since they were built. They always had this little bit of parking space behind their units. So I guess now we're trying to, with them, try to figure out exactly where the property line is and what's going to be lost behind the townhomes, and what can be, I mean, it's not their responsibility, but basically knowing what the townhome community has to make adjustments to. So I guess what we would like to see is a better site plan which impacts the townhomes, which includes that, since they have the one with just the trees on it. So, but I can get a tape measure and I can start measuring from this spreadsheet that I have. I guess the next thing we concerned looking at it was the transformers, which I thought were trash first. So I had a whole thing about trash, but that's, I guess, a moot point. So if the transformers are removed, what's going to go in that place of where the transformers are? So on where the transformers are on 7th Street, there's kind of a little, what do you want to call it? A little niche behind those transformers. That's will just be a haven for people. So anything that can be done to eliminate any type of blind spots or dead spots would be helpful for the security of the community. We would consider, or they would prefer to have some type of height setback as you go up on the floors to allow light to come in. I know rezoning in NOTA that county commissioners approved requested that as it approached the homes behind it, that the building would step down. It's nice to see that there's a break on the back side where all the windows are, but that's a hallway. So all those windows are going to be lit up 24/7 as the hallway, along with also all the lights in the parking deck, which will be reflecting right in the back of these homes. So if I had to make a change myself, I would ask that it be opened up and those 15 units would be removed. So you would have more of like a U shape again. So the building would look like an S. And that would alleviate some of the height against the smaller townhomes that are only, from his plan, I think they were like 37 feet, and I think the building's like 80. So they're almost double the height. There is some water drainage, as he said. There is that sewer connection that runs under their building. There's one out, I believe it's the outpipe, but there's lots of water that does go down between the buildings, but that could be adjusted with the building. Finally, I think we should have some type of shading effect that this building will have on the neighbors around it. So at this point, that's about all I had with
Thank
this
you.
review of the time that I had.
Thank you so much, Mr. Jelks. Mr. Clark, do you want to speak to any of the things Mr. Jelks brought up?
Sure thing. I know, and Cameron can also speak to this, of the events and meetings that they've held with community members that live in the proximity and are resident of the community surrounding the project, to work with them over the past year. And I think the most relevant thing as well to look at in terms of the shading is that we have, and I know it's more of a zoning issue than a historic issue, or it's solely a zoning issue, but we did make sure that we're not projecting more than 10 feet into neighboring residential properties between the prescribed hours between on the two solstice dates of the year. And so we've made sure to study that we are not casting deeper shadows than is permitted by zoning.
Okay. All right.
Anything else, Bradley?
No, I'm good.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. All right. So I think that we have commissioners here who have questions and comments, and I'm just going to say, commissioners, we're going to eat this elephant one bite at a time. So let's look at it from, look at big picture things, and let's not sweat in too much detail the small stuff that's putting the cart before the horse. Okay. All right.
Kim?
Yes.
Can I make a suggestion? Maybe it'll
Sure.
work, maybe it won't.
Okay.
Do you guys want to focus on the whole project, like context, height, stuff like that? I know we're only doing next stories, or do you want to go like elevation by elevation, right? Maybe start on Graham Street or.
I
What do you think?
I think that it would be good to go down our list, right? Well, actually twofold. I kind of wanted to throw out some ideas, kind of like we would at a workshop. And then when we start to dig into it, let's take like our first handful of points. So like context, for example, would be the first one, right? And we could speak to that. But if we have pressing things that we want to get out before we get to that point at 7:15 in the evening, then please feel free to do that. Commissioner Bell and then Commissioner Heineman.
Thank you. And my questions are more, they're kind of the bigger questions. So can we go back to, I think it's slide 14? I'm interested to hear, I know you've got the demo on there, and I know staff is evaluating the documentation requirements, but I would like to hear your thoughts on where you decided to draw the line between keeping the historic building and demolishing the rest of it.
Yes. So what we looked at was the structure on the inside. So it's approximately 2 column bays deep into the structure. And it's, I forgot how many inches, but basically that's where we're looking at cutting it. And we've adjusted so that essentially our corridors of the residential floor plate then line up with where we cut that and then work backwards from there.
Okay, so there's well, I'll ask my other questions. On the green space, so the building takes up that corner lot. Is the green space, and I know you've got trees on the outside of the building, but the courtyard kind of space, is that only for residents or will that be open to the public?
You're talking about the elevated courtyard or amenity deck?
Correct. Is that all on the roof? Or, so none of it is on the, I guess, the ground?
No, none of that is at grade level. That's just for the residents.
Okay, and then my other question is there any flexibility around decreasing the number of floors that you have there? Because it's interesting, the fact that the building is located on a corner, it almost, and I think it's slide 35, feels like it's a barrier to the community instead of creating an invitation into the neighborhood. And you look at the skyline. So I just wondered, is the number of floors you have, is that set for you, or would there be any flexibility around decreasing the number?
So this is one of the things that Cameron has worked with in the previous year prior to us putting the package together with the community to actually reduce this by a floor from where it was proposed previously. So we have removed a floor from the building as is from when it first came before in the work group session.
Okay.
I guess to also speak about the mass of this, I'm on my screen here, I'm looking at, I think it'll be sheet number 24 for you guys. So just kind of like the aerial massing there. Yeah, and so we'll look at the mass of the multifamily building across from us and even the one adjacent to us. And this very much feels like this block is the gateway and transition from the, what is that, like a 40 or 50 plus story high rise that's on the next block to the south of us. And for what's most likely going to happen on that block in terms of more super tall, dense construction down to the townhouse scale that's happening to the north of us. So this is very much so kind of the gateway to the higher density of downtown. And we think that we've situated this in a way to kind of blend between the two different scales.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Bell. Commissioner Heineman.
Yeah, I just want to mention this so it doesn't get lost in the weeds of our discussion once we get into that, which is that to adequately evaluate the project, we will need the Zoutwell streetscapes with this project inserted into them and crossing every block where it's a corner, as well as site sections through the streets showing pedestrians on both sides of the street and their sight lines.
So so these slides here, these are the site wells with our building
Gotcha.
dropped into them. And then the other one you were saying, was that streetscape section? So our building,
Yeah.
the street,
So-
and then what's happening across the street from us. So if we were to extend this elevation to the left by another 20 feet or so, so that we get the edge of the adjacent building, that would.
Exactly. We need to cross the street, get the building across the street, and then we need pedestrians on both sides with sight lines of this building.
And just to piggyback on what Commissioner Hyman is saying, in the staff analysis, there is an application checklist summary and the things that we need that have not been provided are laid out for you.
Got it. And there were some of those details and items that we thought were located elsewhere in the package. So I think if we can go through, I don't know if that'll belabor the point, but yeah, I saw those at the beginning of the staff comments. So like balcony or railing details. I know there are items that.
Sorry, Mr. Clark, just to start, again, high level, we can start with just the written description, you know, that is the first thing that's listed there. And then if you go down, there's some proposed site plan items that are also missing that goes along with what Commissioner Hyman was talking about. Of course, because this is such a large scale project, the more information we have, the better we can serve you.
Understood.
Yeah. Did you have anything else you wanted to add, Commissioner Hyman?
I have a question for staff that maybe is once we go into discussion.
Okay.
It has to do with setbacks.
Oh, yeah. Okay. I'm just going to go down my list of just initial thoughts. Let's see here. Thank you for, I love the fact that the original historic building sits proud of the rest of the building. It kind of looks like, you know, Gladys Knight and the rest of the building or the Pips. So it was a wonderful way, I think, to honor that. I do think that for me right now is where the paying homage to the historic building stops. One of the things that you mentioned, and this is just my opinion, other commissioners might feel differently if we can stay on this elevation. You know, one of the things you mentioned is that you wanted a different kind of brick color because you didn't want for it to appear as though this was not new construction, like there needed to be differentiation between the old and the new. I think blending keeping the brick color the same actually makes it more cohesive. I think you're able to differentiate by the actual design itself, which is, you know, a modern take, I believe, on this old way of doing things, or this historic look. The actual building is broken up into 3 bays. And then when we look at the actual building in conjunction with the new construction, Sheldon, it looks like one massive wall. And so I think breaking it up more is, for me, going to be more important. There's also, just as far as rhythm, and I'll let the architect speak to it. I don't know the best way to put it other than the rhythm is off. And so we make drastic changes quite quickly, especially as I look at this particular elevation, and there is no ebb and flow. It comes across as pretty stark. Vinyl windows, fiberglass windows. Do you hear how I'm saying that? Probably not going to be something that we're excited about approving. Green space, I think, is going to be very important. The proportion of solid space to open space, I think, is going to be very important. And just, yeah, so the shape of the windows, you know, square versus the rectangular, that sort of thing. I think ultimately we have to do something more to pay homage to the historic building that is the jump off for the rest of the building, other than put it proud of the other buildings. Commissioner Henningsen?
And to add to that, it's, you know, I love the fact that, you know, you're preserving that part of the building. Our job is to help preserve the historic streetscape, right? So not just showcase an old part of a building, but, you know, work with you so that the final result is a, you know, historic streetscape. That's all.
Commissioner Walker?
Yeah, just before we leave that topic, I had one more thing I'd like to say too. And that is that I believe that that firehouse number 4 is a designated landmark, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so it would be nice when we look at it, that I know I'm looking at either firehouse number 4 or more specifically, a firehouse, just so that you have, you know, done due diligence to keep that building looking like its original structure in terms of that preservation part of it.
That's a different site, he's just using it. Yeah. Okay, other commissioners? Commissioner Barth?
Shelton, I see where you pulled back the proposed building on either side of the historic structure. What is the intent of those sort of alcoves or alleyways on either side of the building? What's to take place there?
So the one to the south will be more so of an entrance into the building. And so if we end up with more commercial uses, that will be the way coming out of the parking garage through the building to get out to the streetscape there, as well as a primary entryway for residents. While we plan on using the historic structure as leasing, that wouldn't necessarily be the primary way that everyday residents that are already living there would be coming in and out of the building, but would be coming into the southern, that's actually more of a paseo. The one to the north, that one that we would look at it being more of a pocket park, in the sense of being able to do something. There we go. So the one to the right there, that one would be more of a pocket park, and definitely making sure there are not so many dark blind corners there, that it would still be a way for residents to come in and out, but we'll really kind of have more of the active, more passive look on this. So active towards the south, gesturing more towards the city and the commercial portion of the block. In the north side, much more inactive, more passive for the, that we can do landscaping without it being a creepy dark corner.
So the southern side of the historic structure, would that be a pedestrian or
Yes.
vehicular entrance?
That would be pedestrian. We're only looking at and working with Charlotte DDOT basically for 6th and 7th to be our curb cuts and entryways into the site.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you. I think for me, a lot of the concept of this building, what would help it more is improving upon that streetscape and the pedestrian scale and green space around what the public user will interact with. So, you know, like you said, that pocket park, I think is a great idea. I think allowing that to become more a part of the sidewalk experience would help us bring that scale, at least the pedestrian scale, down a little bit. Looking at the building and elevation form, you do some good things with breaking up the facade and having that two-story podium, as you mentioned. I think stepping back after you get beyond that podium towards the upper levels would help in you know, your shadow lines, your pedestrian scale, all that sort of stuff, your massing. Additionally, as Commissioner Parati mentioned, I think we have some window proportion issues. We want vertical panes, no to vinyl and vinyl windows. Heard something about EFIS on the back. We do not allow EFIS. I will also mention looking at, you know, other commercial examples, particular like Poplar, how it handles corners, how it handles massing, might be something to look at. This is one of the most iconic buildings in your district here, as well as, you know, increasing that setback. Just around the corner from our office is the Babson Building. There's a parklet kind of along 3rd Street there at 3rd Street and Tryon, really effective as far as improving upon that pedestrian experience. I think I'd also like to see a more detailed site plan with the building massing kind of beyond the block. And that's all I have.
All right, thanks, Commissioner Barth, Commissioner Heineman, and then Commissioner Bell.
Okay, so Christy, can I ask you about the setback? Because in 7.4, it's pretty clear that there's some flexibility in setback on historic lots. Is there a relative setback rule that comes into play so that we can be more contextual when the UMUD zoning has a setback and our historic street front has a different setback?
I don't know the answer to that. I can talk to the UMUD folks.
It would be great to know. On 7.4, it says consult with HDC to determine areas where historic urban development patterns are being restored or where Charlotte zoning ordinance may be in conflict with setback guidelines.
Yeah, so I don't know.
I feel like that would be really meaningful to the pedestrian streetscape and the sight lines along this street. I'll hit on some pretty simple things which may be repetitive. 7.16 number 3 explicitly prohibits vinyl, fiberglass, and EFIS, so I think we can let go of those. I think this setback comment in 7.4 might be really helpful. I think there's a lot that's exciting about this project, and I don't want to lose sight of that either. One of the things that I think I have a question for the applicant about is actually the treatment of the historic building, because if I look at this from like an art school figure ground 30,000-foot view, it strikes me as you know, a sculpture in a field that's being framed by this new building, almost like the ancient Egyptian holiest of holies concept in art history. And I think that that can be a really valid reading for historic properties, but in this case, it may be working against you for our streetscape standards, particularly with regard to the width and rhythm requirements, because it looks like, because while I'm excited about some successes in the townhome component and some successes in the commercial component, because they're held off of this historic property, which was fundamentally always intended to be an infill property and not to have all of these edges, right? they seem more like two large expanses, when I think there is some success in breaking them up, but it's something about the separation from the historic property and the way it's framed that make them seem more like long expanses of buildings. Does that make sense at all?
I think I understand what you're saying with that. I think the contention with the looking at this building, because if we look at just the facade of the existing building, then it does feel like it's always meant to be an infill, except for the widths of glass that are expanding all the way to the rear of this building on both the north and south side of it. We always have this weird context in Charlotte, right, of urban buildings that may still just be in the middle of a gravel lot. And that it wasn't really designed with, the original building wasn't originally designed with other buildings coming up to it. And even where buildings have been attached to it in the past, if we look like at that 1950s fire map, then insurance map, then it's being attached as appendage at the rear of the building, not on the side of the building. But I think I do take the point in terms of the rhythm and also on the materials. And one of the things that we want to get clarification on, and I don't, we have no direction over what you vote on, but we would ask or request that we do have formal guidance in terms of where you guys are electing for your purview to end on this, on whether it's going to be on the third or fourth or fifth floor. And we think we have made the case for it to be at the third floor.
I'll leave that to discussion. I already talked about the sight lines, the getting the sight sections across the street into the other buildings. One of my colleagues mentioned the STDL proportions on the windows, and I think particularly at the pedestrian level, it appears there are some that they're kind of square. They can't decide whether they're horizontally oriented or vertically oriented. Most of the historic context seems to be vertically oriented. I think some of the more contemporary pieces probably can be in contrast and be horizontally oriented. And then, of course, we do have some history with these like 1930s warehouses that have the very strong horizontal inclination in the windows. So I think it probably just needs to be, those STDL proportions probably just need to be pushed in one direction or the other. There's probably a case to be made for either. The neighbor who came to talk with us about the project mentioned lighting, and we do have site lighting guidelines in Chapter 8 that relate to the way lighting influences the properties surrounding a larger building. And so I think staff can probably help with that. There's directional and temperature limitations on the lighting such that they don't disturb residents around. And then there's also in 7.9 and 7.8, it actually does reference a stronger setback where you transition towards residential properties. And I do think we have some residential properties in pretty close proximity to vertical planes, which is something I think that the commission will be deliberating on as well. I think that's everything I've got.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Heineman. Commissioner Bell?
I'm actually good.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments before we close? Anything you want to add, Sheldon, before we close?
I think the main thing that we want to just make sure we do have clear direction on again is just in terms of the what's that 3.30 and the design standards, that we have clear direction on that, because we know we can't put blinders on of like, hey, don't look at these other floors on here. But we want to make sure that we are appropriately complying with the things that are inside the purview, and that we're open for the other things that are outside the purview that will make it a better project. But also just don't want to, make sure that we're not overreaching.
Okay, Thank you, sir. We will close now for deliberation. All right, commissioners, let's start high level and then maybe, let's see.
Let's talk about floors. So how do we
Wait,
determine?
PJ,
Okay.
we need to determine like where we're going to cut it off, really.
That's where
Okay,
I'm going.
okay, so go on.
Yeah, so the guidelines say we need to, for fourth ward, consider floors 3 to 5. So Christy, any guidance on how that line gets snapped?
Think you look contextually, and it's also based on, building design.
Okay. And then second question is for the floors above wherever we snap that line, are we still dictating something as simple as materials as an example? Again, thinking about vinyl windows and
Your standards say
7.16.
.16 does not make a distinction for fourth ward.
it doesn't.
The other guidelines do.
Are we looking at 3.30? Is that what you're looking at?
No, I think the question is a good one.
Yeah.
PJ is asking two questions. In 3.30, which is, I'm
3.30?
3.30, I'm glad that Mr. Clark brought this up because that is a really important thing for us to establish, which is we have to decide 3 to 5 floors in fourth ward, and that's 3.30.
Mhm.
Now, that being said, in chapter 7, which is commercial construction, each guideline spells out whether it has a specific different interpretation for fourth ward. And EFS, vinyl, and fiberglass does not. So unless we're going to change our standards, it seems to me that that standard applies to all development, commercial development.
I think I'll speak for our attorney and say you can't make policy and standard changes on the fly in the meeting. Jill, please disagree if I'm wrong. Is that okay?
Correct.
Jill says correct.
so got that, but so what are we saying on, say, floor 10? Does floor 10, I just picked that arbitrarily.
We don't have one.
We don't have,
Yeah.
okay, so we'll snap a line and then everything from that line to grade is what we'll apply the standards to. And then everything above that line,
No
we don't talk
purview.
about whatsoever.
No, that's not my interpretation. Like if I go to, in half of these chapter 7s, it says, but in fourth ward. And it does, in scale, in fourth ward, this, but in materials, it does not say that. It doesn't have a different guideline for fourth ward and materials.
Oh, again, it goes back 7.8, height and width, for example. The fourth ward historic district, number 8, already has a number of new non-historic multifamily developments that range from the townhomes to multi-story apartment buildings. New non-residential, commercial, or mixed-use development in this district that is not in the context of the historic 2-story residential types can have more flexibility in height and width. Note, the HDC, again, it repeats it, reviews only the first 3 to 5 stories of a project in this district. So to me, that says that after that, we have nothing to say.
I have the opposite interpretation. I think for height and width, there's an exception for fourth ward. For materials, there's not.
Jill, will you help us, please? So one of the guidelines of several is 7.8, number 8. And then Jessica, where are some of the other ones, just so that we can compare?
Doors and windows does not mention anything about fourth ward specifically, or the roof forms.
I know scale does.
We're looking.
7.9 mentions fourth ward.
Again, it goes back, it distinctly says 3 to 5 stories. The one in 7.8 said 3 to 5 stories, 7.9 says 3 to 5 stories.
It's hard for me to imagine that anything goes above that line. What if someone were to buy air rights and hang out over top of the setback?
Jessica, could you please restate
What I just said?
the question?
The question?
The question for
Jill?
Jill.
If fourth ward is not specifically called out as an exception in a guideline, do we presume that guideline applies to fourth ward buildings in general? I think some commissioners are asking, does it only apply to the first 3 to 5 stories? Some guidelines specifically give fourth ward an exception for 3 to 5 stories and others do not.
But when I look at 3.30, and apologies if
Mhm.
if somebody repeated this, it says multi-story new construction on the first 3 to 5 floors in fourth ward. While new construction of fourth ward is typically multi-story, design review only addresses the first 3 to 5 stories. So if you go by what's on 3.30, that seems like kind of a blanket story that says snap the line and don't talk about anything above the line.
And it's repeated in 7.8 and 7.9. Jessica, will you point out where it's not so clear when fourth ward is mentioned? I'm looking too, but
And what prevents us from getting like the Hampton Inn with the funny clock tower on
well, I think that the point was, yeah, agree, right? But I think that the point was that fourth ward is a hodgepodge of new and old and high rise and, low rise. And so it doesn't make sense for us to go past 5, the 5th floor. But I completely agree with you. Commissioner Barth?
I have a question. I just need to think how to structure.
Okay.
Well, that being said, while we're mulling this over, I think the decision about whether it's 3, 4, or 5 has everything to do with the massing and rhythm of the design. And so if we are stepped back by, well, the one we're looking at is slide number 38, where there's like a straight wall up against the townhomes and a straight wall on the corner, I think we're clearly looking at 5.
And so I also think that
It's not just a material change. It has to be the combination of scale reducing factors.
and the context of the street. The context of, the surrounding buildings. So I think some of the information that we're missing is, well, we see this elevation, so we're.
So this elevation tells a different story, right? Like along Graham, it steps back.
And to Christy's point, the design, I mean, there's so many things. There are a number of factors that would help us determine whether we're looking at 3 or 5. Commissioner Barth?
So I don't see how I get certain things we need to review between 3 and 5 stories up. makes sense, especially as pedestrian views that you're not going to see much detail. But when it comes to like massing, scale, form, that sort of thing, I don't see how you can't analyze the whole project in its entirety. I mean, I think what we do on those first 3 to 5 floors influences what happens above. Now, we don't have any ability to dictate what that looks like. It could be a whimsical sculpture or something on the top 5 floors of a building, but
Those are our new standards. So yeah, I think we have to rely then on the foundation we set for the first 3 to 5 floors. And I would imagine that that's why I would imagine that more applicants would want us to look only at the first few levels, because then the expectation, so to speak, has not been set for the rest of the building. Whereas if we're looking at 3 to 5, we've established where in an ideal world where it should go.
Well, in that case, I think we look at 5 stories, and if there's a step back at the 3rd story that's acceptable to eliminate our review of 4 and 5, that's great.
Well, since Sheldon.
Not, then it's 5.
Yeah, exactly. And I think since, to Sheldon's point, because he wants this direction, I'd rather have more of a say than less of a say. So I agree with you, Commissioner Heineman, that we should, barring the fact that we don't have all the information we need, go with 5.
I think there are places in the project already that we would dial it back, but I think we have to start at 5.
Yeah. So let's start with the first. Okay, our first point to address would be the context. Already, we've said that it is out of rhythm and context with its surroundings, and that we would need additional information on all of the elevations, along with how it compares to the surrounding structures in order to even really fully address the context. Setbacks, Jessica, you mentioned that we need more information on that. Spacing, I think Commissioner Heineman mentioned that because the building sits proud of the rest of the building, and because it's spaced out, it's, that it's making it so that the connecting walls on either side of it seem long and continuous. So that's something then that should be addressed. And those are the first 3. How far do we go before we're getting it, how far should we go into our standards before we say, okay?
Maybe to like masking and complexity of form.
Okay.
Because that one's really meaningful.
Yeah.
And then that would then
Affects
drive.
everything else.
That affects fenestration, that affects.
Sure.
Yeah.
Okay, height and width, it affects everything. Okay, so then let's go to massing and complexity of form. Thanks, Christy. So context, setback, spacing, orientation, massing, and complexity of form. So, context. I said what I said about context. We've had some conversation about context. Anything that we have not yet addressed when it comes to context?
I think that once we, as you stated, once we have the site sections across each street with the building across the street and the scale figures with the view lines, we will have a much better understanding.
Yeah.
We really, so I'm looking, can I pull up Google Maps? Because some of the things you're asking for, it dead ends into Fourth Ward Park. So there are no buildings beyond the section. And then there's really only one, which would be West 7th Street to West 8th along North Graham.
I'm so sorry to interrupt you. Can you
That's
go to
okay.
slide 24?
Yeah.
I feel like we're surrounded by urban context.
So I just don't think this is accurate because looking here, this is Fourth Ward Park.
Yeah, but I can come across 6th and 7th and
This
down
one,
for
this-
context.
This one here is really the only one. These are outside of the district and this is a vacant parking lot.
Okay.
So let me show it to you on,
Sorry, what's behind it?
it's the park, but it's not accurately represented by the buildings on here.
No, there is a condo building behind it. It's called like Park Place or something.
There is, yeah. Here, let me go
Then
back.
it's the Fourth Ward Park.
Is that
So
the,
this
what
is,
we're,
this is here, and this is shown on the Zotwall surveys.
Yeah.
But this is Fourth Ward Park.
Mhm.
I don't know what these are.
So that takes us back to our original point, which is we need accurate drawings and more information.
Yeah.
And I would like to leave it at that because for us to spin our wheels when this isn't accurate, just isn't a good use of our time. Why don't we, I don't know if someone's taking notes on what we're saying, but those notes would be very helpful in crafting a motion. So Jessica, you said something, will you restate what you said about the context, please?
That I think when we cross the streets and have the other side of the street wall, as well as scale figures and the sight lines from each side of the street, we'll have a much better understanding of the context and the relationship to right of way of the 3 to 5 stories.
And that guide or that standard is 7.2.
As well as 7.8.
Okay. All right, let's move on to setbacks. I'm going to come back to you, Commissioner Hyman, because you brought up setbacks.
I really am eager to understand what Christy can find out in the department about the setbacks, because I feel that if we had a little bit of give from UMUD on the setbacks, we could really start to break down the scale of the streetscape in a meaningful way. And our standards seem to leave that door open to provide some leeway with relative setback at the pedestrian level.
Okay. All right. And that is standard 7.4.
I think related to that, it'd be good to have a site plan that sort of expands out further too. So we can get an idea of how this building relates to its streetscape in site plan versus the other buildings.
Okay.
Yeah, I remember we had the one session on the street room and understanding the complete street room. So I do think our wider site plan, we need to get across all of these streets.
Okay.
To understand the implications to the street room.
Commissioner Goodwin, are you the one writing this down? I don't see anyone else writing, so I'm asking. I don't want to lose the good conversation that we're having. Okay, spacing. I'm gonna bring up Commissioner Hyman's point about how the spacing from the spacing of the between the historic building and the new construction makes the new construction seem like it's one continuous wall. That I think is a start to some of the challenges that we could be having with spacing.
It's almost a little bit of an optical illusion because I think it detracts from the successes in some of the new construction. So I think that ties into spacing, which is 7.5, as well as width and rhythm. Width is 7.8, and
although we want
Really?
it to be clear that we're only going to massing and complexity of form, even though it speaks to it, because we're not going to fully exhaust all of the
thank you. We're
reasons why.
not going to 7.8. Sorry.
Okay.
So we'll stick with spacing
Mhm.
7.5.
7.5. Okay, orientation. This one is successful, yes. Yeah, so 7.6, we're good. 7.7, massing and complexity of form. This building takes up all of its allotted space. We're lacking, well, I don't know if green space plays into that, but I definitely think that it helps with the massing and complexity of form, reducing the massing. Commissioner Barth?
It's hard because I don't want to influence a design decision.
Mhm.
I think allowing for some green space here would really help.
Mhm.
Just in, just the natural way it's going to help break up the form.
Mhm.
Currently, it's a continuous block. I mean, minus the courtyard that opens out onto Graham Street on the 3rd floor,
Mhm.
that sort of thing. But I think stepping back the facades after the podium, and even on the pedestrian level, adding some green space would help. Potentially even, I know Commissioner Hyman mentioned that it's kind of odd that the historic building sticks out. I think maybe incorporating some green space into that protrusion and stepping back the entire facade may
Yeah,
help.
so just shy of lending your incredible
Yeah,
talents to their cause.
Can't do that.
So I guess the other side of that is the massing is not broken up. It's all the materials, it's all a building all the time. Commissioner Heineman and then Commissioner Walker.
I think this really intimately plays into the 3 to 5 stories question because our concern is with the streetscape. And so to the extent that we are miscommunicating some breakdown of scale in the other stories, that's creating complexity that will detract from the streetscape. Does that make sense? And so I think while it's going to be really complicated to draw that line, I think our massing and complexity of form, when we're talking about scale reducing techniques and breaking it down, has more to do with the streetscape.
Yeah.
And setback and step backs of the upper levels. And I don't want to miscommunicate some desire for complexity on the upper levels, because I think if we look at the context, of Cotton Mills and some of the other buildings that are referenced, there's some simplicity of form in those.
This might be a horrible analogy, but it's late, so I'm gonna make it. But it's like your feet, you can be but so tall if you have small feet, Gosh, it's late. So I
Can't
do-
dance well.
You can't dance well. So that's not true, small feet people. So I do think that I agree that what we do on the first 3 to 5 floors has a tremendous impact on the rest of the building. So massing and complexity of form. We've talked about the use of materials, the lack of green space, one of the things that would help us with that, we've already referred to, which is the pedestrian view of this building. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Commissioner Walker.
It's okay. So can we not speak to the backside of this building at all?
Oh, we can.
Because in terms
First
of
3 to 5
massing and
floors.
complexity of form, I'm seeing 3 stories of what might be 400, I don't know the length of this building. I'm guessing it's at least 400 feet. And I think that needs to be revisited. That's a long, long building of 3 stories of parking deck.
Oh, yeah. So front elevation, rear elevation, side elevations. I mean, the front, if you're messing with, if you are adjusting the front and the rear, then I think the side elevations obviously will be impacted by that.
Christy, what is our jurisdiction over alleys?
What do you mean?
I don't, not the alley itself, but the elevation facing the alley.
We look at it everywhere else.
That's true.
Yeah.
And that's where the lighting guideline came from. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Mhm.
Private.
We're close, but thank you for that. Okay. Yes, Commissioner Heineman.
I had one more question about how our tree guideline applies to commercial sites.
Christy?
Does that play into our requirements for green space? Is it any different for commercial or is it the same?
If our guidelines don't say it's different, then
So our tree guideline requires a replacement tree that cannot be in the planting strip. So
Yeah, because they're
somewhere,
taking out, what, 7 trees? Is this the one?
so,
Yeah.
so that is where the trade-off with the green space is required because the replacement trees cannot take place in the planting strip.
Mhm. So that's good that we have it on record. When we get to those details, then we'll be able to reference or refer back to this.
Well, yeah, I know we're not getting to that guideline, but it's going to play into massing and complexity of
Yeah.
form
Okay.
and the 3 to 5 question.
Okay. Anything else that you think plays into the massing that we can speak to now? And then we'll say we have not reviewed this project for the remaining items. So if we don't have anything that adds to the massing and complexity of form, I think we've said a lot. Whoever has been taking notes and writing this down, if you don't mind putting it in the form of a motion so that we can tighten it up and head out. Commissioner Goodwin, you were taking notes. If you don't mind kicking us off, it's a team effort. We will join in and help.
I will give an attempt, but I will definitely need some help because I've taken quite a few notes and
Yeah.
been very disjointed.
It's okay. We're all in this together.
So, on.
Let's start with context.
On the context.
Sorry.
Make a
Yeah.
make a motion to continue this application for the following reasons: to restudy context. And what I have is that it appears to be out of rhythm with its surroundings. Anything else to add to that?
Please, let's speak to some of the items that we want that Commissioner Hyman, if you'll restate some of those items, all of the items.
We would like the Zoutwells to cross the streets and have the face of the building across the street, as well as street sections that include the building across the street and a scale figure on each side of the street with their sight lines towards this project.
Can that,
Hold on for 1 second. I want to make sure that Phil's at a place where he can take more notes.
Jessica, could you help me?
Oh, your mic, is it dead? Okay.
Yeah, let me give this an attempt. You're asking for the Zoutwell survey to cross the street. Is that all streets?
To cross all of the streets and include the next building.
and include the next building. And is that also the street sections with sight lines? Is the
That,
same?
yes. Although we should talk about it for a second. Christy mentioned that crossing two of the streets were out of the district. And so I think that for those two streets, while I would prefer to have the building, I understand that we cannot use it for context, but we do need it for the sight lines.
Okay, so the motion is to add Zotwell surveys where we're crossing the street to the adjacent properties along all streets.
I can't order one for a parking lot. Is that okay?
We will understand
Okay,
about the
thanks.
parking lot.
Well, I'll order them where I can.
I came here in 1994 and the whole city was parking.
Yes, okay.
Commissioner Wojcik? We need you on mic, sorry.
Can we include the alley behind the structure? Because those townhomes seem to be the ones that are most impacted.
So we have that, but I do think we need the sight lines there.
Oh, you're right.
But she does have the alley.
Okay.
Right there. There it is. There it is.
Okay. All right. Anything else to add to context? And Phil, that's standard 7.2.
It's also 7.8, but I think we're not reviewing for 7.8.
Christy?
You guys can review for whatever you want to review.
Yeah, we're stopping at massing and complexity
Okay.
of form.
Okay.
But so could we reference 7.8?
Why not?
Yeah,
Because we are going to state in the motion that we are not reviewing.
exactly. So 7.2 and 7.8. And 7.3.
And 7.9.
Okay, and for setback, we were going to research the setbacks. And I will definitely need some help with this on the relaxation that could allow breaking up the setbacks along the front elevation. You try to look for the relation between the original building and the new building.
I think tell me if this is articulated clearly. I think we're looking for an interpretation from the planning department regarding how the relative setback rule applies to this site. And specifically what we're looking for is, can we come closer to the curb?
So on setback, we're looking for an interpretation from planning on the relative setbacks and how to apply this to the site. Specifically, can we come out?
Can we relate to the historic property that is being saved?
Okay.
That's a better way to say it.
All right. Can we relate to the historic property? And that's 7.4.
Yep. Okay, now we're on spacing. Let us know when you're ready, Commissioner Goodwin.
Sorry. 7.4.
Yeah, 7.4 is setbacks.
Looking for that list. Okay, 7.5 on spacing. Also, we're looking for the relation between the original and the original building and the new construction. Is that what we're looking for?
Mm-hmm. We wanted to see,
And scale reducing techniques along the length of the new construction.
I'll just repeat that. And scale reducing techniques along the new construction.
mm-hmm.
Along the length of it.
You, Commissioner Heineman, specifically said that the building being separate and not spaced, the way it's spaced, gives the illusion of the length of the building being,
Yeah, I mean, I think that, I don't know that we need to reference that in the motion.
Okay.
But I think that academically, that's what
okay, all right, perfect.
that's what appears to be creating the illusion to me.
Okay. And that's standard 7.5, Commissioner Goodwin.
Okay, and 7,
6 is orientation.
okay.
Uh-huh. And then our last one,
Massing and
for now.
complexity of form.
Mm-hmm.
7.7.
Mm-hmm.
We need to see more breaking up of the massing.
Mm-hmm. Potentially with the use of green space, do we even need to say that? They can determine how to break it up. Our conversation hopefully was helpful in creating some ideas.
Reference the images in the
Mhm.
design standards too that clearly show in and out.
Thank
know,
you.
Instead of a long expanse.
Mm-hmm. And those images are located on 7.7.
Anything else to add to 7.7?
No, I think all of those guidelines, all of those standards apply. Okay. And when you are ready, if you don't mind restating the motion for the record. Thank you so much for doing it.
Oh, boy. Yeah, make a motion to continue this application to restudy the context section 7.1, excuse me, 7.2 and provide Zotwell survey that crosses the street showing adjacent properties along all the streets. It's also standards 7.8 and 7.9 also apply.
And 7.3.
And 7.3, excuse me. Okay, and on setback, to restudy the setback, we need an interpretation from planning on how the relative setbacks apply to the site. Specifically, can we come closer to the curb with a new structure?
Standard 7.4.
Yeah, standard 7.4. And on the spacing, need to use scale reducing techniques along the length of the new construction. 7.5 and 7.7 massing. We need to break up the massing along the streetscape.
All right. Motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by,
Can you mention that you're not reviewing the rest of the?
oh, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Commissioner Goodwin.
And we are not reviewing the other, the remaining criteria at this time.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. So motion made by Commissioner Goodwin, seconded by
Second.
Commissioner Henningsen. All right. Any discussion of the motion? Nope. Okay, just a moment. Let me get my roster so that we can vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker,
Yes.
Commissioner Heineman,
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock, Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to continue passes 9-0. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it.
Thank you to the whole commission for staying, really.
Thank you. And just 3 minutes, right? Not even.
Okay.
Commissioner Wojcik and Commissioner Bell reviewed the minutes. And I think that we can do a quick motion on those so that we don't have to think about them next
Yes.
month.
Commissioner Bell did it in advance and sent me a few minor changes. So, I mean, she might have set a new standard for reviewing the minutes, but
Oh, it's funny because Commissioner Bell, Commissioner Wojcik said, oh, I read them. I read them clearly. But what you didn't do, Commissioner Wojcik, is send them in.
That's okay.
Gauntlet thrown down. Do you all want to take them every month? I'm just, okay, all right.
do you have any
Yeah.
changes, Heather? Okay,
I move to approve the minutes with Commissioner Bell's changes.
right.
Okay, motion made by Commissioner Heineman, seconded by Commissioner Bell. All right, any discussion of the motion? All right, let's vote. Commissioner Barth,
Yes.
Commissioner Wojcik,
Yes.
Commissioner Goodwin,
Yes.
Commissioner Bell,
Yes.
Commissioner Henningsen,
Yes.
Commissioner Walker, Commissioner Heineman. Make sure that you all are speaking into your mics.
Yes.
Commissioner Whitlock,
Yes.
Commissioner Parati, yes. Motion to approve minutes passes 9-0. And before you get out of here, let's end this. We have reached the end of the agenda for today.
With cases numbered 10, 11, 12, and 13 being heard at the beginning of the November 9th agenda.
Is there any further business to discuss? All right, if not, this meeting is adjourned at 8:24 p.m. You guys rock. Thank you so much.
So much.
Bye.